Hello everybody! Welcome to day 11 of OniFox's Advent Game Challenge. Oh boy, this is the day that I've been dreading the most. Hello Curio. So today, as you can see, the prompt is remove a feature. I'm not that excited for this prompt. Actually, this is the one I feel like is going to bite me in the ass the most. However, after this point, things will get a lot easier, thankfully. So, yeah, we're going to first of all, let's let me get the wheel going. I wanted to have I wanted to like have more time today, but one, I ended up not sleeping to the hour I was trying to wake up to. 'Cause, long story short, I didn't get as much hours as we did, and we just recently finished making gingerbread cookies, and Trifle is here now.
Hello.
Yeah, so we got some we got some gingerbread cookies and some glug. If you don't want
Which is mulled wine.
mulled wine, yes.
With mojito flavor.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
It sounds absolutely delicious. I also want to point out that first of all, shout outs to Ruby for making all these wheels. This wheel got the so every wheel on this website gets a 6-letter/number code to make sure that you know what wheel it is. This one was called Aw Ham. So let's open up Aw Ham. I'm not gonna look at the wheel. Copy the wheel, and let's find the display capture there. All right. Remove a feature. Can't wait to get remove mouse cursor. Oh god. Okay, Bombastic wants us to remove sprinting and running. We don't have that feature anyway, so that's good. The protagonist's ability to speak. That's okay. We're gonna have to figure out how we do the joke then. Probably do.
Wait, what if it's like text-based, but the character is just silent?
Yeah, I'm thinking like Ocarina of Time, where like Link doesn't, or like Zelda's where Link doesn't say anything. So it could just be like the main character goes with the hands. Like you guys can't see what I'm doing. And then the raccoon responds to that. But that means I'm gonna have to find somewhere else to put the Monty Python joke. But we'll worry about that later. No dialogue allowed, however, by Not Lesbian Andrea. That's gonna be a little bit harder.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to go for a different Monty Python joke that is not verbal. Then, Blazebean the cat wants us to remove gravity.
Wait, dialogue not allowed, but you can make the narrator do dialogue for the Monty Python joke. I don't know.
No, that still counts as dialogue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, narrator is a dialogue. One of the old games had the Link tell a joke as part of the side quest, all but just body movements. Apparently, does a bad job of it. Yeah, exactly like that. I accidentally skipped over Donkey Kong here. Looking up and down. We don't have that feature either. I have camera control to have like a top-down perspective or a forward perspective, but that's not looking up and down. So that's fine. Lescoit wants us to remove the inventory. Interesting, Lescoit, because I thought you wanted this to be an Atlantis game, but doesn't Atlantis have an inventory? I feel like you need to replay your little game there, Lescoit.
They never said that about it. That's on you.
No, they want us to make a full on Atlantis remake. No preset variables. It's all RNG, baby. By Ruby, misspelled to be like the anime, but I know for a fact that it's fucking Ruby. Can't see enemy health by Adam Slamia. That would just save me some time, honestly. 1 pixel can't be used. Always have 1 dead pixel. So it's just a pixel on the screen that is always dead.
That's funny.
Oh, that would be horrible. If you get something you don't already you don't have already, you will re-roll, right? Right. You actually reminded me of something else. Well, if I don't have it in the game, I'll re-roll to get something else. But you bring up a good point. I'm supposed to be rolling these wheels 4 times now, and we pick. Did I do that yesterday? No, I forgot. No, I forgot to do that yesterday. Sorry about that. No. I'll use Google. But yeah. So we're gonna do roll four dice. We're gonna do roll 4 times again, and then roll a dice. I forgot to do that yesterday. I'm so sorry about that. But let's see here. If you get something you don't already have, you re-roll, right? In this case, I don't think I will. I don't think I will actually. I think I'm just gonna like go. Yes, that I dodged a bullet there. But we'll see. Maybe I change my mind when I actually get the prompt. Colors. The game is now black and white by Lesby Andrea. Okay, that's not hard to do. But then it's a non-prompt. That is, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, all right. I'll re-roll if we get something I don't already have in the game, or wasn't planning on adding. We'll do it.
Maybe we should have added that to the prompt because many of the prompts.
No. I mean, they at this point they don't know what I was gonna have what I already had in the game or what I was planning. So like, I think it's fair.
Okay.
No,
I'm not saying it's not fair.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about everyone who wrote the prompts.
Yeah, no, I get you. Walking forwards, strafing and backwards is fine by Moto. So, okay, so what? What? We had to point the character to where to walk, and now they can't walk forward. Okay.
Maybe the keyboard is backward. Maybe they can explain.
True. Jumping. Okay, now we did change how the jumping works in the game, but in this case, that would mean that the whole jumping feature is just gone. That wouldn't be too hard. I could still make the game despite having no jump. If we would just lose our beautiful animations we made. That was submitted by Curio. I don't know if I mentioned Moto in the first one. Surbet wants us to remove the tutorials. Less work for me in that case. Do you want me to remove the volume settings?
I was thinking, I want the nicest thing.
Okay, fair enough. Volume settings, yeah.
I was like, I want you to not like have the worst prompts. So.
Gotcha. TK wants remove the A key from being used. I guess in this case, unless TK and chat can clarify, that means that the A button here is just not used, and then the A on the keyboard is not used.
Here is the controller, by the way.
Yeah. That's what I'm assuming. But if TK wants to clarify, assuming it gets used, feel free to do so. Ruby says no game overs.
Wait, so you can die from like you die and how does it work in this game?
Well, I know exactly how so that would be a problem with the roguelike. To be fair, roguelike was never chosen. I just decided to put that in, so I could just remove it if I wanted to.
I got the bold wine in my.
Oh no. Essentially, what Ruby says is that when you die, it just loads you back to where you last were. Like, essentially, no game overs. But we're gonna roll this wheel 4 times, and if it's something that I was already not planning on adding, like sprinting and running, and what else was there?
You figure it
Look it up and down. So those two, I guess I could just remove them from because like they're not gonna happen regardless. So we're just gonna remove these 2 prompts so that they don't get chosen. Hold on, we don't have a way to look up and down, and we don't have a way to sprint or run. So let's remove those 2. Yeah, the rest of these are cool. So let's spin the wheel. Our first one on the list is remove tutorials. Okay, let me get a notepad up. Guess we're gonna do the same thing that we did last time. I'm gonna try and remember to do this for the future as well, because this makes it more fair, I think, or at least I attempt it to be more fair. Alright, so to remove tutorials, that just means less work for me. The next one... Oh, I forgot to remove it from the thing. Well, it's fine, we didn't get it anyway. Remove the A key from being used. I'm gonna have to ask TK what that means if it wins the dice roll. Let's remove that, and also let's remove tutorials. There we go. Technically, it doesn't change anything in terms of odds. Yeah, fair. Remove the colors. It's now black and white. Okay. Not a single bit of color. Not even our not even our beautiful red color. Oh, that's gonna suck. I mean, less work for me, but it's gonna suck to have a black and white game when I put so much effort in trying to get the colors to look nice.
I mean, one thing is that it is a what was it, dark game?
Dark fantasy.
Yeah, maybe black and white is not that bad.
That's true. All right, last spin. Let's see what our last winning one is. No game overs. Make it a filter when you beat it. You unlock color mode if you want. Okay, yeah, we can go with that. All right, these are our winning prompts. Hard to see there, I know, but it's tutorials. Remove the A key from being used. I'm gonna have to ask TK what that means again. I've said it like 3 times now. Colors. The game is now black and white, and no game overs. I am not gonna change the order of these. So I'm moving them off screen. Just remember the orders in your head. We're gonna do roll d4. The first roll does not count. Now we're gonna get that out of the way there. All right. Here we go. We rolling once. Not first to 3 or first to 2. Gonna roll once and see what we get. Tutorials, remove A key, colors, or no game overs. The game is now black and white.
There it is.
Honestly, that was the second least bad one out of all of these. Tutorials would have sucked because of how the game is, but that would have been less work for me. That's just it.
I think the worst one was.
For me, it would have been remove the A key. I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that would have been more worse. Okay, the game is now black and white. Victory. Yeah, another one of Andreas' prompts got chosen. All right, let me try this this mulled wine here. This little glug.
Very strong. It's alcohol free,
Ooh.
but it's strong.
Oh, it gets stuck on the tongue.
Right?
Alright, but yeah, filter is a good idea. Okay, in that case, what I will do, I'll keep making the game in color, like with colors in mind. And then when I'm getting to a point where I can where I don't need to make more assets, I'll put on the post-process filter to turn off the colors. Because the colors were nice and unlock them would be cool. Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, wasn't there a movie where there was a guy who I think he plays Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man. What it was?
Tobey Maguire?
Yeah, Tobey Maguire comes to a town that is black and white, and he's from a colored world.
Oh, no, I never heard of that one.
It's a movie.
Interesting.
So basically, if you unlock the color version, I don't know. It only made me think of that.
Yeah. Going to be going to bed now. See you at board games tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be there. You have a good night. Okay. Oh yeah, tomorrow is the Game Awards, and I'll be streaming that alongside with Andrea. I'll have it up. I'll have it up in the corner with our little in-flight movie thing. And speaking of which, I will be getting something for that right now. And yeah, we'll be doing a little bit of a bingo with that. Let's see here. What do we want to have? Once again, it's gonna be something I haven't.
Maybe girls.
Paramount just released a very Sonic Christmas, a 2024 movie, 3 hours ago.
Like 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll watch that during our food break. Let's go for a one short eye video. They always seem to land pretty well.
Okay, but then I let you.
Yeah. First of all, I gotta try these injury. I'm gonna try the thick one first, and I'm gonna eat the tail. Yeah, that was like on the hair of being done.
Yeah, I think even mines were like on the hair.
Yeah,
They should have been in the oven a little bit longer.
Let me try this one. No, this one looks good.
Are you saying all of those are underbaked?
No, they're just baked. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. See what you think. It might.
No, it is done.
Yeah.
I think it's just that it's a thicker.
It's a thicker dough.
Gingerbread, and
Yeah.
we're not used to it.
That's probably it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I still like it though.
Yeah.
Right.
It fits with the mulled wine because the mulled wine tastes so much. It was so strong, and the gingerbread cookies were very. It didn't taste much actually.
No,
I was a little bit disappointed.
I'm a little disappointed. We store bought the dough for this. We're a little disappointed by the flavor.
It was the store that had its own bakery, and they made the dough.
Yeah.
And I thought it was going to be better than buying like factory made. I would say it was not.
Yeah, no.
What is
Would have been better to do the factory or homemade. Would have been better actually.
I never made homemade.
Well, we could do that either next year or if we make more cookies throughout the month.
Yeah.
But yeah, these were okay. Probably not worth buying that dough again. Alright, but
I should let
yeah,
you work.
I did like that one better, the thinner one. But that's just a given. But yeah.
It's weird, like gingerbreads take like a lot of cinnamon usually, right? Cinnamon, cardamom.
Yeah.
This, I feel like they forgot the ingredient. Enough of chit-chatting about the bread cookies. I'll let Oni work on their project and listen to you.
Yes.
And if you want anyone to hop in for anything, let me know.
Yep. I will let you know. Oop. Alright. Let me. Bye. Alright. Let me turn on the video.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I just want you to answer the first thing that comes to mind, okay?
Sure.
What is Owl's Quest?
Alright. So
Do I have to be appropriate?
we got this to work. What the hell?
Somebody nailed a flat on my tree.
What's going on?
Wait a minute. That
Oh, I'm clipping through the ground and touching this. That's what's happening.
Is a little
Okay.
game that has legendary
Let's
for King's Quest speedrunners.
see if we can
And
do
when I
something
thought
about that.
Sharing this with all of you, I realized that to understand that meme, to truly appreciate the demented brilliance of it, we would have to dig deep. Today, I want to show you why I think Owl's Quest sits at the center of everything amazing about the adventure game genre, and maybe about everything in gaming, period. Owl's Quest is an AGA
Okay,
King's Quest
I need to see what is going on because.
visual page.
Okay, actually, I think I know what it is. I think the cube is clipping through the ground,
This is Ken
and that's not good if that's
the
happening.
founders of Sierra. To help explain just how important and influential the company was,
Let me unhide it real quick.
the guy who literally wrote the book. For people who might not know what the Sierra Adventure
That's
is,
exactly what's happening.
what
Okay,
is this book?
let's go ahead and make this smaller.
Specifically more of an oral history. It's as much as possible in the words of the people who were there. There's about 50 something people that I interviewed for the book, and that's from people from Ken Williams, founder and owner, down to people who just worked in the distribution, because they of course had their own distribution. They would copy the discs.
Yeah, one of the favorite things I did. I know I'm a box now.
Copying discs.
One of the favorite things I did was
It's the history of
this death animation.
people.
There's a full-on reference to Mortal Kombat mythologies.
Gaming
I love it.
There's the
Well,
fact
it's one of the best things.
graphical adventure game, which looks
Sorry, hold on.
from a
Okay.
2023 perspective absolutely awful. It's stick figures and my 6
We also got a actual like slashing
miles ahead of
animation done,
everything else on the market. When you move from Mystery House to Wizard
so we can actually do damage to enemies in some way.
horrible game.
I need to
But it's
add a cooldown,
Infocom was still doing like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
which is going to be very easy. I just need to tell it that hey, if you're attacking, then don't attack again.
We really have to look at
So let's find input action.
this was Sierra's flagship series,
Right.
the one that set
Branch.
the standard for adventure gaming for over a decade.
If
And
attacking
ever
is
since
true, then
Sierra
don't attack
pushed
again.
The technological envelope. In the first game, Sir Graham saves the kingdom of Daventry to become King Graham. The game box boasted of a 3D environment, which meant you could walk behind him.
Looks good.
But believe me, this was
Now I need to
previous adventure games had
figure out why the UI is not grabbing our health.
When you control the character, it's not just a static screen. You're actually walking, Graham,
UI main.
around that screen. Roberta is a very creative person.
The percentage is supposed to be tied to the BP's health points.
She's a creative person by default, so she would not care about the limits of the technology. Might be a way to put it. That's in my own words, but she just wanted what was best to serve the
Our health points is
In the
at
sequel,
1.
King Graham journeys to
Get
find
outta here.
Halima to find a wife. It's pretty much like the first game, but with an additional speed setting. And Dracula. The third game threw players for a loop because you play as the previously unknown character Gwydion, slave to the evil wizard Manana.
Get
It turns out
player
Gwydion is the
character.
son of King Graham, Prince
There we go.
Alexander,
That's what I did
who
wrong.
was kidnapped as a baby. Game 4 featured Graham's other child, Princess Rosella, on a quest to find a magical fruit that would
Let
save
me
the king's
change
life.
the damage this thing
King's
does.
Quest 4 was the first King's Quest game programmed in the SCI engine and had improved graphics.
Looks good.
It was also the first PC
But I needed to... It's
support
not launching me
sound
back.
Then King's Quest 4 is MIDI music, so that's a huge thing. They put
Hold on.
going away from the PC speaker
Because this is supposed to be like the damage taken
the King's Quest
event. This is what launched me back, right?
moving from
Instigator, get 4 vector,
was the development of the new engine
override.
sound cards. And so they didn't develop the sound card, but they said to Roland, "We're going to make all our games for this." You know, do us a
Print string. Did I accidentally cut this out? Like, so it doesn't trigger this anymore?
This game made another hit
Yes, I did.
with
Okay. Oops.
256
But let's keep that there.
It was also
Alright,
the
so
first
where did I mess that up?
point-and-click cursor interface. Some people were upset by this change,
Cast to
saying
this
that
goes
removing the
here.
cursor
If
also
if
removed
players
some
tag damage
functionality.
ally, we go up.
But Sierra was trying to appeal to a wider
It's
audience.
false goes here with bottomless. This part works just fine.
That's a bit of a myth with Sierra's first with a lot of things. They weren't. They would generally.
So let's go down to damage ally. True. Parry attack. False. His blocking. False. It goes over here. His dying. False. Is valid. Set health points. This one checks if health is 0 and false. This one checks if there's a bottomless, which is false. So we go to damage taken. So what's going on? Why is it not working?
1992 saw the release of King's Quest VI, where
Let's do a print string here so you can see if this event even occurs.
personal favorite of the series, and I think it has the best
Okay,
storytelling
that part
and
occurs.
memorable characters.
Certainly those first 5 and 6 King's Quest games, I think pretty much every one of them has something that pushed not just adventure games but the industry forward.
The 7th game has
Did I not get the forward vector from this? In that case, let's just launch the character anyway. We'll see what happens.
There were no verbs, just one icon for walking, talking,
Um,
and interacting with objects. But let's go back to King's
Why
Quest
is it
V,
not
because
able to
that's the game you need to understand to get Owl's
get the
Quest.
like? All it needs to do is get the forward vector. Maybe I shouldn't get
First
the.
King's Quest game that I remember playing as a kid with my father. It's possible we might have bought another one before this, but this is the one that sticks in my memory. Now, this game is hard. There are a ton of
The only reason why I want this to be okay. Let's just have a failsafe that if this doesn't work,
what I do remember
then
is
we'll
the world, the scary forest, the endless desert, Mordak's island.
then we go this approach. Get actor rotation. Get forward vector. There we go. And that is if it's false.
Like what? This one doesn't even make sense. It's like 3 feet, but that's not why we're talking about King's Quest V. We're here to
Whee!
talk about Cedric
Whee!
the Owl. After
Whee!
Mordak steals Graham's
Whee!
castle, Cedric explains everything.
I saw it all. Yes, I did.
With a little bit of fairy dust, Cedric and Graham fly to the home of Crispin, a friendly wizard. Crispin gives you even more backstory. Cedric then becomes your sidekick, following you the rest of the game.
You go with him, Cedric.
Show him the way.
Yes, you don't be such a coward.
I like
Get
Cedric
look
and
get
I remember getting really
rotation.
upset and scared.
Poor Cedric, having been seriously wounded by the victim,
look at.
he now lies moaning
And look
in
at
pain
rotation.
on the sandy path.
Graham, help me.
I actually cared about this owl.
Cedric, where do you hurt?
Everywhere.
But when I got
What do
older,
we do?
I found that Cedric had a certain
Shut up, Owl.
What if we do that instead?
Oh, hey, Cedric's dead.
Oh, nice. Shut up, Cedric.
reputation. If you had to describe Cedric the Owl as someone who had never played King's Quest V,
We need
Okay. Cedric the Owl.
Cedric the Owl is basically
we need a event. I'm gonna need this anyway, so
tutorial.
Have you ever played Ocarina of
took
Time?
damage.
Hey, look, listen, right over there. What's that? What's that? Do you see that? It's like, oh my god, relax. Cedric, we don't need you.
He's absolutely poisonous.
Graham, watch out.
A poisonous snake.
Be wary of that owl, because he's up to no good.
Because not only is he just always there, always taking up time, and always annoying as heck, his voice is shrill and he's lame. And
I love bad things that are so bad that they're good.
Turn that off.
Cedric is
Turn this off,
definitely
turn
in
it
that
off.
category with Mask of Eternity.
Let's find
So Cedric
here.
is so annoying and so silly and so grating that he's hilarious.
he deserves his fate in the end.
Alright, wait for it, wait for it. Here comes the best part of the game. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
Go.
Oh! Take that, Cedric, you jerk.
Save.
don't
Just
worry,
make sure.
Crispin shows up and takes care of Cedric.
Abracadabra! Here, eat this.
It looks delicious. I'm sure I will.
So first off, I was playing
Gonna
on
drink
Clock
more of this mold wine.
and I had no idea what Cedric sounded like. The CD version added voice acting. They didn't know if hiring professional actors would be worth the expense, so they built a little recording studio and cast Sierra employees.
Hey, what was that?
Out of all the voices, I'd argue that Cedric's is actually one of the better ones.
Yonder's the crystal cave. There you will find a yeti.
Bam.
Still, I can
Bam.
understand why some
Bam.
may find his falsetto a little grating.
Let's do a little bit more knockback. Wait, no, I need to do the multiplier here. I never got the knockback multiplier to be a thing. I forgot about that.
But it's pretty easy
That's
to
the wrong one.
find those on your own, and
No.
you quickly
Where's the
realize
damage taken?
Cedric
There.
seems to be thinking big thoughts right now, perhaps planning their next move, and so is not in a tough
Cedric is thinking big thoughts right now.
There, he doesn't do anything.
The programmers
Get
also had
knockback
problems with
multiplier.
Cedric breaking the game in certain scenes, so they
There you
just
go.
had him not go there.
I'll wait for you here, Graham.
Alright. I want to do a intense knockback.
So they had to have him not go into a lot of places and say, I'm going to wait out here, Graham.
That's a little too intense. Let's do 5. Because I want, like, if it's like a strong enemy, I want them to knock you back far. That's good. Okay, 5 will be the highest. 10 the lowest.
That's a good idea, Cedric. You be the
It's like a simple knockback, and 2 will, we can make 2 the default maybe?
Did listen to him. Oh, don't go in the desert. Okay, I won't.
Yeah,
Don't
2 will be the default for like enemies that do a lot of damage.
Cedric cannot be trusted. Don't listen to him.
Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here. Go if you want to. I'll wait here.
Where Cedric is really unique and special
Right.
is that no
Um,
advice he has for you is either completely unhelpful or he gives it to you right when you're already about to die.
Can drink some water.
No, Graham, don't.
Oh, Graham, don't!
Help! Help!
Let's see how. You know, I just want to see how far we can go. Let's do 1,000.
Cedric was voiced by Richard Aronson, a Sierra programmer responsible for Conquests of the Longbow, among other things. Here's my favorite bit of Richard Aronson trivia. There's a famous
Alright, let's do 100.
line called Eric and
I'm just fucking around at this point. Whee!
Eric and the Dread Gazebo. It's
Okay,
about
we definitely
a
cannot
dragon
do
section where
100.
doesn't know what a
Let's do
dragon
10 and
is
see how far we
and
go.
tries to attack it. The story is
Bam!
well known in Dungeons and Dragons lore and pops up from time to time in other places. For example, there's a gazebo monster card in Munchkin. Well, the author of this story is Richard Aronson. That's right.
Let's do
Wrote Eric.
for
The
a
Sierra adventure, Richard recalls the voice acting direction from Roberta Williams. Cedric is a very, very smart 5-year-old boy. He will make mistakes because he's so smart, so when he's not really sure about something, he'll say it's the absolute truth, but he'll sound a little uncertain. And he's an owl.
I would almost describe him.
I wanna
like
do
every
this.
90s cartoon needed to have an animal mascot. You know, it's like if for some reason, you know, it didn't
think.
matter who your hero was.
Oh no, I know what I'm gonna do.
They had to have a catchphrase.
Let me just find
That's
our
something that is- apparently Sierra thought that this was the
move
thing. I don't
actor
know.
event.
Normally you'd market toys
Because this is where I think it. No, it happens during the jump event. Jump event
Sean Mills
is where last known locations keep
doesn't
getting
share
set.
his negative sentiment.
And that's fine. We can do that. We can keep that there. Let's do a custom event.
If you play with Cedric,
Actor leaves ground.
or you talk to Cedric in any
Um,
King's Quest 5, he will give you hints about what is going on around.
Let's
you.
just
The initial
let's actually go ahead
goal
and
of
do.
is to help children when they're a bit stuck in the game, and he does.
Go and do that.
Aronson confirmed how
And let's
children
do a
were
timeline ad.
this interview with the Adventure Game Geek.
Let's stop naming these timelines.
Make the children who are playing the game, the younger ones, have
Um,
something to feel for.
I just want you to check.
Adults
Branch
Cedric for the first time as an adult.
is falling.
and children who encounter
That way,
Cedric
we should be
will
able to,
reconcile
if we get knocked back,
and when they
it should
played
remember
Cedric
our
for the
last
tour
location.
in the recording
Nope.
studio, everyone nearby could hear Cedric. And
Oh wait,
the
I've got
adults on
to
the tour would always be rolling
hook it
their
up to
eyes,
happen.
and the children would always be entranced.
Leaves ground.
Voicing a role. If you're voicing a villain, you have to commit to being unlikable sometimes. And you know, every actor knows that that's ever played a villain.
A villain, you say?
Cedric the Owl, lovable guide and feathered friend. Or is he? What if Cedric the Owl were actually Mordak, the evil wizard? The evidence is everywhere. When King Graham discovers his stolen castle, who is the first to arrive at the crime scene? Cedric the Owl. Cedric claims to care about Graham's well-being. If that is true, why does he continually refuse to help him? What kind of owl leaves their friend to die in the hot sands? Mordak the Owl.
Cedric would not return for any of the subsequent King's Quest games.
By the time 6 came out, was even being
oh, it's
worked,
because
I
it keeps
transferred to the
keeps
network.
resetting
And
it.
I
Let's do once,
the notion of doing more
and that.
I damaged my voice for that role, and my falsetto's never been the same. So I gave a portion of my
Yeah, there's a
portion of
problem
my
there with
voice
it.
to Cedric.
So we need a new way of handling
Hadn't forgotten about Cedric.
how this works.
In a rare Space Quest 4 Easter egg, Cedric appears in the Ms. Astro chicken game and can be blown up by the farmer. Due to a bug, this was almost impossible to see until a recent ScumVM patch. Cedric also shows up in Freddy Farkas, Frontier Pharmacist.
Cedric the Owl looks lost and out of place in the hot desert sun. If you listen close, you can almost hear him say,
Freddy, if you're going to go in there, I'm going to wait out here.
He always has.
Alright, here's what I can do.
If you go into this one scene, he flies in and he perches and he stays there. And then if you go out and you come back in again, there's a couple of vultures
During the
picking
damage
you to
taken
pieces.
event.
As much as you want to join in, leave Cedric's carcass for the buzzards.
Over time, Cedric's reputation as an annoyance became solidified. Here's an Easter egg in the AGDI fan remake of King's Quest II.
In order to earn your knighthood, thou must venture
Wait,
forth
I know
on
what I can do.
to kill
Actually leaves ground.
the most insidious and elusive of preys.
What is this prey? A dragon?
No. More wretched than that.
Let's do another branch.
Scourge of the low mountains? The flesh-burrowing scorpion?
No. But it does get under your skin.
Like
all
that.
the same.
If click damage is true, let's go straight to that. But if it's not true, let's do a quick set. The set relative location. Gonna have one for there, then one for here.
You're right. I ignored that baby owl's high-pitched hoots for help. Actually, I took delight in the sound of its vest shredding in the badger's claws. In fact, I scared the bushy-tailed picnicker away so I could gnaw on the owl myself. I spewed an evil laugh as I plucked the last feathery tendon from my teeth. I knew this would be the end of that irritable owl.
They actually
There we go. That looks good.
Christopher Lloyd to voice that.
What do you mean it's not good? What did I do wrong? Oh.
Now, I do have to ask you this. So you said that you think King's Quest V is vastly superior to the other King's Quest games. Why is that?
I think
I jumped down like that. Whee!
It's not quantifiable. I just think there's magic in that game that's just there's something.
You are perished.
It does everything right.
I'm gonna make the camera not go that far up, I think. Because it is a problem when
don't care
when it goes through the platform like that.
The way it's segmented, it's literally the journey narrative that they talk about in writing. And I think artistically it looks better than any of the others. King's Quest 6 comes close. I sometimes think of Roberta Williams, and I hope if she ever heard this, doesn't take offense, but I sometimes think of Roberta Williams as a fairy just sprinkling fairy dust on some of her games that just make them that bit better. And I just think she poured a bit more onto King's Quest 5.
So now
Yeah, I like
we
that
know the
better.
history of Cedric and of
Okay.
King's Quest.
You have
Well,
perished.
almost. As the 90s marched on,
Alright,
believed
save that.
player tastes were changing, and 3D was the way of the future. Not this 3D, this 3D. Prior to this, the company could develop technology to match Roberta's vision. But with Mask of Eternity, the final King's Quest game, they tried to do too much, too fast.
There's a tipping point there
Alright,
where they stopped being that innovator and started playing catch up. And it's around the 3D era.
let's go ahead and I think we're at a point where I can actually start. I think we can finally start the. No, wait, no. I was gonna finish this goddamn slime enemy. Because the slime enemy needs a new approach.
Maybe they invested so much in that as 3D was developing at the same time, they sort of missed that and jumped on later. I don't know. But yeah, so there is a time period though where they flipped from being the innovator, and they were, to
Tis beyond my reach.
Here's what I'm thinking.
According to Sierra animator Mark, we had a template that every
melee enemy.
is very ill positioned to switch to any new kind of game.
We're going to
Adventure games.
create
We made them very well. We made
a half circle actor to be like a punch thing. We're gonna have multiple variations, obviously. In fact, I'll probably make it so that you can set the model of the attack. Let's
You've got 3 games, and all 3 of them from the ground up are using different 3D engines.
Yes. Yep.
It's crazy.
I could never get a clear answer on that, and I spoke to quite high up management at the time, and
don't want this to be too high poly. I should have done this first.
Don't have an answer, and part of the reason they didn't have an answer is they were all developed in different cities.
Sean's talking about the fact that in 1993, the company moved its headquarters out of Oakhurst to Seattle. Originally, the plan was for Ken and Roberta to move to Seattle along with the business departments, leaving the Oakhurst location as a game production studio only. But game development soon followed the Williamses to Bellevue anyway, essentially duplicating the Oakhurst studio. Mask of Eternity had a difficult creation process, and many people left the team for less stressful projects. Complicating things further, Ken Williams sold Sierra to CUC International in 1996. A series of managerial shakeups followed, including another
that's the gingerbread cookies I made.
Davidson and
God, I still had it open.
Despite her being box, Roberta would later report she was not in control of the project.
I would say this isn't a role-playing game. This is an adventure game. It's completely different. But the argument the team would get back to me was,
This is not the right one.
games are in now. That's the thing. And it's true. They weren't lying.
Roberta would remove the more overt RPG aspects
Last
only
fade.
for them to be put back in and her changes taken out.
My team wasn't listening to me. They were kind of telling me that I could go home and they'd call me if they needed me.
At home, Roberta would tell Ken her game was being ruined. Eventually, Roberta regained some control and returned the game to something of her original vision. It came out in late 1998 to mixed reviews. Many mainstream publications praised it, but others were not so impressed. The controls were clunky, the game wasn't pretty to look at, and the added combat mechanics didn't feel like a King's Quest game.
See here, we're in the wrong folder.
Even more in context,
Hold on a
Mask
moment.
of
Let me
Eternity
find.
came out the same week as Ocarina of Time and Half-Life, a game published by Sierra. For her part, Roberta Williams still feels
There you go.
stung
That's
by
not the one I
game's
want.
legacy.
You know, I do have a reputation, and when we left Sierra, my reputation was pretty good. I think King's Quest VIII sort of brought it down a little bit, and it was very upsetting to me, that whole how that worked. And basically, I don't think that the King's Quest series was irreparably hurt, but it did some damage, and it did damage to me too, and to my reputation.
I'm very sorry to
Which
hear that.
really was very, not just bothered me, but it was very hurtful to me.
Amidst all this, the company fell victim to financial scandal. In December of 1997, Sierra's parent company merged with a hotel franchise owner to become Sendant. Sendant then discovered that CUC had been inflating revenue and fabricating income for years. Charges were filed. Sendant stock plummeted. Unfortunately, that same stock had been a significant portion of employee compensation.
Somebody said to me that they lost the value of a house in 4 hours, you know, and that's huge. That's people's retirement. That's people's life. You know, it's hard.
Sierra was sold to Vivendi, who effectively shut down the company in February 1999.
It's a computer ghost town. Empty hallways and locked doors where computer operators once manufactured high-tech, sophisticated games. Sierra Online Incorporated closes down its development studio, as it's called, in Oakhurst.
Oh, shocked. Really shocked. The main part of the company moved up
Looks
to
good.
Washington. This was
Like
a small
that.
division, and I think probably it's consolidation.
They would continue on as a publisher until 2008, but they were finished as a creative.
I just want to make sure I get the right orientation here.
Eventually, the magic ends. Sierra closes. One of the things that I think that you state pretty clearly in the book is it wasn't. Yes, there's the financial scandal, but it's not just that. So could you try to pull apart maybe some of those threads?
One of them, I think, is the move out of Oakhurst when they moved to Seattle. They lost that little family appeal that that small town had. You'd finish working with someone and you'd go home and, you know, someone from work would be just around the corner or living next door. They didn't just work 8 hours or 10 hours in the office. They worked all the time. They worked, they played, they partied. There's some stories I couldn't put in the book because I was asked not to, but I think when they lost that sense of community, that's one of the threads. I think the CUC scandal, that's obviously huge. I think the merger, prior to the scandal, I think the merger was a mistake. The other part of the merger had no idea how to market Sierra's games. They did typing tutors and educational stuff, and that's all great. But then their sales department were trying to sell Leisure Suit Larry and Phantasmagoria as well. That doesn't make sense.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
No, and they're not bad people or anything, but it is a different culture, and the cultures didn't merge. I mean, from what I
Weapon.
understand, basically, from day one of that merger, Ken was lied to.
Hit.
And then you get to an era where the industry became professional. It went from being a bunch of hackers, and that's what they considered themselves, just a bunch of hackers sitting around. You know, Black Cauldron was made between midnight and 8 a.m. in Ken Williams' office in his house. It moved to a professional system. You got games like this that are now selling $1 million.
The texture's
plus.
folder.
And Sierra made their livelihood on games that, if it sold 100,000, it had King's Quest on it.
Every year we'd do kind of an industry raft trip, and the whole industry would go rafting together. We'd take all of our employees, go down the rivers together, and throw buckets of water at each other. These days, it's more of it's a real industry, and you know, the goal here is to
Where the hell
points
is?
of market share.
Oh, what else went wrong for them? I think losing Ken is the driving force. When he stepped to Seattle and into management, Robert Holmes said to me that Ken had a really great ability to find talented people, but then not
Wait.
control
Oh,
them.
it's because-
If you have to pick one thing, the thread you pull is you take Ken Williams out of it, and it doesn't work as well as.
It's impossible to say what would have happened without the scandal, but there's a good chance the magic would have died anyway. LucasArts released its last adventure game in 2000. Amidst falling sales, they canceled sequels to Full Throttle and Sam & Max. The market had shifted. The adventure game genre, though not dead, wasn't what it used to be. There were still games, it just wasn't the blockbuster genre it had been. But adventure game lovers hadn't given up, myself included. So,
that way we can
what would
see.
fill the void? That's a question we'll come back to later. For now, I think it's time to show you Owl's Quest.
Alright, one thing I've realized here is I need to make this double-sided.
Well, one more thing, actually. Owl's
Because you need to be able to see from the other side that they punched.
Except the narrator. So I asked a very special guest to help me out.
Hi, I'm Josh Mandel, and you're watching a One Short Eye video. Give it a like if you haven't already.
Right, melee ally. We're going to copy this. First of all, that not gonna get set there.
They know of the horrible monstrosity that will invade their family.
Somebody nailed a fly out on my tree. I love the taste of paper. Wait a minute, that could be useful. Ooh, it says the birthday of Prince Alexandra and Princess Rosella will be celebrated in the land of the Green Isles.
He'd like to attend, but he can't because he can't fly. Crispin cursed him after Cedric soiled Crispin's flower garden.
I'll have to find a way to lift the curse.
Once we gain control, we find that
Weapon slash weapon hit.
I like how the eye has been cleverly redesigned as Cedric's monocle. And no, you're not imagining these spelling and grammar errors. You'll be seeing more of that. Examining the rest of the screen, if we click on the rock,
Cedric looks behind the rock to find a scorpion trainer.
Whatever that means.
I'm sure this will come handy.
To the north,
Cedric, look out! It's another poisonous snake.
A poisonous snake blocks the path to Crispin's.
I know how I'm gonna do the hit victory here actually.
Inside the tree,
Let's get another one of these.
Talking to yourself is a sign of madness, Cedric.
I wasn't talking to myself. I just accidentally clicked on me.
There's a yellow submarine hanging above Cedric's bed. For some reason.
Cedric looks at the brightly colored submarine.
I think they can tell what I'm doing, narrator.
Right. Took damage through falls and go down here. We check the valid target.
Back up top and to the west, there's a beautiful landscape with a giant hole. I mean, an inverted
Occasion moved
tower.
input. Before all of this.
Hello? Is anybody down there? Well then, who is it?
Rapunzel.
Ooh.
Well, aren't you going to get married?
Why don't you dust your hair?
Can't you see? The tower's
Enemy range.
I see. Well, I'll go see if I can find a way for you to get out.
I want the default value to be 100 for this.
Which is farther than Cedric ever went in King's Quest V.
The menacing scorpion blocks the path into the cave.
There's a scorpion here, and it will kill you if you get too close. Well, actually, you can get as close as you want to the scorpion. It's just when you click directly on the cave entrance, that's when you die. Thankfully, we have a scorpion trainer. Still have no idea what this is, but hey.
Cedric uses the scorpion trainer to scare away
Recombine struck pin.
Move it, Buster.
Branch.
Remember the words open sesame.
Ooh, like sesame seeds? Those are my favorite.
Just use it on the door, will you?
Inside the cave, there's a magic lamp, which we can use to get Rapunzel out of the inverted tower.
Cedric picks up the lamp and carries it with him.
Here.
This is true. The delay of
How am I supposed to get out of here?
uh
I wish I was out of here. Ooh, that's how.
No, don't I get a token of appreciation for getting you out?
enemy attack delay.
Remember that red wagon?
Gonna have some extra stuff here for this as well, but let's
Just stick with me.
let's just go ahead and let's do 1 second for the slime.
Cedric pushes the
Then
wagon onto the next screen.
spawn actor from class. Spawn the
Hey, be happy we got something.
melee enemies down there. Get actor transform.
Rapunzel rewards us with rocks, as if we couldn't have picked up rocks from just about anywhere on any of the screens. But that's what we need to get past the snake.
Enemy damage
Snake Slayer.
and enemy knockback.
We can now negotiate with Crispin to remove the curse in time for the birthday celebrations.
Oh, Crispin.
Cedric.
Ah, your flower garden looks lovely. Pity if something were to happen to it.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, but I would, Crispin. You see, I'm getting a bit tired of this curse.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. I'll lift the curse. Rippity, boppity, boo.
Save it, because we have 8 unsaved items now.
I'll be leaving.
And so, Cedric flies on to the land of the Green Isles.
Oh, I'm finally here. Excuse me. Do you know the way to the castle? Oh, why yes.
The small one is horrible. That's sorry, I just drank it cold. It's horrible when it's cold.
Well, I'm glad I finally got to help someone out.
Let's go ahead and try this out.
Uh-oh.
And that's the game. Except that's not all the game. We didn't talk about the bugs. You thought you were looking at jank, but oh no, there's more. If you get killed by the scorpion, try again doesn't work, and you have to restart the program. Sometimes Cedric can walk right over the inverted tower. Sometimes.
Cedric. Oh, no.
Rapunzel's down there, but her ghost is up here.
What did you want me to do again?
I already told you. Get me a steed.
Oh, gotcha.
Never do that again.
See these sliders? They do nothing. Grabbing the scorpion trainer earns you 1 point. Click on the rock again to get more points. You can get infinite points in the same way by clicking under the bed. And in the game's only Easter egg that I could find, you can eat the blanket and get this message. Google Translate tells me this means,
"That was the best vanilla cake Graham has ever eaten."
and this may have just been the best fan game I've ever played. I don't remember exactly the first time I played Owl's Quest, but it left an impression on me, as well as on the other people in the adventure game speedrunning community.
What is Owl's Quest? Okay.
Oh,
fan-made games.
that's the mistake I
all
made.
in their entirety are usually awesome in their own right.
Owl's Quest is the biggest abomination to the King's Quest storyline that has ever been created. And that includes Mask of Eternity. So
I'd call that one a parody more than anything. You know, it is a parody of King's Quest, and it definitely is a roller coaster. So
I have not played it. I am vaguely familiar with it. I laugh at the meme. I think it's great.
It's some kid envisionment of what in the hell sort of freaking thing twisted in his head that decided to just be like, I love Cedric, and he deserves his own game. Let me make some MS Paint drawing of him walking around with this ridiculous freaking half horsey ocean man voice crack sounding freaking voice imitation that is just equal parts idiotic, charming, and ridiculous. Honestly, it's not the worst one of those games I've played. Fan ones. They're worse. That's the
We need to set the scaler of the actors well.
Answer that, I think we first need to learn a little bit about Adventure Game Studio.
It is a freeware engine tool that enables you to make traditional style 2D point and click adventure games, kind of right out of the box. And you can get more complicated if you want to, but it provides, you know, you can make a simple game very quickly. My name is Dave Gilbert. I run a company called Wadjadai. We do point and click adventure games. Been selling them since 2006, and I've been making them since 2001. I started making them for fun, freeware, and then started selling them, and I've been doing that ever since.
Set
And my understanding is you've
relative scale 3D.
The entire time. Why have you stuck with AGS for so long?
There's something very powerful about a system that knows exactly what it is you're trying to make. It knows that you typically would need a background, inventory items, characters, dialogue, stuff like that. It also has its own internal logic and programming language, which I'm very familiar with already. You know, 21 years I've been using it, so I know all that.
What do you think about the importance of AGS to the adventure game genre?
This is a broad question, because so many adventure games are currently being made in AGS. And I think without it, a lot of these games would not exist. But even going back to like the early 2000s when I first joined, and when a lot of these games were first being made, it was during a time when the big commercial AAA companies had given up on adventure games.
There we go.
And so you didn't see them.
The slime doesn't do any damage at the moment. We're gonna set those to be just 1. No, wait, 0.1 and 1 by default.
It's like, you know, when you're an addict, any hit is still a hit. And that's kind of how we felt about adventure games. What rose to fill the gap was AGS. Because here was this tool
Gotta
that
change
was easy
how
to pick up, easy to use
wide
for
that
years. You had a lot
its
of
radius
folks
is.
making their own games. And yeah, you got some were crap, but some were really, really good.
Because like it's gonna see you,
managed
but
to fill this vacuum that was left by the larger companies kind of drifting away from adventure games. And it left a great opportunity.
change the enemy range for the slime a bit. Let's put it at 300.
Because, you know, I wouldn't want to compete with Sierra or LucasArts like in their prime. But now, because the big companies weren't making them anymore, someone like me could step in and be like, hey, here's something I made. What do you think? And I think in terms of the adventure game genre, that was huge. Just having these games available that people could play, even before people started selling them. And also the community was amazing. It fostered this wonderful community of people helping each other and talking about adventure games, and people became friends. I have lifelong friends from that community from way back then.
This is the wrong one.
It was definitely a part of gaming history, not just adventure game history, but just gaming history as a whole. And we didn't think of it that way at the time. But there was this sense that we were kind of on the cusp of something. You know, we were doing something. Like I was able to release a game, and people would notice it. And that was huge. That was huge, and AGS is what enabled that to happen.
Where's
I'm
my...
glad that
Oh, I closed it. Let's get the actor back up, because what I want to do is, since we're only one character, when you get hit, I want that to just apply, just turn off the collision on the thing. Let's do damage taken. No, overlap. Here we go.
You know, the monthly competitions, the mags. How did those? Do you recall how those?
Oh no, let's do damage taken.
That's kind of how I got my start.
Because I already drag out from it here.
But I don't think we had the term jam.
Set actor enable collision.
Studio contest mags, and the winner of the previous mags comes up with a theme, and then everyone has a month to make their game. That's how I got my start selling games, weirdly enough. I was in between jobs, and I had money saved up, and I didn't want to get a real job, and I decided to make a mags game, and I made a game called The Shiva, and and I enjoyed making it so much that I decided I didn't want to do anything else. I decided I'm going to try to sell this, and I added voice acting, got some of the art redone, and I started selling it just to see if it was something I could do. You know, it wasn't this huge seller, but
Hold on, I'm gonna do a very quick thing here.
alone in the craft department, so it was enough,
Set
just
to
enough to kind of, you know, keep me going for a little while, and enabled me to make another game, which enabled me to make another one, and here I am. So, yeah, I owe a lot to Mags.
Competitors have 1 month to create a game following a specific theme and rules set by the previous winner. In May of 2007, the rules were set as follows. Number 1, the main story
I don't feel like bothering with that.
has to be a modified classic fairy tale. Number 2, one
Gotta figure out
item
why
must be a
the
recognizable
slime
from a different fairy tale than the
isn't
one featured in the plot. And finally, a yellow submarine must be included in the game somehow. Only 2 entries were submitted that month. Roast Mother Goose by Theatrics and Owl's Quest by Joel Philip Page. And after the voting ended, there was one clear winner, Owl's Quest. So now we know a little bit about the origins of this game, but I wanted to understand it on a deeper level. And if you're familiar with my past videos, you might be able to guess what's coming next.
I don't know if you guys are speedrunning it. God, I hope not.
Owl's Quest is really a speedrunner's dream. There's a lot of exploits, skippable dialogue. The current world record is very optimized, but I think there's a lot of room for improvement still.
In December of 2020, it was time to speedrun Owl's Quest. It started out as most speedruns do, little more than a glorified, optimized walkthrough. But very quickly, David
French.
GKI told me about something that
He's attacking.
broke the game wide open. Instead of the lamp, you can give Rapunzel the sock. This skips the entire cave sequence. And on December 31st, 2020, I would be running the game when this happened.
We'll try it one more time.
That's how we do it. We skipped the 150. Well, I don't know how we could possibly top that, boys and girls. After an unbelievable grind, I had finally gotten the run. Cedric behaved for once, and I got excellent poisonous snake RNG. The movement was so optimized, I didn't see how a lower time was possible. I was confident the run would stand the tests of time. Just kidding, I ran it for like 20 minutes, the movement's terrible, there's no RNG in the game at all, and Cedric will never behave, ever. Still, that record would stand until April 2nd, 2021. Runner Santa Claus discovered something else about Rapunzel.
Why are you not going back?
Even more. Any inventory item will work on Rapunzel, not just the sock. Before this, you would free Rapunzel and then walk all the way back to the wagon. Now, you can assemble the steed, push it over, and give her the note, saving a trip back. The result of this incredible strat, a 59.7.
Okay, let's see here.
1 minute barrier broken. Santa Claus would remark,
They said one Short Eyes record would stand the test of time. They said it was optimized and would never be beaten. But I believed in myself and in the unthinkable. Mostly the unthinkable.
but I would not be kept down. No, this was my record to take back. And on the same day, an hour later, 53.86. I had also started running the game in Adventure Game Studio version 3.5, which ran smoother and provided a little speed boost for me. But Santa Claus's game seemed to already be running at those speeds, so it didn't actually give me an advantage. The challenge of the run comes from the fact that the cursor disappears during animations. If you run the game windowed, you can line it up with where you need to be, but you're still operating in the dark. Proper cursor placement relies on muscle memory and good.
Let's just add
For instance, here I
value.
save a little bit of time
Tacking.
by mashing left click when the cursor isn't on the screen. The new record was unthinkably fast. But you know what they say about the
Tack.
unthinkable. Sometimes you just have to think a little bit harder.
This is a fan game. We're going to play through it casually once, and then we'll speed run it a few times.
Right.
Some people have asked me before, is this a real game? And it's a real game as in somebody has made it, but... Okay, here we go. What the heck was that? Okay. That was terrible. Such a stupid run. Don't encourage
There we go.
I think Sluice has the right idea. That's better. We'll do a couple more. Okay, here's my idea, because the world record does this first, but I was thinking you have to, if I go to the right first, if I go to the left first, then when I come back, I mean, I have to go on this anyway, but if I go, like if I go here, right, he has to walk a little bit anyway, so I was thinking that that would save a few seconds. If that makes sense. And then he's out. But then I guess it doesn't matter too much because then he's there. I have to move back anyway. Never mind. Chat says we got to do more. We're on fire right now. 10 more gifted subs if world record.
Can you start moving towards the snake and then use the object? Or is it like 7 in which...
I think that's a good enough enemy, honestly.
Actually a bad,
I'm gonna sit here for too long if I keep trying to perfect it.
And then prep it. Do you even need the Snake Slayer?
You can't use it on that.
They actually programmed something right in this.
Alright. Let's go ahead and create a slime enemy. Trying to think the best approach to animate it. Obviously the model is gonna look like something very low poly. Like that.
That was a 52. Somebody clip that. I think that was a 52. That was it. That was a 52.
See here.
You're a madman, Shrek.
It was my proudest accomplishment as a King's Quest speedrunner. It was the most impressive 52 seconds in all of speedrunning. And to this day, it's second on the leaderboards because Hazmat Cat Pat came in and got a 51. They played it faster, better, I guess. So now we know about King's Quest. We know about Adventure Game Studio, and we know the game. But what
So this is gonna be like a, I'm thinking of this being a billboard effect. Doesn't mean it will always face the camera.
Where I downloaded the game originally, I didn't think the archive.org page had contact details, but
Let's see here. We're gonna have.
He made other games.
Let's check out Tales of Chickenry. Excellent. Tales of Chickenry, Chapter 1, a stunning
I
start
think the
of
best approach here. I think
magical
just
solutions.
moving, just pull this part back, maybe a little bit of the other one, so we're gonna have a few boats.
One day, disaster struck Chickenry. The princess had been kidnapped. Sir Charles was called to a council with the king.
Right. Here's my idea.
Call me, O king. My daughter, Princess Henrietta, has been kidnapped by the wolves of Dogdruff. Please go and
Root.
rescue her. I will accept this quest and rescue your daughter.
And so Charles sets on an epic journey to save Princess Henrietta. So I thought, well, okay, we're out here. Can we go back in? And by the way, it's controlled with the arrow keys. If you go back to that screen, which is actually kind of hard to do,
This bone will be called top. And I'm thinking like when you hit them, it kind of jiggles a bit.
Sort of. All right. Let's try going this way. What? What happened there?
Could I get a ride over to Black?
Eyeball. First eye.
You should get a meal at the tavern before you go.
The sea looks dark and forbidding. Someone told me that some of these screens are ripped from World of Warcraft. I don't know if anyone can tell me that. It would not surprise me if we could somehow like brute force this and go out of bounds to go over this, but I won't try too hard to cheat. What does this say? You take the notice slip off the post. Oh, I wanted to read it. Notice.
I'm just gonna call this tail. And for the last one, I want to rotate it and put it down here. This is for jumping, and it's gonna be called bottom.
Oh, look. Oh, animations. What's this? Sir Charles bends down and picks up the paper. He then throws away his other paper. What? Can we only have one piece of paper at a time? We can only have one piece of paper at a time. Okay, let's try going.
Just an old painting. What? Wow, it's safe. This must contain my family fortune. It looks like I'm supposed to type in 3 numbers, then push star. There! What? Only 2 coins? Oh well. It should
What?
help a little.
I just put in 666 as a joke and it gave me 2 coins. At this point in the game, I tried to do the puzzle correctly, but that messed things up pretty bad. These blue coffee cups are the default image in Adventure Game Studio, which I think means that the inventory items didn't load correctly. After restarting a few times, I eventually used the cheaty method to get 2 coins. One I used to buy a meal at the tavern, and the other I used to book passage to the Wizard's Island.
Alright, here we go.
Whee! But it's Charles.
Gonna need a an eye texture.
Whoa!
Why did you wake me up? The bridge broke down in Chickenry. That blasted bridge breaks down all the time. Well, I guess I'll have to fix it. Now to fix the bridge. Abra-dumabra. Well, ta-da! Well, ta-da!
All right.
Ah! Well, I guess I'll have to find another way out of Chickenry.
Oh, this face says it all. Look at that. Is there something I have to do? Sir Charles has fallen into a hollow barrel. Where does it lead? Oh. Okay.
Who are you?
I am the maker of riddles.
Tell me, is there another way out of this tunnel?
Yes, but to get out of here, you must first answer my first riddle.
My mic is broken, but what if I say my lines into this old answering machine? And so, Sir Charles continues on his way through Dogdrift to rescue the princess.
Zebulon! There has been news that a knight of Chickenry is coming to rescue the princess!
What? Impossible. There must be a way to stop him. Ah, yes. My magic book. Send for it at once.
Okay, so at this point, Charles is trapped in a magic book of fairy tales and nursery rhymes.
So all I need to do is end the story and I can leave?
Personally?
You run around solving puzzles and doing things like this.
Oh, I'm on fire!
It would work! What the hell?
Eventually, Charles escapes, and this is where I ran into a major problem. On this screen, I had to get past a guard dog, but I couldn't move, and none of the inventory items worked on anything. Unable to progress further, I had to give up and move on to the next game. The best way I can describe Test Rat Escape is that it's an anti-adventure game.
All right, check this out. Here's your menu. Even better, right? Now check this out. All right, you click on this. It's an eyeball, right? Do you think you can look at stuff? No, the eyeball is the walk command. The mouth is the hand icon.
I can't pick that up.
This is your inventory.
I didn't get very far in this one either. The last game I played on stream was called Lif and the Treasure of the Tanones. It has a really cool Southwest desert aesthetic, and you get to play as a cute lizard.
It's no use talking to that. Oh no, it's my water bill.
That's cute. Does that say camera on the bottom?
To inform you that you must pay $5,000 for your water bill, which is extremely overdue. You have until tomorrow to send it in. How am I gonna pay that off? Hey, I'll just get some money out of my safe. If only I hadn't forgotten where it was.
Sadly, I had problems with this game too. I needed to watch this videotape to get a combination to a safe, but the video file refused to play.
I'm sorry, folks. There's nothing I can do about this stuff. Oh, man.
And after all that, I still wanted, no, needed to understand the man behind the madness. Okay, detective time.
T slime I.
Now, look, this site doesn't look like it's been updated since 2007. I wouldn't be surprised if... Thank you for agreeing to this. This is really a treat for me. So, what is your background? Where are you from? What do you do? That sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm from Wichita, Kansas. I'm the youngest of 5. All my siblings play like King's Quest and LucasArts Adventures and that kind of things growing up. A lot of my cousins too. My sister made me a Cedric the Owl sweater for Christmas last year, so I still got that. That was kind of like the tail end of, I feel like, that big stuff. I remember getting like King's Quest 7 for Christmas one year, and it was like this big deal, and we all played it, sat around for hours playing it. Yeah, my parents are pretty frugal, so we only get to play, buy a lot. We never had a gaming console or anything, so I was kind of stuck with PC games when like Xbox was like a new thing. They were always instilled in me like, oh, you can make that kind of thing. So my dad tried to get me into QBasic, and that was a bit rough. And then I found like Game Maker and RPG Maker, and like, these aren't quite what I wanted because I was really into like King's Quest and that stuff. And I was like, there's got to be something that can make this. So I found a
T slime body.
Big community there of people that were like really into that kind of thing. And it seemed like no matter how crappy of a game you made, it's just like, oh, it's an adventure game. It doesn't matter, So I was like, it was kind of fun. So I really got into that from like, I think it was around like 6th grade to like right out of high school.
So your parents encouraged it then?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my dad is into computers some. He had like did all like the punch hole stuff in high school programming. They let me be on there as much as I wanted as long as I was making games.
So you were pretty young when you started making those.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it was because like Tales of Chickenry, that one started out like as a platformer and game maker. I don't know, it's just because that's what I could do. I kind of like Sonic, so I was like, oh, I'll try to make something like Sonic, but that's a lot of physics, and it was pretty hard to do. Yeah, and then I grew up on a farm. I raised the chickens, and so it kind of was like, oh, chickens, I know that. But that was kind of a good one to get my foot in the door, because I just like, if you could tell, all the backgrounds are like, most of them are from like World of Warcraft. I just go to a random spot and take a screenshot, and then I used to do a lot of claymation videos too, so all the characters were easy to animate, and that it was just something I did pretty quick and didn't really worry about it too much. And that one is luckily because I had a lot of like play testers, and the one guy that did the voice acting wanted to do all the voices, and he's like, oh, and I want to play test it, and he had a lot of feedback, so that one actually was more solid than a lot of the other ones I did because I just kind of made them and pushed them out and didn't really care like how playable it was. I don't know. I think I was just kind of inspired by what I was seeing at the time because I know like the Lift one. I had an aunt that lived on the res, Arizona. That's where I live now. Not on the res anymore, but I did for a bit on the Navajo reservation. That area kind of inspired me to do that kind of art.
I did ask Joel about the difficulties I was having with his games. He told me that you're supposed to be able to use the fire on the dog, but if that wasn't working, it was probably a bug. He also sent me a walkthrough of Lif and the Treasure of the Tannons so I could get past the safe, which I did, but then there was another bug that prevented me from getting any further. Even with the wide range of
There we go.
FPS games, it seems like most of them they go for a humanoid protagonist. They're in sort of a normal setting, but your game sort of had this,
What I could do is set the bone to always face the camera, actually.
Was that conscious, or was that just sort of like, this is what I'm gonna do, and why not?
Probably the latter. Yeah, I don't.
But I like this approach. We're gonna call this
I was really inspired by different like
enemy slime.
Raven one I did was just like.
I'm gonna have to create more enemies eventually.
Children's book.
But for the time being, let's just get the slime so that we have something to work off of.
I was just going for something like that. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, most of them.
The enemy is gonna have.
Yeah, thinking back, I'm like, oh, why didn't I do that? But maybe I just grew up around animals and taking care of them, and yeah, I just like drawing birds too. So
it's gonna have a few animations.
What I did in my free time was drawing.
Let's first get ref posts.
I know a little bit of the story, and that there was like the monthly mags contest. But if you could just sort of tell that from the beginning of, the beginnings of the game, what inspired you to make it, and so on.
Well, it's hard to remember because it was a while ago, but and then yeah, I guess I don't remember what the rules
And-
were for the thing. I think it was something about fairy tales, and that kind of fits King's Quest.
SL.
Most of them have some kind of fairy tale they throw in. at some
slime
point, like Red Riding Hood or
idol.
whatever. At the time, I was really interested in that, or that fan game was for King's Quest, the Silver Lining one. So I was kind of thinking like, oh, well, what if they had Cedric in there? That'd be funny.
The Silver Lining is an episodic fan-made King's Quest sequel. Cedric actually does appear in the Silver Lining, sort of, as an Easter egg. But that didn't happen until Chapter 4, which was released 4 years after Owl's Quest.
What is this? I think it's laughing at me.
I knew that Cedric's kind of got he's kind of the butt of all the jokes about it, and not like, so it's just like, oh, what if we can see things from his perspective?
Gotcha. And I do remember there was one other rule, and it explains something. You had to have a yellow submarine in it.
Oh yeah, I think I just threw that at his house for some reason. I don't think I was very creative with it. And
It's just on the wall, and
you're like, oh, that's why there's a yellow submarine in his house. There's no logical reason.
How old were you when you made that?
I think I would have been like a freshman in high school, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm 13 or 14.
That makes a little more sense.
Yeah, because all the spelling, I don't know. That's it.
I guess that is a question that some people have is are the spelling mistakes intentional, or is it a characterization thing because of Cedric, he's kind of derpy, or
just being a freshman? Yeah, I was like, I don't know where to put the comma, or it's there or there. Or...
And that's 2. Count 2. Rapunzel's misspelled. Get that 3.
The lady has problems. He's satanic.
4.
See, the tower's been invented.
5.
Ooh, I see. Well, I'll go
6.
see if I can find a way for you to get out.
There are 6 grammatical and spelling flaws in that one conversation.
That lady has problems.
I don't know. So yeah, totally just, I didn't know spelling very well yet, or grammar. Yeah, and then I remember I got a lot of people
Get
saying,
another bone in here.
He says to go to the left at the end when he's telling the guy where to go, and he's clearly going to
Hey,
the
TK.
right.
Body. I'm gonna do one more. Go call that route.
It's just like, frustrated by that.
Body will be connected to
to use the King's Quest 7
root.
I guess because
Bottom, you
that
need to
was the
be
one
connected to root
Yeah,
as
I mean,
well.
that's probably like my ideal. That was like my introduction to King's Quest. Which, looking back, I'm like, oh, is it such a great design? It seems kind of I don't know. It's taking up half the screen.
The
it's
eyeball I
kinda
want to connect. I want
funky,
connected
you
to the
can see
root.
everything all the time. But
Everything else can
Is it
be
just
connected to the
a
body.
curiosity? Who did the voice acting for the game? Was that just you, or did you recruit people?
no, I think that was all me. On my other games, I had recruited some people to do it, but you know, anyone can do a Cedric voice. You just talk high, and that's about it. I probably wasn't a great Rapunzel voice. I think my sister was like, she sounds like a man.
Let me ask this.
Yeah, I lost the full rainbow. But Andrea, who wrote the prompt, gave me an idea to kind of like make it so that I could still work with colors. When you beat the game, you unlock the colors, and I like that idea. So we're gonna go with that.
Having the game be a little bit buggy and a little bit
just off.
goofy and weird really fits the character.
Yeah. No, I don't think it was very intentional, and I might have been aware of some of them, and some of them are just like, oh, whatever.
That's probably the coolest fucking slime animation I've done.
But playtesting is not something you can really accurately do because you know how it's supposed to work.
Okay, this is another question. What is the Scorpion Trainer? What is that supposed to be?
Okay, so like, well, yeah, it's just gonna be an overlay.
Kind of a take on just like adventure games where it's just oh, you ain't a thing, you get a scorpion.
Like people who have not seen the streamer playing is gonna be like, what the fuck is all this about?
Like ambiguous kind of shape. You don't really.
But hey, that's why you need to be here to see the whole process.
King's Quest 5 is like,
Okay.
use the tambourine on the snake and then it goes away. I don't know. It just.
There's slime idol. Let's do slime walk.
Kind of making fun of that.
Be gone, you slithery varmint. Scat.
I love things that are just kind of off and bad in some ways, but enjoyable. I think that's why Cedric's so like lovable, is because he's so bad in a way, but also like you just like love to hate Cedric. So he's like a good character, but probably not intentionally.
Do you think that Cedric deserves the kind of internet hate that he's gotten over the years?
Well, I mean, like I said, I love Cedric, but I like to imagine him as like intentionally kind of a troll, where he's, you know, he always tells Graham like, "Don't fall in there," after he fell in, you know.
Ooh, watch out for the bear, Graham.
I don't know. I like I said, I love to hate Cedric. I don't think King's Quest 5 would be very fun if they didn't have a Cedric.
What do you think of when you look back on those years when you were making all those games? You know, do you look back at that with fondness or look back at it at all? How do you feel about that?
No, I really like making games. I don't know. I know some people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna go indie and do my own thing," and just like, I wasn't there, and I don't know if I would ever be. But
Slime.
I did a little bit after high school. I got help. I did some like HTML5 math games.
Combat.
And then I messed around with Unity for a bit. I've kind of picked that up recently though, just trying to like just playing around making a game and doing art for one. And I don't know, it's a lot of fun. So I kind of miss that. I think that's encouraging though. That I don't know, someone's out there playing it, whether it's funny, you know, to just laugh at like, oh, what's this crazy game.
In thinking about, you know, the last couple of days and just generally, I think that there's value in just making small things that like, kind of like you said, a lot of people, you know, like, oh, I want to be a full-time indie dev and I want to make this, but I think there's value in having those little things that are just sort of like, you know, I made this, it doesn't need to be anything other than what it is, and hopefully some people get some sort of joy or laughs out of it, and that's really valuable too. What do games today owe to Sierra? What is Sierra's legacy? How has that felt?
Honestly, everything. The fact that they were there and the fact that they showed that it could be an industry, I think is important. It's not just a bunch of guys working in their garage making games, because that's what games were before that. When Sierra started, it was very soon after that the big video game, the Atari video game crash happened. And
I think the feature works already if you look in your media channel.
all these big retailers were like,
What did you put there?
it's past, let's move on, like they had with so many other things. People like Sierra,
Come on.
I think they
Discord, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna throw you in the wall.
This wasn't something that was going to go away.
Haha, I get it. Funny joke, I get it.
Through that unsettling period, created games that were selling a lot of copies, pushed PCs into the home, always pushing the art, they're always pushing the resolution, was always getting higher, number of colors, you know, sound, just all of it. I think other people would have gotten there, but the fact that Sierra got there, and they got there first or very close to the front, and they pushed that forward. I think without Sierra, yeah, we'd still have an industry. I think it would be not at the level that it is now. I think they're there because of.
Oh, no, it's a tail.
Sierra.
We need to do this with the bottom.
You know, when I'm feeling particularly disconnected, there's a thought experiment I do sometimes to stave that off. I pick an object nearby, like this book, for instance, and I think about all that had to happen to bring that thing into creation. I think about the 50-odd people that Sean told me he interviewed for this book. That's 50 lives that went into this. And then each of those people had family, friends, mentors, and education that made them into who they were to help create this story. Of course, you have Sean himself and his support network, his education, his years of hard work to bring this to fruition. And if you want to go further than that, I suppose you could talk about the printing process itself. How many engineers were involved in the process that makes it possible for this physical object to now exist. Heck, right down to the person who threw it into a truck and drove that over to my mailbox. And I guess it's a reminder that you can find wonder and awe in the mundane. And a reminder, too, to be kind to yourself. You deserve it because you're a part of all this, too.
Top, you need. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. With like the bounciness and all this stuff, I like it. Actually, for this one, I'm going to go ahead and make this top clear pose, and then we're going to do that so that we get a perfect circle. I guess I should have a way to make the. Let's get another 8-black movie here real quick.
You know that feeling when you think you know
I should have a way to make the slime probably do actual damage towards you.
Let me show you.
Okay, come on, super sleuth, please, please, please. No!
Because I think like this will be more fun if like
Oh my god.
when the slime jumps like this towards you, that can hurt you.
This is the very end of the Colonel's Bequest. It's a
But I also need to make it so that I'm just gonna make every enemy act the same way.
It's a measure of how much you found in the game, how good a detective you are. And in the Colonel's Bequest,
Let's,
there are secrets. Many, many secrets. Even veteran players are unlikely to
Slime
know
attack.
everything. But tonight, I want to pull back the curtain, dive deep into the game's hidden details, and show you how it really works. Because the mystery of the Colonel's Bequest doesn't end with figuring out who done it and why. That's just where it begins. Of course, the game technically begins, really, with the box. A silhouetted figure in a wheelchair, lightning, and something else more sinister. Inside, we find a map of the Misty Acres plantation, a magnifying glass, and a series of fingerprints. The manual gives us handy character descriptions. I'll be quoting from this directly later on, as well as a design document from the Sierra chest, which I'll link in the description. The game opens with haunting music. It picks a fingerprint at random and asks us to identify it, a clever way to present the copy protection. If you get it wrong, the game tells you that tickets to the performance are sold out. The framing device of the story is that this is an interactive stage play. After choosing the correct fingerprint, the game tells us the curtain is about to go up and to please be seated. someone signs a
Dude.
will. And then a bloody dagger pierces
Yes.
the paper.
Rule 4.
Then we meet the cast of characters as they're paraded on stage. Colonel Henry Dijon is a gruff old man. He's wealthy, eccentric, and reclusive. His name is a reference to Clue's Colonel Mustard. A little note on the pronunciation here. I know it's supposed to be pronounced
Henri.
or something similar, and believe me, I really tried.
No, he really didn't. Non, il ne l'a vraiment pas fait.
But listening back to what I recorded later, I failed miserably and I apologize. He lives alone except for his servants, Celie, Fifi, and Jeeves. Gertrude, or Gertie Dijon, is the widow of the Colonel's younger brother. She has 2 adult children. Rudolph, or Rudy Dijon, has a reputation for gambling and womanizing. He's named and modeled after 1920s actor Rudolph Valentino. Gertie's daughter, Gloria Swansong, is an aspiring actress and named after real-life actress Gloria Swanson. Ethel Prune is the Colonel's younger sister, and you can usually catch her in a rather tipsy state. Ethel's daughter is Lillian Prune, an extroverted and rebellious flapper who drinks, smokes, and dates several young men. Dr. Wilbur C. Fields is the Colonel's longtime personal physician. The name is a reference to comedian and actor W.C. Fields. Clarence Sparrow is the Colonel's attorney, named after the American lawyer Clarence Darrow. We play as Laura Bow, a 20-year-old journalism major at Tulane University in New Orleans. Her name is a play on Clara Bow, the silent film star. Laura isn't a blood relation to any of the other characters, but she attends college with Lillian and considers her a close friend. Lillian has been invited to her rich Uncle Henry's estate for a family reunion. Her uncle lives on a private island in the middle of the bayou. She invites you, Laura, to come along. Since this sounds more fun than staying home and studying for next week's biology test, you readily accept. 2 nights later, Laura and Lillian embark on a boat ride through the bayou. The deathly silence of the swamp is only broken by the shrill cry of a loon. The skiff glides to the island dock where you and Lillian then disembark. You expected a lovely estate set in the privacy of a beautiful bayou island. You didn't expect an old, run-down house and unkempt grounds on a lonely island in the middle of a dark and spooky swamp. Lillian, however, does not seem to share your trepidation. At the front of the house, the door creaks open to reveal a tall, imposing butler. Lillian seems surprised that Jeeves doesn't remember her, and the two are ushered into the dining room.
Oh, it looks so good! Once again, the eyeball is gonna face the camera all the time, but look at that, it looks amazing.
The reason for this gathering becomes clear. He informs the group that, aside from Laura, everyone at the table...
I think we can make it look just a tiny bit better. Let's have the eyeball be delayed.
Equally to the surviving parties. Tired, the Colonel leaves the room, and the bickering begins.
That's the top, not the eye.
Lillian
So does that eye be delayed?
She excuses herself to freshen up and encourages you to explore the estate. And thus,
oh, perfect. So bubbly, yes. It's so subtle, but it helps. The little like delay on the eyeball. It's very subtle, but I like it. See if we can get it.
When you do things like entering a certain screen, you won't know what the triggers are, and you get no warning about it either. This means you can advance time.
I love that. I love it.
You just miss those clues and conversations. This also means that to progress, you often wander around aimlessly. Depending on your point of view, this is either frustrating or a neat way to add
Let's get a
replayability
little
and tension. In either case, the first time you play the
bobbiness
game,
to
you're
this.
not going to see everything, not by a long shot. So, for the next few minutes, we're going to recreate that experience to help you understand the context of the amazing details I'm going
Let's
to
go
share.
with that, actually.
I'm going to take on the role of someone familiar with
Bam.
adventure games and who enjoys mysteries, but doesn't know much about this game and isn't perhaps the most thorough. This will be a
Slime zoom.
of course, but still, from here on out, we're in major spoiler territory. In the adjoining guest room, Ethel sits next to her bed, nursing a drink. You ask her about a few of her family members, and she tells you she wants to see
Let's
them. You tell her that Lillian
let's
went
do
to
the
you decide to see what's taking your friend so
Slime
long.
hit. It's a rep post with this, I think.
Lillian
Yeah.
finishes up, and you wash up too. The journey.
Actually, let's go ahead and use this. We're just gonna make it more intense.
All right, time to in the
Slime
Fifi,
damage.
share a moment you probably weren't intended to see. You talk to Henry Dijon, but he's less than accommodating. As you walk down the hallway, you notice deep scuff marks on the floor near the two armoires. Not surprising given the poor state of the house. A grand staircase leads down to the lower level. The faint ticking of a clock echoes through the halls. Downstairs, in the billiard room, you interrupt a conversation between the siblings Gloria and Rudy. You talk to them and learn about Rudy's money problems. Across
I picture the slime sliding forward as his eyes butts you. That's kind of what I'm aiming for, yeah.
Specified problems. In the back downstairs hallway, double French doors lead out back. It's real creepy and dark out here. You shiver at the thought of venturing outside alone. Perhaps you ought to go back inside. You feel better now that you're back in the house. You find Dr. Wilbur C. Fields reading in the library. Jeeves enters and offers him a drink. You try to get one yourself, but the game makes a massive assumption. You talk to the doctor, an action you quickly regret. He certainly lives up to the name Fields. In the Colonel's study, a small glass case sits on the desk. Inside is a pistol, a little silver derringer mounted upon a blue velvet backing. There's also a cabinet housing the Colonel's weapons collection. You close the cabinet and continue looking around the house. As you come back upstairs and check on Gertie's room, the clock strikes 8. Gertie's fallen asleep, so you let her be. But as you leave, you notice a white handkerchief on the floor. You pick it up, but notice nothing remarkable about it. You enter another guest room and... you suddenly don't feel so comfortable hanging around Rudy. You decide to check in on Gertie again and find signs of a struggle. You peer through the open window into the darkness outside. You think you see something, but can't make out any details. From the hallway, you see someone walking outside on the second-story veranda. Quickly now, you head outside to the grounds beneath Gertie's window.
What's a point click you would want to see remade or remastered? Good question.
You hurry back inside the house, into the billiard room.
A pipe dream for me is the Atlantis games, the point and click Atlantis games that I grew up with. Those are just absolute. I love them.
Maybe the killer is still around, but moving the body, you head to the west and come upon Wilbur and Clarence having an argument. You follow them all the way to the dining room. You try telling the doctor about Gertie, to much the same result. Trying to find someone who will listen, you enter the kitchen. Lillian certainly seems upset about something. Unfortunately, she doesn't believe you about Gertie either. A short while later, you find Gloria and Clarence playing billiards. Frustrated, you can't help but think there must be some way to eavesdrop on all these conversations you keep missing. And that's when you remember the scuff marks near the armoires upstairs. You grab the side of one and pull. In the secret passage, you find a cane. Curious. On the wall, there are 2 pictures with holes where the eyes should be. You look at the one to the north, the one facing the Colonel's room, and you see... you saunter into the Colonel's room, thinking you might call him on his bluff, but the game doesn't let you. Back in the hall, you wonder what's behind the other armoire. Rudy and Clarence are having some strong words. You learn that Clarence and Gloria were dating, which Rudy has some opinions about. Curious as to where Rudy went, you climb the stairs to the attic, a place you haven't visited yet. This must be Fifi's room, which she's fixed up nicely. Less nice is Rudy's presence. It's been a while since you've been outside, so you venture further and find a ramshackle playhouse. Seeing these long-ago playthings makes you wonder about the children who used to live here. You knock on the door and find Lillian inside the leaky old playhouse. You try to talk, but she's busy reading to her stuffed animals. You back away slowly.
No.
And what's this? Rudy wandering
Oh,
around
he's
the
one.
plantation.
Clear. Clear single.
Follow. Something's wrong. I can feel it, he says. I don't understand what's going on around here. Where is everybody? You keep following until Rudy and Clarence have an altercation in front of the mansion.
Like game like the one in the videos. I feel like we could have or even could have the type of fair. Yeah, you know that is also fair. I think that would also work as a nice little thing.
You wonder what the Colonel would say about that. You wander a bit more, then find the Colonel and Lillian in conversation. Well, we know what to do about that. Lillian is upset that Henry doesn't care about her the way he used to. After all those years of visiting as a child, she thought she was special to him. But to the Colonel, Lillian was just an insecure, whiny kid. She doesn't believe him.
So funny to look at. I love this enemy.
The Colonel is gone, but his wheelchair is still here. In your shared room, Lillian quickly puts something away. You try to talk to her, but she asks for privacy. As you persist, she gets more and more unhinged. You don't even care what I want. You're no different from everybody
Okay,
else.
now here's what I have planned for the defeat animation. I want the eyeball to just fly out, bounce, and yeah, and then it's gonna have like the flaking effect, like everything else. So let's see what we got here.
Wilbur.
Like I struggle with spelling. So the games are not easy for me to get in. But I have a monkey. But if I have a Monkey Island remix style point, it could be something I could get into. Yeah. They're gonna mention it in this video, but there is a game that was inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. But I'm pretty sure that game doesn't use a parser parser I think it's called. It uses an inventory system, like the other ones.
You check the other rooms again, and then realize there's one room you haven't checked yet.
Alright, and let's do ref post for this last one. Ian Slime dead.
With a sharp dagger. You rush downstairs to the study. The glass.
Yeah, I want to check that one out too. I've been avoiding spoilers just because I want to play it myself.
The knife is no longer in the cabinet. The same cabinet Lillian was looking at earlier. Thinking of Lillian, you go back to the playhouse. There's now a chalkboard hanging on the wall. 7 tally marks. Lillian tells us, "Oh, we don't want anybody to know our secret. Our visitor will have to leave." You seek solace in the chapel. Celia's here. She says what we've been thinking. You kneel in prayer. Back in the house, you find Rudy looking for something in your room. You wait until he leaves, and then read Lillian's diary. I thought I was like a daughter to him. They can't get away with it. Between you and me, diary, you know they have to go because of what they all did to me. I know they were all in it together to have me put away in the nut house. At the front of the house, Beauregard, the Colonel's dog, seems agitated about something. There's a note on the door. Meet me in the hedge garden. Lillian lies in the hedge garden, dead from a gunshot wound. For some reason, she's dressed in an old army officer's cape, hat, gloves, and boots. Searching Lillian's body, you find a key.
Let's just get to guys, but not sure I will work outside text format.
Nearby.
Yeah, that is another problem with like text-based game is when like they were made for that style, so you don't know how they will work outside of it. But sometimes it does work. Like there's a fan-made King's Quest 4 remake, which gets rid of the parser system and uses an inventory system instead.
Colonel Dejan and Rudy are in the midst of a fierce struggle. You need to act, so you type shoot and then hesitate. The Colonel's been acting odd all night, acting very defensive and secretive. Rudy had been getting into fights, making enemies, and acting equally suspicious. And then those money troubles. You make your choice and shoot Rudy. The Colonel explains everything. Lillian, out of a crazy jealousy, was killing everyone she thought had gotten between them. She attacked Rudy with the Derringer, but he got the gun away and killed her in self-defense. Everyone else was dead, and Rudy knew he could pin everything on Lillian. He tried to kill the Colonel with a hypodermic needle so he could get the inheritance money. The next morning, the police arrive and arrest Rudy, who was only injured by your attack. You did it. You solved the case. The game ends. And then... Absent-minded? Absent-minded? What does that mean? Your heart sinks as you flip through the notebook and review your notes. Incomplete. 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 And you realize you aren't nearly the detective you thought you were. What happened? For the rest of our time together, however short it may be, we'll explore the details that really make this game amazing. I'm interested in the things that you wouldn't know by watching a Let's Play or following a walkthrough. For that reason, there are some story-related facts and puzzle solutions I'll be skipping. We'll start with things that some players probably know and gradually make our way down to more esoteric territory, a sort of Colonel's Bequest iceberg.
I noticed we use Flash when they get picture of rooms as a simple outline, but always is hard work here with things like it's dark, can't see a thing, so you think of how I make it like it used to be a light which you not see. Or the game has one like you can't tell what room it is, like you have a drink to fight at a party at some cocktail. Oh.
Commands that many Let's Players don't use. Control A for ask about, Control T for tell about, and so on. In keeping with the theater theme, pressing Control P or typing pause will bring up an intermission text box. It's kind of redundant because starting to type will pause the game anyway, but it's a nice touch. Speaking of, let's talk about a number of things that make the game world feel more real and lived in. You may have noticed the Colonel's elevator on several screens. You can ride it yourself if you manage to find the key. Simply typing up and down will operate the elevator, so you'd be forgiven for missing that you can type look controls. Many people have no idea this screen exists, and I think it's one of the nicest looking ones in the game. Now, if we walk just a few rooms south of the elevator on the ground floor, there's a billiards room. If you're familiar with billiards, you might notice something wrong. There are 2 red balls, when there should only be 1 red ball. This seems like a mistake, until the end of Act 2, when Clarence and Gloria start playing. If you leave and come back, Clarence will say, "I wish we had the other cue ball." They can't find the ball they need, so they resort to using what they have. It turns what looks like a mistake into a detail about the untidy and worn-down state of the house. At certain points in the game, some of the characters will walk in a loop around the island. Rudy, Clarence, and Ethel are the most obvious. If it wasn't clear that Ethel was a drunk by now... But there's one character loop that many people will miss. In Act 2, players will eventually find their way to the kitchen. Time advances, and Jeeves goes outside. The logical thing to do is follow and watch Jeeves feed Beauregard, the Colonel's dog. Then, more than likely, you'll try to do something with Beauregard or head back inside to talk with Lillian and Seeley. What you can also do, which most people don't, is follow Jeeves as he does his chores. He'll go to the stable where he feeds Blaze, the horse. Then he'll go into the chapel and light the candles. Now, this is a little buggy, though the intention is clear from the code. The candles don't actually light up until the next act. However, this has been fixed in ScumVM, a program that lets you run classic adventure games on modern hardware. Keep following, and he'll retire to his room in the cellar. I love that they bothered to program this. Speaking of Jeeves, there's something else that many people probably haven't seen. Early in the game, Jeeves will walk around and serve people drinks. In the game's code, the variable tracking this is reused later to track something else. So, if you speedrun the early game and outrun Jeeves, you can watch him do something special in Act 3. As you enter his room in the cellar, Jeeves will hide something in his drawer. He'll then walk over to the wash basin and go through a decently long self-care routine before finally sitting down on the sofa. If you saw Jeeves serve anyone drinks earlier, he'll already be seated when you come down. So, what did Jeeves hide? The game doesn't tell you. We know he's hiding something because the script is named Hideaway.
Let me do a quick change in this particle here.
You can't get to it later, so this will likely
something.
forever be a mystery.
The Deathfire is going to be used for everyone.
See how things work under the hood.
I want to
When the game
change.
starts, it runs a diagnostic to see how fast your computer is. If it's slow by 1989 standards, the game goes into
Surface
low
triangles.
quality mode. This mostly disables animations. The parrot doesn't swing, the lights don't flicker, the fireflies disappear, and so on. Modern computers will never see this, but you can enable it manually. Go to the front doors of
Let
the
me see how
mansion
this
and
looks.
type drop room. There's also something more interesting we can do on the same screen. Typing "what huge knockers" will activate an Easter egg, a reference to Young Frankenstein. Speaking of neat things we can type, the game is self-aware. Kind of. Ask the game who programmed it, and it'll tell you. Chris Hoyt and Chris Iden. The game
Should've made this
also
faster.
knows who drew it, who wrote the music, and finally, who is the Stump Lord. It's Bob Ballou, a Sierra employee with various roles over the years. But what the heck is
Okay.
a Stump Lord?
That
According
didn't
to
work.
Douglas Herring, the artist and animator, this is a reference to a humorous story that Bob used to tell, one I'm assuming was too colorful to repeat in polite company. Speaking of Douglas Herring, the ferry boat in the introduction is named after his granddaughter. Putting the name of a loved one on a swamp boat was his homage to Walt Kelly's Pogo comic strip. Kelly would rename an often-seen swamp boat after friends and family. As long as we're talking about Douglas Herring, I always thought the art in this game was amazing.
Let's do bones and
especially for
sockets.
16
That way I can
color
just add
EGA.
sockets to the
I wanted
slime.
to explain what makes it so special and spooky, but I don't have an art background.
Or never mind, that's not going to work either.
Hi, I'm Julia Minamata. I am the game developer behind
Just 'cause I need to do
Crimson
something here.
Diamond, which is sort of a mystery point-and-click graphical adventure. It's not really point-and-click. It's mostly parser and like keyboard-based, but you can point and click somewhat. So I think that means it belongs to the point-and-click genre. Aesthetically, yes. When I was creating the Crimson Diamond, first thing I thought of was my favorite pixel art game. Favorite game in EGA was The Colonel's Bequest. That was incredibly inspirational to me, and it taught me a lot. I went and looked at all the rooms and saw, okay, how is he handling light and shadow
Alright.
and all that. And
Since the slime has so many little stuff with it, I'm gonna go ahead and add some unused bones to make this effect look better
And
for
he
it.
looked at the artwork and he said, for a second he thought maybe he had done this artwork, but just something he couldn't remember. And that was the highest compliment I could have received on. It was so sweet.
Firebone.
And he also mentioned that the Colonel's Bequest it's the one where he really put his stamp on. What Roberta Williams used to do for a background, she would like sketch out like the basis of what she wanted that background to be, and then she'd give it to an artist.
The only reason I'm doing this is because I can. This is definitely not something I would have done if I wanted to make something.
Like reference photos and told Douglas.
That's going to
and
be
Jerry, I think Moore, who's the other artist on it, to like just do whatever. And what that ended up doing, I think, is ended up giving the backgrounds in the Colonel's Bequest a better compositional sense. Because when you start from a sketch that someone who might not necessarily be like that visually inclined, you already are getting like pigeonholed into a particular composition.
We also chatted about neat details in the game. Julia reminded me that you can spin this globe in the study, which is pretty cool.
It's something I did take a peek at the game just the other night, and I didn't actually realize this, but if you walk on the opposite side of the fence, just along like east or west along the outside of the fence, like a big crocodile comes up and gets you. I did not realize. I just learned that last night, which is like, I can't believe there's still stuff I'm learning about this game.
So how does the Colonel's Bequest get that spooky look?
What's really interesting about the art in the Colonel's Bequest is there is a lot of dithering. So if you go to any outside area, like even particularly maybe by like the carriage house or something like that, and you just stop and you just look at all the dithering. Most of everything is dithered in some way, but you can't really tell because it's really well done and well controlled. When you get this amazing sense of the time of day, or the gloominess, or it's just before a storm. Just the way that the shadows overlay onto the path, that the color changes from when it's on grass to on the path, and the way that the color of the trees and everything, it really sets a tone that is kind of spooky and not something that you would think could be achieved if you just looked at the color palette, just the 16 colors. You think, well, how is this is like magic. I think sometimes when people do pixel art, there is a tendency to want to outline everything. So, you draw with like one color, you fill in with another color. He doesn't do that. And it's you can really tell in the bedrooms with the brass headstand. So you can see the way it's lit, but it's not.
There we go.
Like,
that looks good.
In like one color. And he's not afraid to let stuff kind of fall into something that's not detailed. And so
let's get our little animations
so it's not perfectly
into the game
clean,
and our model.
It's a dingy place, and he makes it look dingy, and he somehow is able to do that. At 320 by 200 pixels.
Export.
All these like the
prefix.
Really little things that just add up to that really
EN
feeling
slime.
people, and that's the stuff I really respond to.
Thanks, Julia. You can play the demo for the Crimson Diamond on Steam right now. Julia also streams regularly on Twitch, and you can find that link in the description. Okay.
Alright, let's do this.
We mentioned the Young Frankenstein Easter egg.
Export
so
no
let's
anim.
pick up there with some other Easter eggs, many of which come from the website The Sierra Chest. The Colonel's Bequest has a few
let's
callbacks
go to our slime.
If you use the toilet, the game
Model.
closes the door and makes a Leisure Suit Larry reference.
Animation.
When a dead Clarence is in the bathtub,
Texture.
which is super disturbing. In the stable,
Material.
type Bridal Horse to get a King's Quest IV reference, and talk to the chickens for a King's Quest III reference. Talking to the frog at the dock will give you a similar message. There's a bell that you need to ring with a cane. I mean, technically you don't need to, but it's part of a puzzle and whatever. You can ring a bell with a cane. The bell falls down, and if you're standing directly under it, but there's a 5% chance that this will happen. And if you're thinking, wait, when I played the game, that happened every time. Well, we'll come back to you. Here's another one. When you enter this screen at the back of the mansion, there's a 1 in 200 chance of an airplane appearing. But when the game came out, you never would have seen this. That's because the Easter egg code references the wrong animation loop. Instead of the airplane, you get the statue, which results in this terrifying scene. This bug was fixed in the Atari ST and Amiga versions that were released the year. Much later, the DOS version was fixed in ScumVM. Finally, if you take a shower, the game recreates the infamous scene from Psycho.
What? Ah, Basir, yes.
There was an Easter egg death removed from the final game.
Yeah, I know. I know what that is.
There was, at one point, a 1 in 100
delicious.
chance that Gertie was killed rather violently.
Her death scene was the same, but the text pop-up describing the scene included a close-up of her bloody head next to a bloody chainsaw. I can confirm that, unfortunately, there's nothing like this in the final game's access. Speaking of death, let's talk about some of the more creative ones. In typical Sierra fashion, you can die on the very first screen by jumping into the laundry chute.
There we go. There's a little slimy boy.
You can use an oil can on this suit of rusty armor.
Common material. Math characters. We're gonna keep all of this stuff, but we're gonna make two variations.
Some of the scariest deaths occur in the game's hidden passages. If you go far enough into them,
Math
there's a
characters. ENV.
The game's murderer can also appear when you open
And math characters billboard.
This death can only happen in
Let's get the ENV done first.
the killer is dead.
I think this just requires me to do one thing.
Of happening. There's a similar death in the attic, but we'll get to that in a moment. In the upstairs hallway, there's a chandelier that can jiggle. This is a bit of a hint to be careful because this can happen. I used to think that these two things were related, like if the chandelier's rockin', don't go a-walkin'. But that's not the way it works at all. You have to be moving down. Not up, not left, not right, not diagonal, but down. And if you step on this little area of pixels, you'll activate the death. The chandelier, on the other hand, is random. Every 5 seconds, there's a 10% chance of it shaking. And if you're sitting there thinking, but the chandelier was always shaking for me, we'll come back to you. Despite all the ways it can kill you, the game does go easy on you sometimes. In our example playthrough, there were 2 passageways we missed. Behind the mirror, and behind the wall.
UE5
If you get
billboard
to Act 3 without discovering any of the secret passageways,
material.
the clock will be automatically propped open as if someone else was using it, but didn't close it all the way. And at the end of the game, if you don't pick up the skeleton key from Lillian's body, the attic door will already be unlocked and open when you investigate the scuffle. If you had any doubts about who the murderer really was, here's something to consider. Throughout the game, there's a random chance for a shadowy figure to appear in the windows. This figure is indicated to be the murderer and is wearing the Colonel's old clothes. There's code to make sure that the shadowy figure never appears while Lillian is in the room. Speaking of the Colonel's clothes,
Camera position. This camera offset is even close to what I wrote.
As the game goes on, the description of the clothes changes. First, they seem normal.
Multiply.
Then, the clothes are muddy and bloody.
Vector parameter.
Does something to prevent
Call that one
paradox.
param.
Remember the death I mentioned up here? Despite what it may seem, this is not random. If you walk onto the tiny set of magic pixels, you will die.
Subtract.
Think about this. If the killer is wearing the clothes,
Object
then the clothes
position.
can also be in the trunk at the same
Object
time,
position absolute.
right?
Is there a different
So when
one?
you look in the trunk, the
I didn't start the video. What the fuck? Stop.
from being killed. This only lasts until you leave.
Object
So,
blah.
next
Object
time you follow by
position.
a deranged killer, just find their closet and they'll poof away in a cloud.
Object position. They're
cracked
both
that part of the
absolute.
game,
Okay, never mind. We're just gonna go with that.
Remember the copy protection screen in the beginning of the game? The one with the randomized fingerprint? This happens every time you start the game. At the
Normalize.
ranges in the code are slightly off, and this means there's a 1 in 601 chance of the right answer being rejected, and a 1 in 1,000 chance of no
We're gonna
fingerprint
do
appearing
custom
at all.
input call
Anyway,
used
just
in.
after the
Okay.
game was released, people, as they do, found a way
Custom.
to crack and bypass the copy protection. This crack made it so the correct answer was always Sealy. All you had to do was hit enter on the fingerprint screen, and you were in. This crack can be traced to a text file from within 45 days of the game.
Okay, I need to
Cracked
copy that from the
versions were widely
description.
circulated, and
No,
if you
of course
downloaded
not.
the
Okay,
game
thank
from
you.
an abandoned
Thank
website,
you,
it's very likely you had or
person in the
used
comments
a cracked copy.
for
Here's the
putting the code that we need in the description. Jesus Christ, that's the most important part. Why did you put that there?
Instead, they changed the
Can't just
Sierra
force
game
people to write
operator,
shit like that.
game engine that runs the
Is that pi?
The code forces the random number generator to return 0 every time.
I think this might be a
That's
stupid
right.
idea to do this actually, but
Protection crack destroys all
like,
the
I feel like there should be
randomness in
it'd be an easier way.
not
But
just the first
what is it?
screen.
Is free
There are
point?
around
Yes. Yeah, that seems like the
400
first.
places the game calls the random function, and it always
That seems.
gives the same
Hold on.
number. For example, something I didn't mention before.
The
is that
numbers
the
of pi.
positions of the dead bodies are supposed to be randomized. But if you have a
Okay,
cracked
it's not
copy,
pi, but it's
dead
close.
bodies are always in the first
See
place.
here, divide. See, what is this setup?
Randomized will only appear in the
Christ,
left
that is a lot.
passages. The elevator always starts out downstairs. You're always killed when opening the closet when the killer is active. You're always
This one's supposed to be
killed at
2.
the end of the secret passages when the
And then
killer
we,
is active. Never
we need another
stops
one.
flashing outside. The botched Red Baron Easter egg never happens. You
Add.
never get carried off by a gator at the front gates. You always see this ghost in the cemetery, which is another Easter egg, by the way. The killer always walks by windows when possible. The Southern Belle Easter egg always
Rotate about
happens,
axis,
and the
okay.
chandelier never stops shaking, along with hundreds of
No.
other things.
Rotate.
Fortunately, as I've been in the habit of saying, Scum VM doesn't have this problem. But there is another
Position is
problem
absolute world
everyone
position.
has to deal with. The sleuth-o-meter. Unlike other Sierra games, there is no score in the kernel's bequest, at least not visibly. Instead, the game tracks an internal score based on you finding or learning things. At the end, you get a rating on the sleuth-o-meter and a notebook with the things you found. There are 76 entries in the notebook, and your rating depends on how many you discover. Get all of them, and you'll earn Super Sleuth. Get the minimum, and you'll earn the Barely Conscious rating. I find the inclusion of this category kind of funny, because to get it, you have to understand the game decently well. You
Text,
have to
2 text
discover
coordinates,
no
1 mask R, and
conversations
1 a
set
pen.
clearly,
Okay.
eavesdrop on no conversations, and go out of your way to learn almost nothing. Okay, so that's not entirely true. At the time I was thinking of getting the minimum number of notebook entries, but technically you have a bit more leeway than that if we're talking about the category as a whole. You can route it so that you see a few of the conversations or see a body, maybe 2, and squeak under the line. But it's still true that you're not going to see a lot, and you do have to be careful to avoid discovering too much. But what about the other end of the meter, that elusive Super Sleuth rating? This one is really hard to get on your own, even if you follow
Then
the
do I come
guide.
out?
Many players get to
Then
the
that
last
goes
screen only
into
to find their missing
world position offset. Okay.
The official hint book isn't much help. It tells you there's a section at the end of the book that will assist you, but that's more of an assortment of neat details, and many of those aren't required. Out of the 33 things it mentions, 9 of them have nothing to do with your ranking at all, and the rest of the list isn't even close to complete. There are copious guides on how to achieve this elusive ranking, but the details are often different or conflicting. So, a few years ago, someone decided to figure it out.
Okay.
once
Did they get that bug?
OniFox is a Scum VM developer and an expert
No?
in SCI code, which is the scripting language used for the kernel's bequest. He's the one who implemented many of the bug fixes I've been mentioning. Sluicebox is also the one who discovered and documented the origins of the copy protection crack. He dove into the code and documented exactly how to earn super.
Okay. This method didn't work.
Get comfy in
Let's
your
go with another one.
Let's go super sleuthing. The gameplay focuses largely on dialogue. You can ask every character about every other character. You can ask characters about every item in your inventory. The game has special logic for when you ask about a character who's already present in the room with you. Interrogating is so essential, there's even an ask about shortcut. So, you would think that earning Super Sleuth requires talking to everyone about everything. But Would it surprise you that to get Super Sleuth, you only have to ask one question to one person?
They're using a billboard component. That's not what we need.
The question is learning about Rudy's gambling habits. You can ask
But that might have to be what we go for.
But you only need to ask one.
There's gotta be a way to do it through the material.
It is possible, but not required, to get other notebook entries by asking questions. But even if you add up the optional ones, only 4 entries are even possible to get by talking to someone. Now, if you want to be pedantic,
This is an art station thing. Do I have to pay for this one, or is it free?
Crackers, you type "get crackers," and the game tells you that you ask for them, and Jeeves nods in agreement. But I, the player, didn't tell Laura to say anything, and Jeeves didn't say anything back, so I don't think that counts. Of course, I recommend talking to everyone because you miss out on a heck of a lot of story otherwise. But if you've played the game before and you just want to get Super Sleuth, you can safely channel the introvert that you are and keep your mouth, mostly, shut. Moving on, many of the notebook entries are straightforward, but a few have some funny quirks. For example, one of the categories is objects used more than once, and one of those items is the box of crackers. Like I said, you get the crackers from Jeeves. I like how the game tells you Jeeves nods when it certainly looks like he's asleep. Anyway, there's a
what is this code? Can I just...
The box has 7 crackers, and the parrot gives you a clue each time.
What happens if I just skip it?
There are 7 different clues, one for each act except the first one because you can't get the crackers until Act 2. 7 crackers.
Nothing happens if I skip it,
7
okay.
acts. It seems obvious what we need to do, right? Well, feeding Polly a cracker every act will get you the notebook entry, but there's a simpler way. See, the category is objects used more than once. And
this person seemed to get to work. I'm just gonna put this up on the other monitor. We're gonna use this method instead.
So you only need to feed the parrot 2 crackers to get your Super Sleuth credit. You can even feed it one right after the other in the same act. But there's more. To see if you've used it more than once, the game only checks if you have less than 6
World
crackers
position.
in the box. So, just eat 2
Transform
of them yourself.
position.
Sorry, Polly. Detecting's
Subtract.
but it's not necessarily easy to show you just how difficult it is to
Inverse
achieve Super
transform
Sleuth.
matrix.
Let's examine what I
That one
think
goes
is the
into an
worst of
add.
notebook. The entry that
Goes
players are
into
most
a
likely to miss is
subtract,
with a
and that is the
tails.
end.
So let's look at
Alright, so everything prior to that we gotta do now.
To get these, you have to
We need
smell
another
Lily's
absolute
perfume,
world position.
smell Lillian's perfume, and smell perfume in the secret passage in Act 5. Seems simple, right? But this turns out to be the most
Then we need
convoluted
a
mess in the entire
oh no,
Super
this should be
Sleuth
up
saga.
here.
There's a smell command in the game. One of the sleuthometer hints is, what is your nose telling you about the crime site? Despite this, you never have to use the smell command. It's not required, it doesn't count.
Object, blah, object position.
Let's start with Fifi. To smell Fifi's perfume, you just have to be present in her room either time she's at the mirror.
Cross.
Aside, here's
I've
something
never
else
used
you
that
might
before.
know. When Fifi changes and you act fast, you can type open door to see her in her unmentionables. Anyway, back to
free
the
vector?
perfume
Yes.
and smelling it in the secret passage. In Act 5, Lillian and the Colonel have a conversation in his room. To smell the perfume, you must
Whoa,
either
calm down, computer.
enter a secret passage after Lillian has left the Colonel's room.
Oh, I have 14 unsaved stuff. I'm gonna save real quick.
When the conversation timer expires and Lillian leaves, you'll automatically get a message saying you smell perfume. That's all that you need. If you type smell, the game repeats that last message. And if you type smell before the perfume is there, it'll just say sniff sniff. At least that's what it's supposed to
While
do.
I just remembered I need to open the calendar, so let's go ahead and do that real quick.
If you type smell when the perfume is there, the game says sniff sniff.
This looks like a Santa. No, it's not. It's a snowman's head with a hat.
So you can
Awesome.
see why some
Oh.
people thought they had this one figured out, only to have the almighty notebook disappoint them in the end. But it gets even more complicated. there's still the business of smelling Lillian's perfume. Nearly all the walkthroughs and the Let's Plays will tell you the same thing. In Act 1, follow Lillian to the bathroom and look at her twice.
Normalize.
Up. They make particular note of
Subtract.
to look at her twice. Some people will even try to
Mask.
find the second look to when Lillian puts on the perfume. This
Camera position.
but I don't blame these.
Transform.
There's no way.
Oh, it's this one down here again.
It's really complicated, and it's the result of unintended consequences in the programming. To smell Lillian's perfume, you have to do one of the following. In Act 1,
mask.
be in the bathroom when Lillian completely leaves the room. Or, in Act 1, enter your room from Ethel's room while Lillian is in your room.
Oh wait, I'm stupid. This needs to go in world position.
Enter the bathroom after Lillian has left, if you haven't been in your room with Lillian and Ethel, and you haven't read the note on the front door in Act 8. Nothing to do with looking at Lillian.
Let me see if this works real quick.
Accidentally into one of these three conditions. Oh, and remember the other two people with telltale scents? To get those, you'd think you'd have to interact with the characters
Matt.
or maybe
Slime
something with
eye.
the cigars. Nope. In Act 2, when you enter Gertie's messed up bedroom, you get this message about a distinctive cigar odor. That's what gets you the credit. The rest of the notebook entries are full of these obscurities, and that is why getting Super Sleuth is so dang difficult. Man, all this has gotten me plumb frazzled. There are some other neat Super Sleuth details, but I'd rather not spoil all of it. If you've been struggling to get to the top of the meter, I've put a link to Sluicebox's excellent article in the description that details exactly how to get there. I am also extremely indebted to Sluicebox for providing a ton of the information in this video.
Another material
technical
instance.
explanations come directly from his well-written, detailed article
Matt
and from
slime
many
body.
So I
And this
think all
one
these
is
are
gonna
tied together
use
with a simple detail
the
that Sleuth
ENV.
told me was one of his favorites. In the kitchen, there's a
Slime
coffee
body.
stove. If you look at the coffee pot, you'll be told the obvious. But if you look in the coffee pot at the beginning of the game,
Why is it
you'll learn that
like that? Oh, because of the mask. Right, the masking.
murdery night, the description changes.
Here.
A small amount of lukewarm coffee is still in the pot. And finally,
Let's do translucent instead.
nothing fancy, just another nice attention to detail, a little bit extra to make the world come alive.
Oh, let's do adjective instead. Not on this one, hold on. That's the oh, the video's over. Let's go with the Monkey Island one. Close this is I'm not gonna be editing the Billboard one anymore for now.
Classic. Released in 1990, it's well known for its wit, atmosphere, and unforgettable characters. But to some, it's more than just one of the best adventure games ever made. It's also a speedrun.
Monkey Island is a game of inches. It is really like trying to scrape for every little bit of frame saved you can find.
It's like playing a phrase of music. There's a bit of a feeling and an ebb and flow to it, where if you kind of get that phrase just right, there's nothing more satisfying than that.
It's easy to understand why some would be dismissive of point-and-click speedruns. Pick things up, talk to people, choose a verb, click, click, click again. But today,
There we go.
you'll learn why the secret of
Let's
Monkey
get
Island
our
takes an
model.
incredible amount of skill to speedrun at a top level, and why runners keep coming back to it year after year. We won't be looking at the special edition of Monkey Island from 2009. It has its own mechanics and strategies and leaderboard. Instead, we'll look at runs of the original versions. Runners are allowed to use any of these, though most prefer the 1992 CD release. One reason is that the inventory items have a bigger hitbox, which are easier to select than the small text of the early versions. The earliest recorded run I could find is of Phalos Vogel running the game on November 5th, 2005. Given the year, it shouldn't be surprising that the run was recorded in 240p, so I'm going to hold off on describing the run for just a moment. Phalos Vogel's time was 46:12, a time which wouldn't be beaten until 2 years later. This run was completed by someone called either Mike or Chaos, depending on the source, with a time of 39:12. This was also recorded in 240p. These were solid beginnings, but to save our eyeballs, we're going to skip ahead to the next run. This is Kryptones, running the game on April 11th, 2013. Thank you, Kryptones, for your crispy pixels. Now, I'm not going to explain every action because this
See
is
here.
a walkthrough. Instead,
No, it's
I'll
gonna have to.
describe the
I guess
run
it's gonna have to look a little bit weird in here.
on Melee Island.
But we already got all the animations done, so we're just gonna make it look good on
To become a pirate, Guybrush has to complete 3
on the model.
tests of swordplay, thievery, and treasure huntery. You can complete these trials in the order you want.
Okay.
Kryptones begins with the Trial of the Sword, which means defeating Carla, the Swordmaster. To learn
Bones are still there. What are you talking about?
location, we convince the shopkeeper.
Now I'm trying. Now I gotta figure out why this isn't the perfect.
Or maybe not so secretly. Carla won't fight us until we're more experienced, so after getting some training, it's time for what might be the most iconic part of the game: insult sword fighting. Sword fights in Monkey Island are won not by quick reflexes, but by wit. And in order to defeat Carla, we need to learn some insults.
You have to hear the insult used on you.
I've spoken with apes more polite than you.
And then you have to use the insult back, and then that pirate has to know the answer for you to learn the response to the insult.
I've spoken with apes more polite than you.
I'm glad to hear you attended your family reunion.
And then you still need to learn more insults, learn more responses. So there's so many steps, and each step is affected by the roll of the dice.
Every time you insult a pirate, he may or may not know the correct response. And every time a pirate insults Guybrush, the insult you get is random.
You can pull your hair out a little bit because it is RNG. You want to get certain answers and certain insults at the right time, and you're kind of building your CV of insults to go against Carla at the end. So if they're not giving you good ones, it can be frustrating.
You need to defeat at least 3 pirates before the game lets you take on Carla. Going to her as soon as possible, obviously.
Still an imperfect circle. Why?
You know, the less
What are you doing to my beautiful texture?
So there's a balance to be struck here. How many pirates, how many insults, how much risk do you want to take? In this run, Kryptones fights 8 pirates and learns 9 insults. The whole process takes a little over 3 minutes. Then it's off to Carla, but there's a twist.
When you go to Carla, she doesn't use the same insults that every other pirate uses.
Players need to do some lateral thinking to figure out which of the old responses will work with the new insults. Carla's insults are picked randomly as well, and if you don't know enough responses, you'll fail and have to try again. Kryptones defeats Carla and gets this amazing t-shirt.
It says, I beat the Swordmaster.
There we go.
Kryptones takes on the trial of treasure huntery.
This one I want to have clamp and clamp as well. Let's see how that looks.
But Kryptones has played the game before and navigates without needing an aid. With the first 2 trials complete, we only have.
Let's just go with
cutscenes can be skipped by pressing escape. We barely have time to meet
Wrap.
Governor Elaine Marley before learning that the ghost pirate LeChuck has kidnapped her and taken her to Monkey Island. Guybrush needs to assemble a crew and go after her. We also need a means of transport. Kryptones visits Stan, the used boat salesman, and learns that Guybrush's meager amount of coin is not enough to buy even the most modest of vessels. Helpfully, Stan tells us that if we were to obtain a note of credit from the shopkeeper, he would gladly take that as payment. Back in town, we watch the shopkeeper get the note of credit from his safe, which is how we learn the combination. Guybrush doesn't qualify for any credit, but we convince the shopkeeper to go visit the Swordmaster again. This gives Kryptones the opportunity to open the safe and borrow the credit. We now go back to Stan, buy the ship, and set off with our crew. Except a rescue operation is the last thing on the crew's mind, and it's pretty much all up to Guybrush. Our task in this part is to follow a magic recipe, which, once completed, will guide the ship to Monkey Island. So, Kryptones gathers a lot of items and throws them into the pot. Once that's done, Guybrush cannons himself to shore. Our ultimate task on Monkey Island is to find LeChuck's underground hideout. After running around the whole island solving puzzles, we can finally get inside the second biggest monkey head we've ever seen. Guybrush is now in the Catacombs, a labyrinth of macabre rooms that stands between us and LeChuck's ghost ship. The layout changes randomly as you walk through it, and there's really no way to find your way through on your own. We require the head of the navigator. This delightful severed head turns around and points where you need to go.
I think it wants me to go to the front.
Once you've gone through 6 room transitions, you're done and you've reached the ship. If you exit a room in a direction the head wasn't pointing, the counter goes down instead of being unchanged. So you would need to go through an extra correct transition to compensate. If you get enough bad transitions, you'll be sent back to the beginning.
There are some pitfalls, though. There are good rooms and bad rooms. And a bad room is a room that is large, so you need to go across the whole room, or the room is actually 2 rooms wide, so you actually have to wait for the room to slide over, and then you continue going, and that doesn't count as an exit.
You often either get like a really long room, or you need to transition it, which are both very slow, or you get a really fast room. It's either really fast or really slow. There's not a lot of in-between for Catacombs, and you need to, get it 6 times. It's not just the one RNG, it rolls RNG multiple times.
There's also a bit of an annoyance with the navigator head.
The navigator head doesn't always work. That's the problem with it. There are times where the navigator head says go to the right, but it's only because you just loaded into the room. You actually have to move a little bit to get the actual read on the head.
And sometimes, walking on a vertical path will mess with the head's orientation.
So you're not likely to be exactly on the middle pixel. You're either some pixels to the left or some pixels to the right. And what happens is that the game basically is like, hey, you still have some horizontal movement to do before getting to the middle pixel where you can then move vertically. So the head turns either right or left.
Let's see if we can make that
It's annoying.
transparency
Through that section, I don't know how many people rack up
multiply
their swear jars.
the 2.
In this run, Kryptones gets 3 long rooms and
I feel like
5
it's
short
too
rooms. With a
small.
total of 8, that means one of the exits was incorrect, and Kryptones needed
They gave us the
extra
opposite effect, but that shows me that I can do that. Okay.
We need to sneak onto
Let's
a
do
ship,
0.5 instead.
Which means that we need to gently persuade the head of the navigator to part with his necklace. Putting on the necklace makes Guybrush invisible. From here, we grab a voodoo root and hightail it back to some cannibals, who use it to make a ghost-destroying voodoo root beer. Alas, LeChuck was too quick for us. Maybe he's a speedrunner too, and he's taken Elaine Marley back to Melee Island to marry her. Guybrush is quick to follow, and in a madcap sequence, Guybrush interrupts the wedding and defeats the ghost pirate LeChuck. Time ends when the game fades to black after the final cutscene, and Kryptones has earned a 3650. So, aside from some potentially frustrating RNG, what's so hard about running an adventure game like Monkey Island?
So, this guy once came to my stream and he was like, hey, this is not a real speed game. What I told him was, take the first Mario game, like Super Mario Bros. Usually when you play it casually, you just hold right and jump, and that's basically everything you do. And even in the speedrun, most of the time, this is what you do. You hold right and jump, but you need to optimize some small details. You need to be able to optimize everything, and every game is like that.
You don't get frame perfect things for free. So that's, I think, where a lot of the skill comes from. There's very little in the way of for anything. Very little visual information to go off of too. So you really don't get a lot of help in really trying to, shave off these little bits of frames. I think that's where the main execution really lies for the run.
The thing is, criticizing these speedruns is very easy when you're just looking at the surface level. Playing these games fast requires memorization, several dialogue choices, good mouse control, hand placement for fast keyboard shortcuts, timing button presses for interfacing with objects, and patience for dealing with RNG. You can enter into an almost zen-like state where everything is coming together perfectly. It's a great feeling.
That's A Way of Life speaking there, also known as Steve. In 2017, A Way of Life would start to leave its mark on the game.
At the time I held the record in Monkey Island 2, I had a comfortable lead over Frozen Spade, who had just started running the game, and I felt like I needed a challenge.
Let's see how this idle animation looks.
Monkey 1 for a while though was the sword fighting minigame. I knew any good time lead was going to be determined by RNG.
Did it actually break the idle animation?
But at the end of the day, sword fighting is part of the game, and it's unavoidable, so I had to do it.
A Way of Life would learn the run and begin unlocking the game's secrets. On August 9th, 2017, he was streaming attempts and got to the part where he needs the credit from the shopkeeper's safe.
Normally you talk to the shopkeeper about getting credit so you can buy a boat from Stan. He walks away from his desk, up the stairs and over to the safe, at which point the idea is to watch the combination to the safe so you can break into it yourself. He does this again after the next dialogue to put the credit slip back into the safe. Of course, during the speedrun, we're able to press escape and skip this sequence. You have to do it at least once, or you won't know the combination.
But on this run, something different happened.
Ooh. Free.
Why is eyeball there?
One.
Oh,
Free.
thank you.
One. Did you see that? There was a glitch. He
That's much better, yeah.
through the shop.
I burned the rabbits.
No.
When you skip the first cutscene as soon as possible,
Oh,
the
poor
glitch
rabbits.
makes the shopkeeper walk to the safe in a more direct path. Which
I can eat them too. I don't mind burnt cookies.
Way of Life would
Actually,
continue
I want some cookies right now.
Even with his
Right back.
best efforts, he was minutes off world record. After comparing video footage, Guybrush moved faster in Kryptone's run compared to normal.
I was not sure why this was. Was it a glitch? Was their video on YouTube running faster? Were they cheating? I didn't have any proof of anything, so I didn't want to make accusations. Besides, Kryptone's run was over 4 years old at this point, and were not active on speedrun.com, so I didn't feel I could ask them about it directly.
And then, Steve would get a run that felt faster. Sure enough, when he lined it up with the world record, it matched. Both he and Kryptones left the Lucasfilm logo running before hitting the escape key, which is when the timing for the run starts. It turns out that if you skip the opening cutscene when the logo starts sparkling, Guybrush just moves faster for the rest of the game. The difference in speed isn't immediately obvious, but it's enough to save minutes over the course of the run. No one knows for sure why this works, but it might have something to do with the frame rate of the sparkles. Speed glitch wasn't the only innovation that A Way of Life discovered. He was also improving the route.
Alright, so the eyeball is not working as I wanted to. So we're just gonna go ahead and go for the approach that's like pre-built into Unreal Engine. In other words, we're gonna get rid of this eyeball. Let's do this.
They wander on the Melee Island paths. A Way of Life's catacombs,
That way,
in his words, awful, with many slow routes.
he has to do that to get rid of it.
Movement meant A Way of Life had dropped the record to 3602.
My first secret of Monkey Island world record, the 3602, finally beating Kryptones after discovering the speed glitch. That was a great time. It was very exciting knowing I could take it further.
So now, to handle the, sorry, I'm eating gingerbread cookies while I stream here.
353 on September 3rd. He would then take a break.
They got way better now that we've cooked them a bit more.
Focusing on other games like Monkey Island 2, Day of the Tentacle, and Fate of Atlantis, and on normal people things like employment. A Way of Life would finally come back to Secret of Monkey Island in January of
Material billboard.
because of a development with Scum VM. To run
Iron
games
socket.
like The Secret of Monkey Island on
Want
modern
it to be on the eye.
use Scum VM, a re-implementation of the original Scum engine. Infamous speedrunner Urquan, who I've mentioned a few times on this channel before,
Right.
had developed a new version of
Material
Scum VM with
eye.
speedrunners in mind. This version essentially
That's my
brought
eye.
the engine closer to a native DOS environment, which also
So we're gonna change what this,
were having with Scum
what parent the slime eye uses. We're just gonna use regular characters for this instead.
Depending on the machine that you were using, you could save or lose.
Where's my slime? There it is.
When I was running Monkey Island 2, my best estimates was that I was losing 2 to 3 minutes.
Urquan's version of Scum VM solved this problem and got everyone onto a level playing field. It also had the side effect of slightly increasing the game speed.
The changes that
Looks so
Urquhart
good.
PM had an instant impact in terms of speedrunning. Monkey Island 1 and 2 saw the most benefit with
Probably gets the
allowed
transparency, like the reflection, to look a little bit better, but we'll go with that for now.
Engine wouldn't be noticeably faster to casual players, 0.3 frames per second of gameplay. But over the course of 30 minutes, this makes a huge difference. A Way of Life also made a discovery in the sword fight with Carla. Some insult responses can work against more than one of Carla's insults. These came to be known as multi-responses, or multi-resps for short. This allowed for more potential time save in the sword fighting, but also complicated the mental calculations.
So, for instance, if you learn Family Reunion,
I'm just gonna see if this
also
actually.
learn Smell Your Breath, they both are multi-resps, so that's pretty good. But
Okay, no, we're gonna go with the.
There's also an insult that you can learn from the bridge troll, but getting it takes 2 extra seconds, and it also overlaps with Family Reunion.
That is like a big brain thing that you can really sink a lot of.
We're gonna go with the blueprint approach.
You know, which path you're going to take? How do I improvise in these certain situations? So the difficulty is quite deep when you get into it.
ABP slime.
When it used it 3 times, that's how awesome that insult is.
With Urquan's Scum VM, Fast Catacombs, and a little determination, A Way of Life took the record down to 3310.
6. Oh, that was really good.
It was also at this time that runner Leolitz would join the community.
That was loud, I'm so sorry.
Begin finding optimizations, like this one at the safe when you watch the shopkeeper input the combination.
So the way the safe works is that you need to input 4 correct numbers. Each of them is between 1 and 4. But because the way to open the safe is to push and pull the correct number of times, once you input the first 3 numbers, the 4th number you don't really need to know it. You can just continue to pull until the safe automatically opens.
A tiny optimization, then, would be to skip the animation of the shopkeeper opening the safe once you've seen the first 3 numbers, because you don't really need to see the 4th one. There is, however, a risk involved. If you go too fast on the 4th digit, the safe can sometimes glitch. It's almost like a Schrodinger safe, both open and closed at the same time, and you can't get the contents inside. Leolitz would continue discussing the game and sharing insights on the Speedy Adventures Discord, a server that had been created by Frozen Spade in 2018. Speedy Adventures was, and is, a Discord server for point-and-click adventure speedrunning.
I'm pretty proud of the little community we built. If anybody wants to learn any Monkey Island speed game, come by the Speedy Adventures Discord. We can get you hooked up.
When I first started streaming my Monkey 2 runs on Twitch, I was afraid I would be laughed at. I was instead approached by people who found it fascinating, new, and a fun idea that they hadn't considered before. I'm very proud that we founded this community, and long may it continue.
Speedy Adventures would occasionally hold marathons. On January 25th, 2019, A Way of Life was running The Secret of Monkey Island at one of these marathons, with Frozen Spade commentating. In the days leading up to the marathon, A Way of Life had already dropped the record to 32:22.
I felt nervous during the whole thing, handling both being on mic talking about the run along with Frozen Spade and also trying to concentrate. I made a few mistakes here and there, but I got a good
Right, I was gonna check.
3 quick exits in the catacombs.
Because I use
It's a great run that
that movement, but yeah.
The record was now 31:02. This run, and the one leading up to the marathon, were also the first world records to have another
0.5,
one of
okay,
those
so
small
the half
time
speed.
saves. Beach warping.
In Monkey Island, the island in the game, not the game itself, I know, it gets confusing. There are various beaches in which you can walk. And usually, when you click on them, you just run there. And as soon as Guybrush reaches them, the scene gets loaded. But there is one in particular, the southern one, where if you click it in the border between the beach and the sea, you instantly warp there. You don't run there, you instantly warp there and you're suddenly there.
As a great illustration of the teamwork between the runners, no one seems to remember who found this glitch.
I'm pretty sure it was Steve who was able to do it the first time on accident.
Turn anim.
I found it like a couple of days after I joined or something.
Upon this being true, we set this to
Is that the world
that,
record would not stand for long.
and then we turn it off.
practicing, analyzing.
That's how we're gonna handle it. So the default animation for the slime.
March 31st, Leo would share a new well,
do a state machine.
At the time, what we used to do was to first do the Swordmaster task, then the treasure hunt task, and then steal the idol. I was looking at some runs in the leaderboard, and the last one was by Miltoast or Amiga Runs.
That state.
And the reason why it was so slow
Walk.
is because it was in a
Miltoast stole the idol before
Turn.
completing the other trials.
If you steal the idol, right after it, you get teleported basically in front of the soundbar. And if
Combat.
you do this task first, this saves a lot in backtracking.
Being warped to the dock, where
attack.
players are thrown into the sea by
And,
puts runners closer to the forest and saves a
damage
threat
will
out of
just
town.
return back to using the BP.
There is a lot of fear in calculating how much it will save, and you think to yourself, why didn't I think of this first?
Leolitz would further analyze the dialogue when haggling with Stan for the ship.
So there is a hidden value in the game, which is how much Stan is willing to accept in order
Cast 2 BP slime.
2,000 pieces of 8.
Sure, I guess we can start out at the bottom.
The way you change it is by bartering with him, basically. So I did time every
See here, first of all, is
and I
valid.
programmed that basically, given every interaction, how much it takes and how much.
If not valid, check again.
It calculates the best possible way to do the dialogue, and I did find
If it's valid,
so that was
it's get turn. Turn at him. Go to variable.
Nearly 30 seconds.
What the heck?
Get attack.
What the hell is this?
Ing.
But Leo
Go to
was
variable.
not the only runner making progress.
There's different types
Get
of
attack.
There's routing, there's glitch hunting, different things. I consider
Promote to
myself
variable.
an optimizer.
Frozen Spade would begin his speedrunning journey with Monkey Island 2.
It's the first game I ever remember even seeing. I remember watching my dad play through the game, and they tell me, I'm too young to remember, they tell me I would bug him all the time to watch him play the pirate game. Sometime after Steve tried out Secret Monkey Island, I watched him and I said, hey, that looks fun.
Spade would soon turn his attention to the somewhat overlooked Chapter 2.
Putting together all the ingredients is the main objective in Chapter 2, so you can get your ship to Monkey Island.
This is gonna be good.
I was focused on minimizing the amount of mouse movement. So what I figured out you can do is you can use pot with item, then use item with pot. So I'm kind of going back and
Not
forth instead of,
boolean.
you know, item to pot, item to pot. The game kind of lets you go back and forth. It was saving
Tact.
somewhere in the realm of 5 to 10 seconds just by optimizing.
Not boolean.
In April, a few
Not
weeks
attacked.
after Leo's world record, Spade would be streaming on his birthday. On defeating Carla, Spade is 20 seconds ahead of his personal best. Some solid execution, including the adjusted super out, helps him up until the endgame.
Alright, let's see how this looks. Wait, I gotta put it onto the actor.
Extremely quickly.
This is good. Yes, yes. I will take it. Talk to the head. What am I doing? Freaking out. This could be it. And we got the skip.
Wait, what skip?
At some point you need to use the necklace because it gives
Gotta
you
turn the actor around. They're facing the wrong way.
When you use the necklace for the first time, there is a small animation of Guybrush having a blue outline around him to indicate that it's working.
This feels weird.
We found that if for some reason you walk down the slope and use the necklace at a certain
Oops,
point,
start looping.
the animation will skip, which saves a couple of seconds.
In the end, Frozen Spade's hard work and practice had paid off.
Woo! 30:08. There it is. Oh, practice. Yes, the key to victory.
Not to be left out, A Way of Life was also making attempts using the new milquetoast route. In this run, he defeats Carla at 10:09, a minute faster than Spade's world record. Spade's post-sword fight and Chapter 2 were really strong, however, and by the time A Way of Life gets to Monkey Island, his lead has shrunk to only 30 seconds. The catacombs are about even with Frozen Spades, and he's able to bring it home with a 29:38.
First person to get sub 30. There you go. Done.
The competition would continue with a run by Leolitz on May 3rd, 2019.
Well, how
Catacombs, Leolitz
slow is that? That slime animation is like
The run was now up to luck.
slime combat. You're second long. This is 1.5. Let's put that up at 1.0.
Leolitz's catacombs were so fast, he gained an extra
The
15
change.
seconds. He would maintain
How
that
the
lead and finish with a 29:16.
Oh my god. World record.
As we've seen, world records would go to those skilled enough to master the game's movement and patient enough to grind for the right RNG. But what if there was
enemy
a
attack
way
delay?
to avoid all that? To, as one runner would put it, bend the RNG to their whim. What happened next would prove controversial and change the course of the speedrun. Runners had been saving the game sparingly throughout the run, such as right before the Carla sword fight. That way, if they lost, they could quickly start over without having to leave and come back. But Spade would extend that idea to all of the RNG.
In Monkey Island 2, we had started implementing save load strats at the end of the game for the LeChuck sequence. But in Monkey Island 1, we had wondered if save loading could be used for sword fighting. So I did a bunch of practice off stream, and fortunately for us, the RNG was always determined at like the last possible moment.
Frozen Spade then practiced saving just before the pirate
We are back.
gives an insult or provides a response. He would then reload if he didn't get the result he wanted.
And I can learn the insults I want, and then I can roll to make sure that they will give me the answer, and then I can roll to make sure they won't know the answer so I can win the fight. Because you need to win 3 fights before the Swordmaster will fight you. So puts those 3 elements much more into the player's control.
Frozen Spade would extend this strategy to the fight with Carla and to the catacombs.
You just save right before an exit, go through. If you got a fast room, you take it, save again. If you got a slow room, you just reset and try again. Still, like the better RNG you had, the faster it would go.
Spade would earn a 28:17, a full minute faster than world record. But there was a bit of a mixed response. One issue was that quick saving and quick loading were scum VM features and were not available in the original versions of the game.
We are more or less forced to play on an emulator if we want to play these games. There are things that are possible in the emulator that weren't necessarily possible in an old computer back in the day.
Another reason was that RNG was seen by some as an essential part of the game. Because of this, A Way of Life decided to make saves and saveless 2 separate leaderboard categories.
My original reason for making saves separate from saveless is because of a precedent established in Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. That game has a lot, and I mean a lot, of RNG segments in the run. 2 runners of the game, Chuck Grody and the infamous Urquan, decided that they wanted to implement save strats into the run. I was of the opinion that we should split the leaderboard, that RNG, as frustrating as it is a part of the game. As Captain Picard said in an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, it is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness, that is life. RNG is life, it is chaos, it is things that you cannot control. It is accepting that things won't always go your way, and that is okay, as long as we keep trying.
My argument was to not split the categories.
I'm back.
In my mind, the route didn't really change at all between the two. The save load was an advanced strategy that top runners could learn and implement, but there was the argument that it was not native to the original game, which I thought was fair, but I didn't think it was
Do some
worth
changes
splitting
here.
up such a small community already. So I got outvoted, and I think it was Steve who made the ultimate decision to split the categories. I think this is probably not a shock to anybody. At the time, I was kind of upset about it. Because, and I don't think this was intentional, by splitting the categories, it put my world record onto another page, and it put Steve's old time, before the save load stuff, into the first place on the front page, which I believe was not his intention, but that happening kind of did make me upset about it.
With the category split, Frozen Spade would stop running The Secret of Monkey Island, at least for the time being. Leolitz would continue his own journey in the saves category. He would even create simulations
Yeah, that's all I needed to do.
test various strategies, like the merits of fighting only 3 pirates versus 4. He would eventually settle on fighting 3 pirates, and aside from the 2 responses the game gives you automatically, he would learn only 1 multi-response. While this has the potential to be faster, it is, on average, slower than the safer strats with more responses. Leo would then beat Spade's world record by 1 second.
28-16.
Definitely want
This is a world record.
the
By such a small margin, but I think it is.
On May 23rd, 2019, he would get a run nearly on pace. One of the downsides of the 3 pirate strat is that he has to cycle the RNG on the last Carla insult many times. Leo actually ends up
promote
losing 2 seconds.
enemy attack
But he was
weight.
able to make up the time in Chapter 2.
Attack.
Gold. Didn't expect that, to be honest. Maybe, just maybe.
Regain.
Yes! Oh, yes, it is. It is a gold.
Want that to be there.
Leo would then take a long break from speedrunning Monkey Island 1, having pushed the saves category as far as he thought he could. World record activity would be quiet, though many new runners joined and put runs on the board. But eventually, Leo would return and start using a strategy that was extremely simple in concept, but devilishly frustrating.
The solution to the combination for the safe is randomized every time, but it is not logic locked.
Usually, if Guybrush doesn't know something, you cannot do it, even if you know it. The game kinda blocks you. This is not one of those cases.
So, what you can do is guess.
There we go.
You can guess the combination to the safe.
So there's 256 combinations, and you test 16 combinations as fast as you possibly can. Anytime you go over those 16 combinations, you're typically going to start losing time. That is a high risk, high reward. I mean, you put the run on the line to do that strat, but if it lands, it's a lottery ticket.
Runners only had a 6.25%
Took damage.
chance of getting credit early.
That's how we stop it from
Quickly could potentially save a lot of time.
doing that again.
The dialogue option that allows us to know the combination of the safe. We first need to go to stand. Realize that we don't have enough money. Go to the shop, get the credit. And
Damage taken. Play animation.
But there's another confounding factor. To open the safe, the shopkeeper needs to be
Slime.
If you get lucky, he
damage.
won't be in the shop at all, which happens 25%
You know, hold on.
of the time. The other
Gotta do
75%,
this.
you have to convince him to leave, which loses about 9 seconds. At this point, you might be wondering if there's an easier way to open the safe. Milktoast, the Amiga runner I mentioned earlier, emailed Ron Gilbert himself to ask how the safe worked. Ron kindly wrote back and confirmed it's just random. Now, it's not like no one had thought of this strategy before. Leo had been thinking about credit early since he first joined the community, but no one had wanted to grind for the necessary luck. But on April 25th, 2020, Leo would take a chance.
But, I can try a new strategy here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry. Let's go. It's also a gold. Okay. I don't have to worry about this category anymore.
2020 would also see the return of Frozen Spade.
2020 was the 30-year anniversary, so I said, okay, let me come back. And I did do some saveless runs. My goal was to, using the credit early strat, to get a saveless world record. Oh, hello? It came relatively soon. The luck was indeed in my favor. And then it all came together. It was only barely faster than Leo's time.
Frozen Spade now had the saveless world record. But just a few days later, something monumental would shake up the leaderboard again. On October 3rd, 2020, A Way of Life reversed the controversial decision to divide the categories into saves and saveless. The difference in strategies would now be indicated by a variable on the leaderboards.
Frozen Spade was not happy about the split, feeling it was unnecessary. He turned out to be right in the end, as only a few runners were submitting runs to the saves category. I changed the board back, and I have no plans to split it again.
With the categories reunited, Frozen Spade would start grinding saves runs again. At this
Begin
point,
play.
The only way to have a shot at getting a new world record would be to get credit early.
If you're at the point where you want to push for a top time, I think you need
Good
credit.
dynamic material
Very
instance.
few runs actually get to get started.
And no dice. All right.
And I've watched hours of runs.
And I'm gonna try and make enemies only use 1 to 2 textures.
Hitting one or
So
get that RNG
let's do
something like that. Yeah, it
get
doesn't work a lot.
material.
A big grind.
We'll do an is valid here.
Originally suggested by Leo. He would use multiple quick save slots to go back and forth
And if it is valid, then we go ahead and
more quickly. This takes a
and
lot
make
of
that one
practice,
too.
keeping track of the different slots in your head.
And it's also a pretty crazy strategy of trying to save load, do a bunch of combinations quick, saving back to one of the old saves, kind of going through and
Make
doing
array.
as fast as possible.
During his grind, Spade realized that to get another PB, he would need to get credit early in under 16 seconds. If the shopkeeper was out, that meant he had time for 28 different combinations with about an 11% chance of success. If the shopkeeper was in, he would lose 9 seconds, leaving only time for 16 combinations, or
Math array.
5%. And, by the way, this is 3 minutes into the run.
It is amazing watching Frozen Spade and Leo Litz do these credit early runs. The anticipation of, will this be the one? Will the RNG bless us? It's such a fun time being in the chat for these streams. It elevates the run even more when it happens, and it is exciting to watch the runner then have to bring the run home for another possible world record.
You get credit early, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is it, we gotta run. Like, and suddenly, like, the vibe just changes on the rest of the run. It's super fun to do.
I don't know about how much.
Timeline.
Oh my goodness.
Frozen Spade time down, but was still
Dead.
15 seconds shy of Leo's world record. In addition to credit early, the run also featured 2 more small time saves.
Spawn.
Spade, ever the optimizer,
System
developed
attached.
a new variation of his soup route.
At one point during the soup sequence, you have to use the fire under the pot to get a little fire you carry around in your pocket. So I realized at some point, by putting the map, which is at the top of your
That fire?
inventory, into the fire, because that gives you a new item, it automatically scrolls your inventory down to the bottom.
Attached to
so it saves me
component
a little bit of time on
mesh.
Additionally, a discovery was made that saved some time during the treasure hunt.
Somebody found a video of somebody doing this warp in the forest on a certain screen with the map.
The map, I guess, it wasn't coded too well. It messes up with the camera, and also in one specific room, and only one, if you look at it, as soon as you exit the screen where the map is displayed, Guybrush got teleported to the other side of a chasm. And we really don't know why.
We discovered that we could actually use that to save just a little bit of time. It's like a second or less.
Death event.
So you can add those to the mountain of techniques runners developed over the years. In fact, I've held back a little on discussing some of them because there are just so many. But I also don't want to give the impression that hitting the credit early jackpot is the only thing that matters in the run. So here are my top 5 things about Monkey Island speedrunning that aren't major time saves but are kind of cool if you've played the game before. These include a few puzzle spoilers, so if you want to avoid that, I don't know why you're watching an explanation of the speedrun. We've been spoiling things since like the first minute of the video. Number 1. Based on playthroughs I've watched, the casual player may not know that every verb has a keyboard shortcut. Also, right-clicking on doors will open and close them.
No, I want you to just make this.
Number 2. Normally you have to step on this plank 3 times to grab a red herring. Speedrunners are so fast, they only step on it twice. Number 3. In a similar vein, there's a puzzle where you transfer grog from one melting cup to another. The game lets you take a lot of them, but if you're quick, you only need 2. Number 4. If you time it right, it's possible to enter doors before they open. Number 5. The first time you come to this screen, the game takes control and walks Guybrush to the center. But you have maybe 3 or 4 frames right when the screen transition happens to talk to the navigator head. If you pull it off, this skips an animation of putting the head away and pulling it out again. It saves about 2.5 seconds, it's really hard to do, and no one's pulled it off in a world record. And now, back to your regularly scheduled speedrun history. In January of 2021, a runner named Mike
Let's see that again.
would bring something up in Discord that would result in yet another small time save.
There's a lot of these like longer screens in the Monkey Island games where as you walk from one side to the other, the screen will switch over.
I forgot to set a do once on it.
Control R would turn on Snap Scroll, which disables the scrolling.
The reason why we didn't do it before was because we knew that ScumVM allowed you to do it, but ScumVM allows you to do a lot of things, and it wasn't really clear that the game itself was coded that way.
Now I actually did end up digging up an old manual that I found had a reference to turning on Snap Scroll. So then it became legal at that point. There's not a ton of spots where it applies, but you know, in the few spots it does, over the run, it saves us a few seconds.
For example, it was now worthwhile to use a shortcut in the town of Melee Island.
There's a screen in Melee Island where you have the doors that kind of go back and forth, and for the most part, it was actually a trap. You would think it would be a shortcut, but what happens is once you enter that door, the screen takes a long time to scroll over to the other door, and it would be
If you're dead, then don't do this.
Walking around the long way. But now,
Same way for
take the door
turning.
it is now a little bit faster.
If you're dead, then don't do this. And where's our attack?
By now, Spade had perfected a different sword fight strategy than Leo. He begins by getting the insult from the bridge troll. Spade then fights.
If you're dead, then don't bother doing anything here.
The extra pirate loses time initially, but knowing the extra responses makes the Carla fight faster on average.
Ooh, and now we get one more.
Okay, so now why doesn't the flaking work? That's the question.
Everybody calm down. Alright, everybody shut up. Oh, I didn't get the right option there. 27. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait. I forgot to get this ready. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're throwing money in the air. Wait, come back. Oh, whoops, some of the money ended up in the trash can. Don't go there. Yes. Choose prediction outcome. Nobody. I can't believe it. Nobody voted yes. No believers in the chat? Come on.
He had done it. World record by 1 second. And, as Spade was now the world record holder, he was the first one on the list when Games Done Quick came calling.
The show I was on, it's called Time Capsule, where you're showing off games from a certain year. In this case, the year was 1990.
I just remember that.
And they approached me, asked me if I was available. I said,
The billboard. This is the pink character. Hold on.
August
What was your
Yeah, I was stoked to be.
Hey, anyway, what was your autism assessment like? As I got mine tomorrow, I'm a bit nervous. Honestly, it was perfectly fine. Like there's nothing you need to be worried about. My best.
We were talking beforehand. He was saying.
The best what's it called?
Let's just go through and have it normal.
A tip I can give you is that is to not what word
I'm gonna do it. So I figured, you know, we're just gonna show it off.
Don't overthink too much, first of all. And if there is something that if they ask you something that you have not thought about before, don't feel bad. Don't instantly go, no, I don't feel that. Just go, oh, I don't know, I never thought about it, because then they'll be like, okay, well, we have to see if that is a thing then, because you haven't tried it out, or like you haven't had it be a thing. So that's the best. That's probably the best advice I can give you.
It's probably not gonna work.
Um,
It was absolutely incredible. If you go see the photo, I wrote in caps lock something like "I cannot believe you, Spade" or something like that. And I was really hoping not to get banned from GDQ because of caps lock, but it was absolutely insane.
The entire energy changed as soon as that ding happened.
Yeah.
That's the moment where I'm like, okay, I'm like shuffling my papers around trying to figure out what to do next.
Spade had gotten the unlikely credit early, but the rest of the run, its execution,
it's still not working. What do you mean you can't find a vector parameter for this?
We got credit early, we got very fast sword fighting, and very good catacombs. All came together in one run. It's insane.
This being a marathon, Spade had opted to have chat up instead of a timer. Up until the very end, he had no idea what his time was.
Takes me from the progress screen. Yeah, absolutely. Because I had that problem myself.
Did you just say 2730?
Where I would just I would just fuck up in that case. Create material dynamic instant. You are able to do it. Why didn't it work?
That's a world record by 15 seconds. Holy guacamole. I certainly did not expect that to happen today.
All the pieces, both big and small, had come together in one amazing run that remains the world record to this day.
Frozen Spade's 2730 stands out as a fantastic run. That is the first time a Monkey Island game has been featured at a GDQ event, and the run was blessed with great RNG, which was great timing, and a fantastic showcase of not only Spade's talents, but also for point-and-click adventure speedrunning as a whole.
Me being nervous, there were some dumb mistakes that could have been even better, but I'm still, you know, in the end, I'm very proud of it. But yeah, boy howdy. My heart beating.
How do I have both?
One short, I hear. This was one of the longest projects I've ever worked on, so if you've made it this far and enjoyed it, I'd appreciate a like and a subscribe if you haven't done so already. I really want to thank everyone who helped make this video, all the runners who were kind enough to answer my many questions over many months. I could not have done it without them. I'd also like to thank my patrons for their support. Feel free to leave a comment about what games you'd like to see in the future, and until then, I think you'll enjoy watching my other speedrun history.
Okay.
That's it for now. Thank you again, and I'll see you in the next one.
Just gonna have to stick with that. Oh yeah, we're 3 hours. Let's try that. Let's go with that. What was the name of that YouTuber again? I'm gonna try and get some sleep. It's got to be up in about 10 hours and struggle to sleep. Yeah, definitely get yourself some sleep. I would honestly suggest you head to bed right now. I'm fully fine with that. Skype, thank you. I did Stika. Actually, I did just find them. We're gonna take another one of his videos. Let's go with this one, sure.
Last year, I made a video on forgotten 32-bit hidden gems, and I want to make this a yearly thing. So today, we'll be covering games you most likely never played, ranging from cats riding robots to Evangelion clones. So, let's get started.
Oh wait, I see what I did wrong here. That's the problem.
Gauge for the PS1, a third-person shooter by Konami, where you take on several missions to defeat large monsters. And right off the bat, the game really impresses, not just with its excellent graphics, but also incredible music. AAA studios do not make music like this anymore, and we're all poorer for it. Anyway, the game is quite simple. Each mission requires you to reach a boss and
I'm gonna make this go down to 0.
way, you'll pick up ammo for special guns and crystals that give you more lives.
Hope you enjoyed the video as to find out some hidden gems from their videos. Yeah, I think I will. But yeah. And thank you for the suggestion of this video the other day.
And some of the levels can actually be
Flaking Alpha.
Giving you secret pets to explore for extra bonuses. And I also think that the art style is generally beautiful. The bright colors honestly remind me more of a Sega Saturn game than a PS1 game. I don't know, call me crazy, but I just associate this sort of bright art style and peppy music more with the Saturn than I do with the PS1. One issue I have with this game is that it really desperately needed a modern control scheme. So instead of using the dual analogs to move and aim, you'll have to use the buttons on your controller, which can take a while to get used to. Thankfully, the game seems to realize this, so it never really swarms you with enemies, and most will have some kind of wind-up animation before they actually attack you. Not only that, but you also have
I mean, look, watching the stream in bed. If not, got other things to watch to relax. Yeah, absolutely. Go. I don't mind you lurking, and I hope you actually get enough sleep.
Though I do see some that are starting to wake up to it. But either way, this is an excellent game. So I say, check it out if you can.
Good night. Now I need to figure out. That's why it's broken. Okay, hold on. Let's get rid of the other material from this.
Action RPG made by the same studio behind the Landstalker games. In this game, you play as Garion, a bounty hunter who is escorting a dangerous monster named Balan to a prison island where it will be incarcerated forever. But Balan escapes and starts eating everyone on the ship. And now it's your job to track it down and stop it. Actually, the game starts with a pretty cool mechanic. See, at the beginning, you're given a timer.
Can you please get rid of material like I told you to?
Basically, the entire game will change depending or not where you reach Balan before you hit the 3-minute mark. Which, believe me, that's not an easy thing to do. But long story short, the game has 5 major branching
yes, take that away. Thank you.
And these will complete
This should fix it.
not just the main storyline, but also the bosses and even which locations you visit. So, for example, if you take too long to reach the captain's cabin in the first area of the game, the plot will now revolve around recapturing Balan. But if you reach the captain on time and defeat Balan, the story will now revolve around the corrupt prison warden and the resistance that seeks to stop him. And if you reach the captain's cabin on time but lose a fight against Balan, then this will trigger yet a different parallel storyline. There are a total of 3 main parallel storylines and an additional 2 minor storylines, the latter of which can go into some really interesting timeline paradoxes. That in of itself already makes this game super unique, but we've just barely gotten started. For one thing, even though this game acts and plays like an action RPG, there's actually very little combat involved.
Deathfire.
Occasionally be swatting some minor enemies, but
Enemy.
fights are actually closer to a 2D fighting game, complete with health bars, special moves, and rounds. And you can even charge a power bar for a super attack. And not only that, but most enemies you fight in this method can also be captured by doing a special attack when the capture prompt appears. And when that happens, not only do you gain bonus experience points, but you can now play as that enemy during battles. So yes, there's also a bit of Pokemon here, which is pretty incredible considering that this game only launched 6 6 months after Pokemon, so it feels like two studios having the same basic idea at the same time, but implementing it in vastly different ways. And man, I've barely scratched the surface of how weird and unique this game is. Like how there's no actual money in this game. Instead, you need to travel around the world and look for items like chocolates, which you can then trade for better gear and items. And you can also spend experience points to heal up or increase your health bar. And I gotta say, I love the graphics and music of Dark Savior. The bright, colorful graphics are pretty much what I meant when I said that Gun Gadget's art style seemed closer to a styling game than a PS1 title. Now, as much as I love Dark Savior, I do feel that it has too many gameplay mechanics with very little thought being given as to their synergy. For example, yes, you can capture enemies, but only Garion can capture them. So if you use someone else, not only will you not be able to capture them, but you'll also miss out on those bonus experience points. And experience points also count towards how many retries you're allowed if you get a game over. So it's often best to not increase your main health bar and instead just save them in case you need more lives. This game is a diamond in the rough, and it's a shame it never got a sequel, because with enough care and attention, it could have been an all-time best. As it is though, it's still a really fun, if flawed experience that I highly recommend. Check it out if you can. This is Anvil of Dawn, a first-person dungeon crawling RPG released for PCs in 1995. The fantasy land of whatever it's called is being invaded by barbarian hordes, with the advisor of that land having a premonition that they will lose the war. So he convinces the princess of the tomato people here that only a hero could save the land. So you get to pick between 5 different heroes, though really, there's not much difference between them other than their initial stats, as everyone can learn every magic spell and wield every weapon in the game. So it's mostly about figuring out what are your preferences for the early game and picking out the avatar you like best. And from there on, you'll travel alone in a wide series of pre-rendered dungeons, and I gotta say, I'm a bit unsure if I like the pre-rendered look of these dungeons. I mean, the art style looks really cool in some places, but not so much in others, though it's definitely a nice throwback to the
Oh, now it's working, okay.
games. Thankfully though,
Sure.
all your enemies and NPCs
So,
are 3D sprites, and
let's
these
try it out
look
then.
absolutely incredible, with tons of detail and style. I especially like the death animations for a few of these. Now that is cool. And you also get to fight giant tiki masks for some reason, so that's cool, I guess. I also like how many spells you get to use, even if their location on the UI isn't the best, as I often would end up casting a spell by mistake when I only wanted to turn right. At least your mana will replenish automatically though. I feel Anvil of Dawn is a good game for beginners to the genre, as it's not using any known rulebooks like D&D, and instead uses a simplified rule set that anyone can pick up and play, while giving you a lot of freedom on how you want to build your character. And because the stats are so simple, it's highly unlikely that you'll end up building a useless character. You're also given an auto map that you can check out at any time, and you can even write notes in it, which is especially useful if you want to create a stockpile of weapons and items on a dungeon. And you'll need them too, because this game does not have any shops or money, so you'll have to make do with what you find in the dungeons. Speaking of which, I also really like the dungeon design, as it's not overly confusing, but it's kept interesting by a variety of traps that feel logical without being obtuse. I do, however, feel
I know there's something you need to do to tell the model that, like, hey, you're supposed to...
Which is fine if you're carrying rocks, but not so fine when you have to sacrifice gear to make them work. I also like that progression is non-linear, so you can progress into different dungeons depending on which exit you take, while other times you're given different paths in the overworld, which will lead to different dungeons, and it's up to you to figure out which one you think is best for you. This is honestly a really cool game, and one which I rarely see being mentioned these days. If you're in the mood for a tough dungeon crawler with
Niagara.
simplified gameplay mechanics, then this is the game for you.
System.
So I say, give it a shot. You might be surprised by how much you end up liking it.
Home mesh location. Vertices not working. That's how you spell working.
This is Retro Force, a shmup by Psygnosis launched for the PS1. The game is a throwback to the 16-bit era of the shmup genre, although this one uses polygons instead of 2D graphics. Aliens are invading the Earth, and you're part of the Retro Force who was sent to stop them, with the team being led by Paris Tetsuo. Man, character names in this video are the gift that just keeps on giving. It's pretty clear that this game was something of a lower budget title when compared to some of Psygnosis' other games, like Wipeout for example. But it oddly ends up working in the game's favor, as it basically means that this is just pure gameplay. So you begin in a modern setting, and as you progress, the aliens warp you back into various points in time, like the Roman period or the Ice Age, where you fight tiki statues. Again, I feel like we have something of a theme in this video. Anyway, you have 4 characters to choose from, and you have 3 main weapon styles and 3 additional bomb styles that you can shift between them at any time. However, you'll have to pick up upgrades to each weapon style, and if you lose a life, you go back to a previous checkpoint, but you get to keep any upgrades you collected up to that point. Retro Force also has an interesting height mechanic, in which enemies can any 3 possible heights, and you need to press a button.
No, that's not it.
To defeat them. One thing I really find interesting about this game is that it's basically a Euro shmup that mixes Japan's late 90s anime culture with the Euro club scene from that time. So stylistically, it ends up being something really unique regardless of the genre. It's like if you asked a late 90s British club goer what he thinks Japanese nightclubs are like. And well, this is what you get. And yes, I know that Euro shmup is usually something of a derogatory term for the genre, but this one is actually really well made, and shows that Euro shmup devs took the time to learn from a lot of their mistakes from the days of the Amiga. Although, I will say that a few of the sound effects are kinda terrible, so I usually just turn the music volume up. But still, this is a pretty fun game, and I think that it's worth checking out.
That's not it. This is.
This is Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon for arcades, a 2D beat-em up in which you can play as the Sailor Scouts and have to take down foes from the anime. So of course, I went with certified best girl, Sailor Mercury. Each girl has slightly different stats like speed or attack, and I was actually surprised with the variety of attacks you can pull off. You have your normal combo, 2 different types of throws, a special move that clears enemies around you, 3 different types of aerial attacks depending on your momentum, and multiple special attacks. I especially like Mercury here, whose grab maneuver is kicking enemies in the family jewels. As you play the game, you pick up crystals which you can use to activate screen clearing attacks that trigger a 2D animation. And the more crystals you have, the more damage it deals, while also triggering a different type of animation. Add some nice cutscenes from
To look at.
and you're left with a pretty fun beat-em up regardless of whether or not you're a Sailor Moon fan. You even get to trigger Tuxedo Mask to help you out. And yes, he's just as useless here as he was in the anime. Honestly, my only real issue with this game is how bad the music is. I don't know if they got the intern to do it, but it's shockingly bad at times. But other than that, yeah, this is a pretty fun game. And I say, check it out if you can.
Oh, why did Discord fuck this up? I just want to find something. see here. Trying to figure out what it is you're supposed to do to get a.
This is Love and Destroy for the PS1. Or is it Love or Destroy? The game is giving me two different titles at the title screen. And this is a mech game by ENVtuber, the Blaster Master and Azure Striker Gunvolt developers? Huh, I didn't even know they've been around for this long. And this game is basically, what if Neon Genesis Evangelion had a video game? A good video game. One that is not a visual novel. Okay, fine, you win. So you play as not Shinji Ikari crossed with a hentai main character. And yes, this one's just as mopey as a real one. And angels, I mean monsters, are invading Japan, complete with a similarly sounding but legally distinct soundtrack of the Evangelion anime. And you're suddenly teleported to a special agency that has giant mechs created specifically to fight these monsters, who are piloted by a red-haired tsundere and a blue-haired kudere. And you're then sent on missions to take down these monsters, but your mechs can only stay powered up for 5 minutes. Look, I don't know what to tell you. This is basically Evangelion. So now, you need to pick a girl for each mission. Oh, and also, there's a third blonde girl in this game, but I never picked her. And then you go on missions to defeat the monsters. And I gotta say, I love the vibes of this game. The amount of effort that went into the UI and how the girls tie into the animations is genuinely insane. And I also love this line animation of when the girls take damage or when they have something to say. This is literally the coolest effect I've ever seen in a PS1 game. And I just love the amount of destruction you and your enemies can bring to the city. You're basically as much of a monster as the monsters are fighting. Which, again, it's Evangelion.
Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. I couldn't find what I was looking for. Great. So that was a waste of time.
And gameplay styles. So for example, Not Asuka here is more agile, whereas Not Rei is basically a giant tank. And while some enemies can be taken down by simply attacking them, others will require you to aim for specific body parts, which can be destroyed individually, which will then cripple them. And regardless of whether you win or lose the mission, you'll gain experience and level up, which in turn can also be used to power up your mech. There's also some parts where the game asks you to make a choice, which I assume is about how you wish to romance the girls. But I had no idea what the heck I was doing. As far as I know, this game does not have a translation patch yet, but I'd say that you can get around most of it even without one. I will say though that this is yet another game that really could have used a dual analog control scheme. Because you have to use the L and R buttons to aim up.
Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna have to stick with using skeletal position.
So why say check it out if you can.
Wow, that is delicious. Finally, some good fucking food.
From one mech game to another, this is Custom Robo for the N64. Oh, what's that? The N64 isn't 32 bits? Well, actually, it turns out that every N64 game ever made was coded in 32 bits and not 64. So as far as I'm concerned, it counts. Anyway, this is a in which you're a kid in the near
Me random.
all the rage is
And not do random. Okay.
For some reason, this concept really took off in Japan around this time. I mean, you had Custom Robo, Metabots, and Power Quest all launching pretty much at the same time. Anyway, this is a pretty comfy 2D RPG in which you've just moved into a town and got your first Robo. And now, you're off to fighting different folks and be the best at what you do. Combat is done in real time in an arena, and it kind of reminds me of Sega's Virtual On. And as you defeat enemies, you unlock new parts for your Robo, which you can change at any time. Not only that, but
Random vector.
or Robo types you fight in the RPG portion can then be unlocked in a separate arcade mode. And Not gonna lie, some of these robot designs are giving me some Mega Man Robot Master vibes, especially this guy. But yeah, if you want a simple, comfy RPG with some cool 3D fighting mechanics, then check out Custom Robo on the N64. You will need a translation patch though, but that's easy enough to find.
Sorry, 2. Don't add velocity. That's the wrong one. Don't add velocity to this.
The story is... I have no idea. You're in some sort of fairy tale land, and I guess some bad guys do something bad, and you're going to stop them with your magic staff and wand. The story may sound pretty standard, but the game sure isn't. For one thing, I'm not even sure what genre this is. I guess the closest is a beat 'em up, but that's not quite right either because there are no combos or throws. You just basically hit enemies with your wand or staff, and they turn into animals which you can then collect for points. And at first, this is a fairly standard game, but by level 2, you start seeing some weirdness like this odd ballerina boss that shoots lasers. But
we don't need a flaking.
It just gets progressively weirder, and it culminates with whatever level 3 is, which basically feels like the developers decide to have fun with Microsoft Paint and whatever this is.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah. And in case you're wondering, no, the game never bothers to explain what's going on.
I'm gonna call this flaking alpha 2 so I can have
Is fun if a little
2 different ones for the death.
It's the weirdness. This game is absolutely carried by its art style and visuals. You even have magical abilities to automatically defeat enemies for you, like how you can summon a luchador in a giant microwave where he'll then proceed to cook your enemies for you. If you're in the mood for something weird, different, and distinctly Japanese, then Pulirula is the game for you. And you know what? This weirdness is so right up my alley.
That's not the right one. Your color alpha.
Psychic Force is a 3D fighting game for the PS1 with some really interesting gameplay mechanics. Basically, the game allows you to move in any direction so you can get up close and personal with your foe or shoot fireballs from afar Dragon Ball Z style. What I find it interesting is that because this game is all about quick 3D space movement, a lot of the special moves reflect this. So for example, you have the usual Hadouken style attacks that you see in every fighting game, but you also have attacks that quickly bring you to an enemy's location or teleport away, and even attacks that basically serve as mines, allowing you to trap the field and your enemy along with it if you play your cards right. The game's visuals are pretty good for the PS1, and I definitely dig.
I think what I should do for the eyeball is, first of all, I should rotate this back to this.
I clearly wasn't the only one with this idea, because sometime later the game would get an OVA based on it. Which is kinda surprising because I don't think Psychic Force was ever that popular to begin with. And I also love how terrible the English voice acting is. It does that mid-90s thing where fighting game characters are from different countries, so they have American voice actors put on the worst accents you've ever heard, including a Russian Shota riddled with guilt.
Not again! This power! This disgusting power!
A robot girl who went to the Sticker School of Voice Acting.
I, who fight for an ideal world, am like a machine myself. Consider that you have lost to another machine.
And, oh no, they're not gonna pull a breakfast at Tiffany's, are they?
You see, we have to use your spirit to make the perfect bionic woman that will fight for us.
You what? You mean even my feelings of loyalty to Noah were not my own?
There, Sonia. You've done very well for us. But I'm afraid you've about outlived your usefulness.
Wong! I won't forgive you!
We
did 20 ticks, and that was the best one.
Oh my god, this would so not fly today. But
No, it definitely would not. That is oh, that's horrible acting and horrible
basic fighting game that is
just
not
in every way.
deep, but is genuinely fun. Check this game out.
We make this giant sphere hidden in game. There we go.
This is Machines, also known as Machines Built for War by Acclaim. And this is a real-time strategy game for PCs. At first, this seems like a fairly standard late 90s RTS by PC standards. You collect resources, build bases, armies, and attack your enemy's base. And believe it or not, this game got glowing reviews back in the day, especially because of the graphics. Which is quite funny, because the graphics are probably what aged the worst about Machines. In fact, as an RTS, this is a pretty basic game, as there's only one army and practically no story between levels. So, why am I talking about it? Because this RTS has one cool feature that completely sets it aside from other games in the same genre. And that is that it has a button to turn it into a first-person mech game. Yes, you can take control of any of your units and move them however you wish. So this basically ends up being a mix of RTS and first-person mech simulator.
Okay, it's not gonna take the
your own buildings and place research robots in your labs to have them work.
I like that.
There's really no valid reason to actually do this other than role-playing purposes, but the option is there if you want. But taking over your units and using them for manual combat is a legitimate way of getting ahead in this game, because the enemy
Let's
AI
get
is
the
combat, so you can usually outmaneuver most units. There's even some levels where you're given a handful of
input action.
bases or resources, and you just
I'm gonna change this to do
with what you're given. And the design here seems tailor-made to be played in first person.
go to variable.
Notice though that the frame rate leaves something to be desired. But this was actually an issue with my recording software, which apparently did not like this mode very much, because the game itself ran fine for me. Apparently, Night Dive Studios now owns the rights to this game, and they even released the source code.
Multiply
But as far as I know, there's no
with,
patch to optimize the game for modern hardware or with modern controls. So yeah, you can argue that this is nothing more than a middling RTS game with a gimmick.
variable
Which, yeah, that's exactly what it is. But man, it's
damage
really
multiplier.
cool. And it's worth checking out for that reason alone.
By default is gonna be at 1. The default damage. We'll do we'll do 1.
This is Robo Red the Hunter, an action RPG for the Nintendo DS by CyberConnect 2, a Japanese studio whose entire library consists of decent, if unspectacular, anime-to-game adaptations, which are then used to fund obscure furry games that are actually really good. Technically, the furry games are all part of the same overarching series, but you can just play any of them separately and enjoy them as is, as there's very little that actually connects them with one another. Anyway, you play as Red, a canine bounty hunter who lives in an airship and has a mech. And I just realized how many mech games there are in this video. I swear this was not intentional. The game's main gimmick is that you can grab anything with your mech and use it to solve puzzles or fight enemies. So for example, you can grab an enemy and throw it onto someone else, or you can grab it while in midair and do combos. You'll also be exploring the world and various towns, gathering quests, side quests, money, leveling up, and buying upgrades for your mech, which are then applied by doing a Tetris-like minigame. And I also like that at times, you'll have to jump out of your mech to enter people's houses and certain locations. And combat is completely different when you're on foot. I also really like the mood and feel of the game. It has a real Mega Man Legends vibe to it. as you're exploring this idyllic world that seems to have been built on the back of a forgotten calamity. And I really love the cutscene design and the way the characters are animated.
Multiply.
I will say though that despite me loving everything about this world, characters, and writing,
Enemy.
I don't really like the main quest. I don't know. It's something about a magical forgotten amulet awakening a giant monster, and people are
Wait.
from you. It's honestly all pretty standard, and I would have preferred something more lighthearted. Another issue I have with
And for the slime, the enemy weight is 0.
Small and a little claustrophobic if I'm being honest. So you're always going from area to area and during multiple short but consecutive load times. So it does feel like the game was a little held back by technical limitations. But thankfully, the strong points absolutely make up for these small faults. And it's a game that is absolutely worth your time. So
Set animation mode for the mesh to animate useful animation blueprint. There we go. Alright, enemy weight is what tells the game how much they take. Multiply. Enemy defense.
A Sega Saturn eroge visual novel that by some miracle actually received a
Their defense is
PC. And to be fair, I can see why they picked this
5.
game, as Eve Burst Error was extremely well received in Japan, spawning multiple sequels and even remakes. So I guess at some point, the developers and publisher were hoping that some of that would rub off in the West. And it's a
Oh, that
shame
looks so good.
even though I'm not a huge visual novel guy, I genuinely enjoyed this game. Basically, the game takes place across multiple days and you can play between two characters. A down-on-his-luck detective named Kojiro and an intelligence agent named Marina. And the idea is that you have two branching narratives and you'll have to switch between them as they engage in their own seemingly unconnected storylines until you get to the point when you realize that they have more elements in common than first appear.
Should make sure that you can hold down the button.
Especially the main girl Kojiro is after. She feels like a believable, realistic, down-to-earth character who is basically going through a midlife crisis, a theme which you don't often see being explored all that well in Japanese games or anime. But here it's completely believable and relatable. And I know it sounds like I just gave the game a backhanded compliment, but that's really not how I meant it.
That's a lot of damage.
Is that the fact this game got an official English localization was something of a monkey paw scenario, because it felt like the localizers were terrified that us dumb Westerners would simply not be able to enjoy a visual novel. And so they tried to spice it up by literally adding raunchy jokes every 3 lines. Like, I'm not even exaggerating here. There is a sex joke every 3 lines, and it gets really annoying.
Oh wait, it should be multiplied. Let's make every damage do 3 on the slime.
Humor, but they went so far with it that it honestly affected the mood and setting of the game. And even though I don't speak Japanese, whenever there's a Japanese voiceover dialogue, you can usually tell what parts the localizer simply added in for humor. Ironically enough, in direct contradiction with everything I just said, a lot of the eroge scenes had their visuals either removed or toned down. So while some of it is still there, a lot of it just didn't make the cut. Kinda weird how the localizers talk the talk, but then couldn't walk the walk. Fucking cowards, man. If you're into visual novels,
Oh, that's bad.
there's a decent chance you've heard of
That's
it.
bad. There's still a problem there.
It was a pretty big franchise at some point. But for the rest of us, this is a pretty obscure franchise, and the Western PC version even more so.
I'm gonna have to do a different approach for the respawning.
This is the Fireman 2 Pete and Danny for the PS1, a sequel to the Fireman for the Super Nintendo. The game was only launched in Japan, but thankfully you do not need to speak Japanese to play it. In fact, I've actually finished this game before without ever needing to consult a guide or translation patch. It's the near future, and a massive fire breaks out in an amusement park, and now it's up to you to put out the fire and rescue people. Graphically, the game is barely an upgrade over the Super.
And I guess I could just make the capsule bigger again, because now it does not matter how thick the capsule is.
So I'll just be playing alone. But other than that, if you've played the first game, this is basically more of the same. So, as Pete and Danny, you need to put out fires and rescue hostages. And you have two firing modes. One for high fires, and the secondary mode, which is better suited for low flames. Your AI buddy will also help out, as he puts out fires with
However, that still happens, it seems.
The cool thing about having this game being set in an amusement park is that you'll be putting out
So I don't need to make it bigger.
like
Is that still playing?
aquariums, and even dinosaur exhibits. And because the game is set in the near future, some of the machines will also go haywire, and you'll have to take them out. Sometimes it kind of feels like the fire is sentient and specifically targets you. But hey, it's a video game. I can overlook that. I will say though that I prefer taking out the fires over the robots and machines, which just seem like a more interesting and unique enemy for me. And if you have trouble, you can also pick up secondary items like water grenades. I will say though that even though I like this game, I feel the SNES prequel was better. For one thing, this game needs to stop and load almost every room you enter, which kind of breaks the flow of the game. Not only that, but the music will always reset when you do that. Heck, it'll even reset if you pause the game. Additionally, all dialogue in this game is now voice acted, and as a result, it takes a bit more time to get through it compared to the first game.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Text. But these are minor
actor leaves ground.
I highly recommend you
We're gonna move this to a part where I can do stuff with it. See here, I think I changed the jumping event to just go to. Oh no, it happens all the time. Right, that's what I did. So I could just, instead of using this approach,
a flat combat game that is honestly super impressive. The game was originally launched for the Acorn Archimedes, but this Trio enhanced port is where it's at. So much so that even though it also got PS1 and Sega 7 ports, everyone basically agrees that the Trio port is the definitive version. So, this is a mission-based flat combat game, and I like how every map and mission is basically just a
multi-line trace the channel.
lets you do anything you want, however you want to do it. And believe me, this game gives you a lot of freedom.
Line trace by channel.
Everything is destructible, and I mean everything. If you shoot at the ground, it turns to molten lava, and if you come back later, the trees you destroyed or the molten lava you created is still there. And civilian buildings can also be destroyed, and if they're close enough together, it starts a chain reaction where they keep falling on top of each other and destroy everything around them, which is so freaking cool. Do you see a mountain in front of you? Well, you can actually just shoot the mountain and punch a hole through it as you fly out the other side. That is insane! And if you fly up, the game becomes darker and darker as you reach the edge of space, and if you look down, you have a really impressive draw distance for the Trio. Like, this game is really impressive.
Make relative transform. No. Make transform. Fuck you.
Is going to start having a lot of issues. Just a little tip for you.
Get actor rotation and get actor scale. Just to make sure that doesn't change.
Or create formations. Though I found the squad controls a little wonky for my taste.
Get actor location.
Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Mostly because you have
plus
health and because you have so much freedom in how you tackle your enemies. For example, instead of shooting at an enemy turret, you can take it out by just firing at the ground below it and deforming it so much that the turret simply explodes, which which is such a cool concept. It's kind of insane how the more I learn about the Trio's library, the more games I discover that I genuinely enjoy. And this is one you should absolutely check out. I swear, the Trio was done so dirty over the years.
Not variable. Last known location. Set known location.
This is Wizardry, the Lilgaman Saga for the PS1 and Sega Saturn, though I'll be playing the Sega Saturn version. And this is a compilation remake of the first 3 Wizardry games. If you've been following my channel for a while, you probably already know that I'm a huge Wizardry fan, and this release is honestly my go-to way of playing the original trilogy. The first thing I should point out is that even though this version only launched in Japan, the game has an English option right out of the box, so you can play it without any translation patches. And for those who don't know, Wizardry is an old-school dungeon crawling RPG series that led to the creation of the JRPG genre as we know it today. The idea is that you build a party of 6 adventurers and then venture forth on the dungeon fighting enemies, leveling up, collecting gear, and losing your adventurers over and over again. Yes, permadeath is a major feature of the Wizardry series, and it becomes a genuinely tense game when something goes wrong and you're caught off guard. And then you're just desperately trying to survive and claw your way out while saving as many party members as you can before trying again. I tend to go with this version of the original trilogy because it adds a lot of quality of life improvements that help you ease into the game. For one thing, the turning animation helps give you a good sense of direction, something which was missing from most ports. You also have an automap feature, which is immensely useful, especially if you don't have the time to draw your own maps. Although, you can still draw your own maps and ignore the automap feature if you really want to. But perhaps the most useful feature is how this version lets you reroll characters instantly, an action which, believe it or not, can save you hours of tedious character creation process. And because this version has the first trilogy, you can import all your party members across all 3 games. Heck, the Sega Saturn version even has an exclusive campaign, so it's technically 4 games in one. I've heard the exclusive campaign is missing from the PS1 version, but don't quote me on it. I know that there's a remake of the first Wizardry on Steam right now, but I still prefer playing this version simply because I can use my party across all games. So if you want to finally try this series, this is a good way to do it. This is Sandvane, also known as Starfighter Sandvane for the PS1. And no, it's not related to the Trio game we just took a look at. This is an overhead shmup, and it's a super interesting take on the genre. Basically, you have a ship and you need to pick your loadout consisting of a main weapon and a secondary weapon. And once that's done, you're sent to this Evangelion UI. Man, this video has a lot of running themes, and you need to pick the various sections which will send you to an arena where you'll be fighting a group of enemies, and your goal is to reach the various map bosses, defeat them, and then take down the boss of that world. And while you can draw a straight line between yourself and the bosses, your weapons become more powered up the more cleared areas you have adjacent to you. So if you're fighting a region with just 1 cleared area behind you, all your weapons are level 1. But if you have 3 adjacent areas, your weapons are level 3 and much more powerful. So it sounds like it's best to just take your time and clear the whole map, right? Well, here's the thing. You see that timer over there? It's always counting down. It's counting down as you defeat enemies, and it starts counting down if you take more than 3 seconds to pick your next section. The game doesn't even have a health bar. If you get hit, you lose time instead of losing life, and by defeating bosses, you gain back some time. So the game is basically a speedrun shmup where you need to trace a straight line to the bosses, then clear as many adjacent areas as you can, as quickly as you can, and then repeat it for the next stage. And in case you're wondering, no, the time does not reset on the next level. So if you screw up on the previous level, your entire playthrough might be compromised. This is such a cool concept, and as I recorded footage for this video, I just sort of fell into a zen-like trance as I got into the groove of defeating enemies and finding the right balance between getting enough adjacent areas to power up my ship while taking as little time as possible. So yeah, if you want an interesting take on the shmup genre, this game might just be for you. Check it out if you can.
Is the thing disappearing? Is that what's happening?
And there we go, a look at several 32-bit hidden gems you most likely never played. Are there
They changed something in the hurt boxes and messed it up.
I'd like to thank my newest Patreon supporters,
No.
including Freya Fenris, Joshua Haydorn, SK120, Alessandro Casella, Diet85, and
Let me make this thing unhidden again to see what's going on.
Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye.
Well, that's a different problem. Fuck's sake. Oh! Take me to the goddamn cube. There we go. Okay, so it has to be that. Dang it, loud. What do we have here?
Over the last few decades, I've always felt that the retro gaming community has been needlessly harsh on bootleg games, often making them the butt of the joke, while ignoring the legitimately good bootleg and unofficial games out there, or the context in which they were made and sold. So today, I'm going to be listing 20 awesome bootlegs that you should check out. So, let's get started. We begin with SWAT Police, a gallery shooter by ESD launched for arcades in South Korea in 2001. Although the game itself is original, many of its graphics and art assets were lifted from other games, including Contra 3, Mutation Nation, Art of Fighting 2, and Burning Fight. Thankfully, that does not stop this one from being an excellent game. You have 2 characters to choose from, with slightly different stats in speed and power, some pretty great 2D graphics, and a plethora of weapons and power-ups. And as you dispatch enemies, they'll drop money which you can then use to buy even more power-ups at the end of each stage. If you lose a life though, all of your weapons and ammo reset, and it can be pretty hard to recover on those later stages. You've also got destructible environments, a rolling maneuver that makes you temporarily invulnerable, and grenades which you can throw to cause even more destruction. The action in this game is absolutely non-stop, and I love it. You really gotta be on your toes, and that makes this a super fun game. And you even got a co-op option, which I sadly cannot show you because I have no friends. And it's really cool how you have to pick between defeating smaller enemies that give you barely any money but will give you more breathing room, or take out larger foes that take longer but will give you a lot more money to spend at the shop, which is a really nice risk versus reward mechanic. Also, funny thing, while researching this game I discovered that ESD at one point was hiring sales reps in America to bring the arcade machine to the West. I wonder what their plan was if Konami and SNK ever found out that this game is stealing so much of their work. Seriously though, if you enjoy games like Cabal or Wild Guns, you have to check out SWAT Police.
I realize what I'm doing wrong here.
This is Top Fighter 2000 for the Mega Drive. Top Fighter 2000 is a bootleg fighting game created in Taiwan that pits multiple characters from the King of Fighters series against Goku, as well as Cyclops and Ryu from X-Men vs Street Fighter. And of course, real-life sports stars Muhammad Ali and Michael Jordan, the latter of which is misspelled as Jodan. If the concept of having Michael Jordan beating up Goku is not enough to make you want to check this game out, then maybe the fact that this is a surprisingly good fighting game for the Sega Genesis will. The hit detection and speed feel perfect, mostly because this seems to be based off either King of Fighters 94 or 95, or maybe just Mugen in general. But yeah, special moves are easy to pull off, you've got super moves, counters, and a really high amount of voice samples. Although it is funny how Jordan's basketball throw sounds like he's saying skateball. And the graphics are surprisingly good for a bootleg game. I mean, hell, the Mount Rushmore stage actually looks better than it does in the official Fatal Fury 2 for the Sega Genesis, with an additional layer of parallax scrolling and a brighter color palette. The game itself obviously is not better than Street Fighter 2 or Fatal Fury 2, but this is honestly in the upper quarter of fighting games for the Sega Genesis, and I would play this over the vast majority of fighters on the system. I mean, heck, in my opinion, it's leagues better than Eternal Champions, though it does have the major flaw of being a two-button fighting game. The characters of Michael Jordan and Muhammad Ali are really just sprite hacks of Heavy D and Lucky Globber from King of Fighters 94. So they play exactly the same as those characters, which explains why I can never seem to win any fights with Ali, as I was never a big fan of Heavy D. Basically, every time I play as Muhammad Ali, I float like a butterfly, but I get stung like a bit. Seriously though, if you ever get tired of Street Fighter 2 or Fatal Fury 2 on your Genesis, check out this surprisingly good alternative.
Why does it only trigger once? That doesn't make any sense.
Is a 1993 NES game made in South Korea that wears its Mega Man inspiration on its sleeve. You play as a Robo-Dude, and the whole graphical style is very Mega Man-like. And though the game is not stealing any assets of IPs, it did launch for the system without Nintendo's approval. Well, I mean, I guess this boss is technically ripping off the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but that's about it. And that's a shame too, because the game is quite excellent. The first level by itself is good enough on its own and far better than many official NES games out there. But at the same time, it also creates a bit of a bad first impression because the backgrounds are a little boring and the music is a little repetitive as well. But from level 2 onwards, the graphics and backgrounds become more interesting, with better use of color, while the music is also good. Now, even though this looks like Mega Man, all the levels are linear and you do not get the boss's special weapon. You do, however, get to pick up a wave weapon or a boomerang weapon, as well as upgrades to their speed, power, and refire rate. This is quite simply a Mega Man-inspired action platformer for the NES done right. Good graphics, good music, tight gameplay, and fun power-ups, which is especially impressive if you consider that most unlicensed and bootleg game devs at the time never had access to any official development tools. It really highlights that most bootleg developers are only guilty of the sin of being born in a country that at the time did not have the industry to support their talents. And it's especially bad when you consider how bootleg has essentially become an unending target of mockery within the YouTube retro space. So I say, check this game out. It might just change your view on the bootleg scene.
Oh, wait, it's here.
This is
Branch.
a shareware game made in Sweden, and if you were a PC gamer back in the day, I know you're familiar with this one, because this game was very popular within MS-DOS gaming circles. This is essentially a Pac-Man clone with new and original levels, though the character is certainly not original. Demo versions of the game were shared online
There we go.
in message boards back
That's
in
how
the
you
day,
fix that
which
bug.
featured two different maps and an incomplete third map. And as you can tell, the game's sound is pretty minimal. But that was pretty common for PC gaming in 1989. But what really
Why did
made
he
this
enemy?
game
Why did he
interesting was the
give up?
high-resolution graphics, which were very impressive for the time, the fact that you require keys to open parts of the maze, and that your death animations were very gruesome and gory for the time.
I see what the reasoning is.
Eventually though, I'm guessing the developer realized that CD Man was getting a bit too popular for its own good, because once the final release came, a full 3 years later mind you, Pac-Man here was replaced with a new character called the Snoofer, and yeah, he kinda sucks. Not only is his design boring, but the death animations were toned down. And sure, this one actually came with every map completed, but the final release was such a letdown for CD-Man fans that everyone remembers the original demo, but hardly anyone even knows about this version. So, if you want a cool Pac-Man bootleg with just a wee bit of late 80s edge, I say check out CD-Man. It's worth it. This is Final Fantasy IX for the Game Boy Color. Well, kind of. The only version of this game to have been dumped changed the game's title and title screen to this. But the original release was Final Fantasy IX, and all of the assets here are still clearly inspired
We'll figure out
by
what
that
happens.
game. Anyway, this is an action RPG / beat 'em up hybrid in which you can select between Zidane, Garnet, or Vivi, with a secret fourth character that needs to be unlocked. You then begin in an overworld map, and you can access your stats or go to shops where you can buy permanent
It looks like
and health upgrades, as well as healing items, potions, and save your game. And I gotta say, the graphics and audio are pretty good. You then go to a dungeon and fight against enemies in a beat 'em up style. You got
it looks like the attack one does. Okay, I see what I need to do.
even have Street Fighter-like button inputs that creates
I just need to tell it to turn that off when you take damage.
a lot of these moves are as of yet undocumented, because the game's manual was never scanned. The only special move that I could find was Zidane's fireball throw, and if you brought any potions with you, you can use them at any time. You also have a high jump mechanic which works very similarly to Sega Shinobi or Namco's Rolling Thunder series, which is a great way of giving you some breathing room as the enemies jump up or down to chase after you. From there on, you'll have to clear the multiple levels within each dungeon until you fight a boss, and then collect each boss's crystal, which the game refers to as pebbles for some reason. and you spend your hard-earned money on stat upgrades or healing items. Though I should stat boosts become more expensive the more of them you buy. And yeah, that's pretty much the game. And it's surprisingly good, with decent music, good enemy variety, and appealing backgrounds. I will say though that Vivi kind of sucks. He attacks from a distance, but his shots are on the weak side, and they take some time to recharge, so he's just kind of weak. While Garnet was the in-between. But again, I never figured out their special moves, nor are they documented anywhere. So maybe Zidane is just a beginner-friendly character, because in my opinion, he was the best character by far. And I like that as you clear a floor, the game asks if you want to continue or go back outside to recover and save your game. Honestly, this is a pretty awesome game, and I could totally see Squaresoft doing a Game Boy Color action spin-off of Final Fantasy IX back in the day.
Give me a sec, check something.
They didn't. But thankfully, bootleg developers stepped up and we got this really impressive title. Check it out!
If I just use world location. No.
But let's keep this Final Fantasy train going with Final Fantasy X Fantasy War. This is another beat'em up for the Game Boy Color that, despite its name, seems to have more in common thematically with the original Final Fantasy I on the NES than Final Fantasy X. You choose between 4 playable characters, which include a warrior, a black mage, a ranger, and a chocobo. Yes, you can play as a chocobo in this game. And then you go around the various levels fighting enemies, and as you defeat them, you gain experience points and level up, making you stronger. Not only that, but you also have a pretty decent variety of moves for each character. Not only do they all have different stats, but the wizard and rogue attack from a distance, whereas the chocobo and warrior are melee fighters. Though once again, the wizard character is by far the worst one. Man, what is it with these games and nerfing wizards? You have a 3-hit combo at your disposal, as well as the usual running and jumping attacks. But you also have a desperation move by pressing both attack and jump at once, which will consume some health, as well as Street Fighter style button inputs. So for example, by performing a Hadouken, the Chocobo does this diagonal jump attack, while the warrior shoots a fire wave. Add to that some pretty decent music and good graphics for the system, and even cutscenes between stages, and you honestly have a really astounding hidden gem for the system. Between this and Final Fantasy IX, both of these games rank among the best beat-em-ups on the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color. So I say, check it out if you can. This is gonna be F99, the kidnapping of Lady Akiko for the Commodore Amiga. And this is kinda sorta a port of the Tiny Twinbee for the Amiga, except halfway through, the developers sorta gave up and then decided to turn the game into its own thing. So you end up with a game that has its own original soundtrack, power-up system, story, cutscenes, and even protagonist. Now, you're saving the Princess Akiko, and your protagonist's name is Kiara Maguire. Oh man, that's just great. But yeah, all of the graphics and assets were either lifted directly from Konami's The Tiny Twinbee or remade in that style. And the gameplay is clearly inspired by Twinbee, but it's not really Twinbee.
There we go. That works.
A lot of the Tiny Twinbee's power-ups, like the option or 3-way shot, are simply not here. And
We gotta tell it to overwrite that.
faster refire rate, speed up, a double shot, and a shield. And you still get these by juggling the various bells. But now, instead of cycling between different colors, you'll get a lot more dark bells.
How do I do this for rolling?
Not only that, but the levels are now much longer than the original game. Honestly, this game is nowhere near as good as the Tana Twinbee, but then again, it was never going to rival what is, in my opinion, the best game in the series. With that said though, the developers added their own exclusive gameplay mechanics, some of which are honestly really interesting directions for the series. Like, you now sometimes get items that you need to juggle the bells into for bonus points. And the more bells you get there at once, the more multipliers you get. And this is honestly a really great idea for the series, something which I'm surprised Konami never thought of. Not only that, but you also get these crystals which you must collect every level to see the good ending. Also, in this game, you get to bomb cows. And that alone makes this game worth it for me. And Gunby also has the unique distinction of being one of the rare instances in which a bootleg game was reviewed by a major publication at the time, with UK-based Amiga Format magazine scoring it.
What if I just do that?
With its major complaint being the lack of innovation. Most games by Peruvian studio Twin Eagles Group tend to be hacks of existing games, though this one, as far as I know, was built from the ground up. And you've most likely heard of the Twin Eagles Group even if you've never realized it, mostly due to one game in particular.
Ronaldinho Soccer.
Yes, that was them. Seriously though, check this game out.
Hold on. This is used for that. Okay, it's only used for some stuff. In that case, we can just do the same setup there. That way we can
This is Alien Syndrome for the NES by Tengen. This game is in a that it's technically not a bootleg because Tengen had the rights to the game. But at the time, their relationship with Nintendo wasn't the best. So they went around and developed a way to bypass Nintendo's copy protection and release the game as is. So this one is not a bootleg, but it is a
okay, no, it's the same setup.
And that's a shame too, because this game is easily the best home port of Alien Syndrome. You pick between two characters, though honestly, as far as I know, there is no difference between them. And then you go on a series of missions where you have to search and rescue your crewmates and then reach the exit before the time runs out. Along the way, you'll find new weapons and maps that let you know where the remaining crew members are. I always thought that Alien Syndrome for the arcades was good, but not great. I feel that if the enemies and weapons had been more interesting, this would have been an all-time classic. But as it is, it's still a fun game. And the NES version is, without a doubt, the best representation of this game I've ever seen on a home console. For starters, the game actually scrolls, unlike the Master System which used still screens, which in turn created all sorts of issues with enemy placement. The view window is also much more zoomed out than the Game Gear version, allowing you to see more of the map. Finally, I feel the bosses aren't nearly as difficult as the Sega versions, which
what is
in
this?
this case is a good thing. So
Velocity.
I say, check this game out.
Oh. Oh.
This is Mars 3D for MS-DOS computers, and you're probably wondering.
There we go. Why was it like that? Weird.
It's not based on any property, and PCs are an open platform, so it can't be a bootleg, right? Well, here's the thing. Mars 3D was developed in Taiwan, and it turns out that this game literally stole chunks of code from the Doom engine and the Duke Nukem 3D's.
Here we go. Let's do a hurt animation for the character. I'm gonna do another reference. Just because I like doing references. I didn't even think about the fact that the dragon's still here. Yeah, you know what? That dragon gets to stay. Okay. Let's get our main character in here. Oh, excuse me.
Has a pretty detailed story with mission briefings before each level and even agents that you meet up with, which give you clues and context on what you need to do next. Though if you're like me, you're probably just gonna skip all of that. What matters though is that you have a pretty nice assortment of weapons and environments to explore, from guns, lasers, and rocket launchers to grenades and flamethrowers. And because this is partly based on the Duke Nukem 3D engine, you can aim up and down and even have the occasional minor platforming segments. The game also plays a surprisingly high emphasis on swimming, though luckily you never seem to run out of
damage weak. We're not gonna do a reference.
At your own leisure. I also really like how large and cyberpunky a lot of these areas feel. And it's funny too because there doesn't seem to be an upper limit to your health meter, so I end up having ludicrous amounts of health points. But really, if you like boomer shooters, I recommend you check this one out. It's a surprisingly good FPS coming from a part of the world that we don't typically associate with boomer shooters or FPS games in general. So I say, check it out if you can. This is Super Fighters 2001 Alpha, developed in Taiwan by the king of Game Boy Color bootlegs, Vast Fame. And this is basically a bootleg version of King of Fighters 99 for the Game Boy Color. And it might just be one of the best fighting games on either the original Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, official or not. For starters, the speed, fighting, and hit detection are excellent, which makes sense considering this game essentially stole the King of Fighters engine used for the original Game Boy. So you've got King of Fighters fan favorites like Mai, Terry, Kyoko Sanagi, Athena, and the official best girl Leona. But the developers also went ahead and added in a few extra characters not from this series, like Morgan from Darkstalkers, who is now a sexy nurse for some reason, and Genan from the Samurai Showdown games. And the best part is that you can do one-on-one battles or three-on-three battles like in the arcade games. You even got super moves and they're very fun to pull off. The sprite work, as far as I can tell, is all original, but really well done, with lots of animation and detail that is faithful to the SNK originals. I mean, heck, they even kept in Mai's jiggle physics.
Nice.
For some reason though, they changed everyone's names, so Mai is now called Louis for some reason. But honestly, that's a minor issue. What truly matters is that this game is one of the best fighting games ever made for an 8-bit system. So I say, check it out if you can. This is Street Fighter II The World Warrior for MS-DOS computers, also known as SF-IBM. And this is a bootleg version of Street Fighter II developed in South Korea for IBM PCs and is usually regarded as the game that led to the creation of Mugen. Basically, if you were a PC gamer during the 90s, there's a good chance you had the misfortune of playing the official port of Street Fighter II by US Gold, which looked great, but played absolutely horribly. So this Giga Chat from Korea decided to buy the Super Nintendo version of Street Fighter and the capture card, and then proceeded to capture all the graphics from the SNES version, clean them up as best he could, and build his own version of Street Fighter 2.
That is fucking dedication. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's awesome.
MS-DOS friends back in the day having both copies, and everyone always picked this version. I mean, for one thing, the controls were spot on, and you could reliably pull off special moves on a keyboard, whereas the official version, it always felt more like a matter of luck. The funny thing is that the creator would then decide to have fun with his own creation and record his own victory line readings for each character.
Attack me if you dare! I'm the strongest woman in the world!
Not only that, but as the years went on, he kept updating the game, adding extra characters like Terry Bogard, and even changing how some of the special moves work. I mean, damn! Look at how far this Shoryuken reaches. Or how about Guile's Sonic Boom Attack? And if this insanity is starting to sound familiar, then it's because that, like I said, SF-IBM was the predecessor to Mugen. Yes, this was the game where all those insane fighting game crossovers stemmed from. Though sadly, this game has become so obscure that only the OGs remember. But hey, now it's your turn to change that. So I say, check it out if you can. Hard Times is a gallery shooter released for the arcades in 1994. This is a total conversion of the game Blood Bros made by Italian game studio Playmark, where it replaces the Wild West theme with mobsters and the Prohibition era. The country is filled with identical clones of whiskey smugglers, and it's your job to stop them all. And what better way to ensure that there is no illegal drinking than making sure that there are no humans left to drink it? You'll be shooting mobsters, buildings, even ambulances, because how dare people try to get to the hospital and receive medical care after you've shot them? You are not satisfied until every city in the country is a pile of rubble. That's just the kind of proactive go-getter you are. Seriously though, this game is awesome. Not only does it feature an impressive amount of enemy sprites, but the amount of destructible environments is honestly ludicrous. And just like SWAT police, you can also roll and throw grenades, though this time there's no in-between shop, and the only power-up you get is a Tommy gun that increases your fire rate. And of course, with this being an arcade bootleg, you can also aim at the 1920s flapper girls until they lose their clothes. And if you want to blame someone for poor taste, blame these people. They were kind enough to show us their faces. Seriously though, this game is super fun, and I'd argue the style and music changes they went with makes Hard Times better than the original game. So I say, check it out if you can. Daisy the Adventurer for the NES is a game created by Codemasters which used the Aladdin Deck Enhancer, a piece of hardware that supposedly improved the capabilities of the system. Though in truth, most games for it never actually use these at all. Anyway, you play as Dizzy, and your girlfriend has fallen into a deep magical slumber, and you must now travel across the land to stop an evil wizard and save her. I feel the Dizzy series does not get the respect it deserves, and I'm not sure why. Granted, the first few games were a little rough, but the series clearly became better as it continued. For starters, Daisy the Adventurer is part platformer and part adventure game, and the game introduces these mechanics very nicely, as you start out in a jail cell, but there are matches and kindling near you, so it's easy enough to figure out what you have to do and how to combine both items. From there on, you go around this world collecting items, managing your limited inventory, talk to people, and collect stars. The fun in this game is really about exploring this world and figuring out which item should be used for which puzzle or on which character. The game is also kind enough to provide you with various hints as you speak with everyone. Additionally, the graphics are nicely detailed and colorful, and the music is actually really good. I think the only two things that bother me about this game is how limited your inventory space is, so you often have to leave items on the floor and come back for them later once you figure out what to do. And the jumping. Yeah, the jumping in the Dizzy games has always been kind of weird. Basically, if you jump from high altitudes, you'll roll as you land, which paralyzes you until you regain control. It does not cost you a life or anything, but it really makes many platforming segments harder than they really need to be, which is a shame because, other than that, the controls are spot on. This series honestly deserves more appreciation than it gets, as there really aren't a whole lot of platforming/adventure game hybrids out there. And the fact that you have to collect so many items kind of makes Dizzy feel like a precursor to the Nintendo 64 style of 3D collectathon platforming. But regardless, I say check this one out. Mission Craft is a StarCraft ship.
There we go.
Yes, seriously. They took one of the most popular RTS games in existence and turned it into a shmup for arcades. That is insane. And you
Damage
know what the funniest thing
strong.
is? The game is actually really good.
Let's find damage back on ground.
So if you've played games like Gunbird or Zero Gunner, you most likely know what to expect here. Anyway, you can pick between the Terrans, Protoss, and Zerg, and each ship has a different shot and bomb types. And what I like about the maps is that they feel like they were built using the official StarCraft level editor, and then they exported their maps onto this game, because each map follows the correct usage and placement from the official game. Not only that, but if you're familiar with the original RTS game, you'll soon find that the attention to detail here is astonishing. For example, if you take out a Terran bunker, it'll leave behind Marines who will fire at you. If you destroy a Protoss pylon, their turrets will stop firing at you. And each enemy faction has different health types like they did in the original game. Heck, if you pick the Protoss ship, it slowly regains its shields as the level progresses. Because yes, you can take a few hits before you go down. And when you get a power-up, you'll get a voiceover from the appropriate faction. My biggest complaint here isn't with the game itself, but rather the audio emulation. Basically, the sound effects and voice samples are way too low, and after a few levels, the audio simply stops working. And that's a shame too, because this game is honestly really good. And I had a lot of fun trying to one-credit clear Mission Craft. If you like the Psycho style of shmups, I beg you, check this one out. This is Jangpan 3 for the Master System, and this is an unofficial fighting game launched in South Korea that takes some heavy inspirations from Fatal Fury, right down to the lifting of some assets. And in fact, the game definitely feels a lot more like a Fatal Fury clone than it does like a Street Fighter one. And I mean, just look at it. Look at how smoothly it runs. For context, this was Mortal Kombat on the Master System, and this is Street Fighter 2 on the Game Boy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that those games are bad or are not impressive for their hardware, but look at how fast this game runs, while still having large and detailed sprites and backgrounds. Jangpunk 3 is pretty much a technical achievement for the system. You have multiple characters to play from, though after reading the move list, I decided to pick Ysina as my main, because her special moves are turning into a phoenix and kicking off her shoes. So clearly, she's the best character. But yeah, considering 8-bit systems weren't really known for having quality fighting games, it's very interesting to see how bootleggers stepped up to the plate and in many ways delivered the goods. So I say, check this one out. Micro Machines is a racing game by Codemasters for the NES based around the popular toy series. And yes, you might be surprised to hear that this game was also launched for the NES without Nintendo's consent. In fact, Nintendo tried to sue Codemasters because they did not have an NES license. But Nintendo lost in court and so the game launched anyway. But for all intents and purposes, this is still an unofficial game. The idea behind this series is that you're a miniature vehicle of some kind, be it a racing buggy or a boat, and you drive against 3 other opponents on tracks that are made out of everyday items. So you'll be racing around dinner tables with Cheerios marking your track, or at an office with rulers and pens serving as bridges, that sort of thing. Another cool feature about this game is that you can select your rivals, and as the game progresses, they get eliminated, and you then pick out a new rival to replace them, which can be someone better or weaker than the previous one. Not only that, but this series is famous for its excellent local multiplayer. Though it seems that the NES version only allows for 2 players at once, instead of the series' usual 4-player or even 8-player matches that you'd find in future games. But even with that, this is still one of the better racing games on the NES, and a really pretty one at that. So I say, check it out if you can. This is Final Fight 3 for the NES, and man, look at it! This is already an impressive looking game for the system it's running on, and the fact that it's a bootleg only serves to make this even more impressive. The game takes place after the events of Final Fight 2, and the new gang has been taking over Metro City. So now it's up to Mike Hagar, Guy, and 2 new characters to put an end to that. You've got your combo system, you can throw enemies, pick up food, and money items. It's just an impressively made game for the system. And you gotta love how well animated the characters are, especially your main characters. This does come at a cost of some sprite flicker though, but it's still doable, and the music isn't bad either. One thing that threw me in for a loop were the bosses. I kept hitting them and even had them stun locked, but they would just not lose health. Well, it turns out that you first have to take out all of the minor enemies first, before you can focus on the big bad guy. But yeah, once again, Pirate developers deliver on a really impressive 8-bit beat-em-up that is worth checking out. This is Ice Age 2 for the Game Boy Color. I know what you're thinking, but hear me out. This game is basically Klonoa under an Ice Age skin. Yes, really. You play as, okay, real talk, I've never watched the Ice Age movies, so I have no idea what their names are. And the intro story was way too long for my taste, so I just skipped it. Anyway, you play as this dude from the movie, and you can grab enemies like in Klonoa. Once you do that, you can either throw them at other enemies or use them to double jump to reach higher locations. And you need to do this because some platforms are out of reach, and you often have to press buttons to open up doors or passageways. You also have these floating orbs which you'll often have to grab onto before making your next jump. From here on out, you basically have two types of levels. The forced scrolling levels, where it's all about precision platforming, or the free roaming levels, where you need to explore the stages and find the levers and switches to progress. I came into this game with zero expectations, but a few people had recommended this one to me. And you know what? Yeah, they were right. This game knows what it's doing. I mean, the music isn't the best, and the frame rate gets a little low when 2 or more enemies are on screen. But other than that, this game was a really awesome surprise. So I say, check it out if you can.
I think that's good.
This is Super Bomberman 3 by Syntax for the Game Boy Color, and despite its name, it's actually not your traditional Bomberman game at all. Instead, the gameplay is much more exploratory, and it kind of reminds me of Robo Warrior instead, and not so much the traditional Bomberman style. Anyway, you play as Bomber Girl, I guess, and there's a plot behind this, but I have no idea what it is. And you're placed in a large open area, and your job is to go around the map and look for the exit and keys to said exit, all the while picking up any power-ups along the way. Power-ups include the ability to drop more bombs, make said bombs stronger, or permanent health upgrades. The game also received another re-release simply titled Bomberman 2, which replaces the main sprite to something closer to regular Bomberman, but instead removes the intro cutscene. Either way, this is a pretty cool game, and if you're into Robo Warrior, I say check it out if you can.
Okay. Let's think here. We gotta find out a good spot to place.
And finally, we have Akito Tsukasa Fushigi no Kabe for the Famicom Disk System.
We need to go to the damage event. Damage taken. Here we go. It's getting so cluttered.
But the Famicom Disk System kind of opened the floodgates for eroge
Here.
for the Famicom in Japan. Heck, I could do a whole video on just this topic, but I chose instead to focus on just one game that does not require you to learn the language. And not only that,
I'm gonna need to do a custom event.
On YouTube,
Custom event.
no idea how to play this, so let me help you out. This is basically an Arkanoid game.
Character
And you
or
have to
anim.
to swing the ball to where you want
Did I
to
type that
go,
correctly?
destroying its block and
Nice.
uncovering more of the girl. While all of this happens, you have
I'm gonna make
software
this
that
event just
will stun you. Thankfully, you can shoot at it to make it disappear.
Just
for a
go
short
to that.
time, and you can also fire at helicopters to gain a life. And the game is pretty generous with its life system. And finally, you have these two moving blocks on the side, and if you hit one, it'll destroy multiple blocks within that same line. I also really like how the ball reacts differently depending on which section of your
No,
cursor it hits. So it's a good idea to master which side of the paddle you want the ball to hit on. And the more you progress through the
Go.
game, the naughtier some of these covers get. Though it never gets quite as bad as the game's cover. So if you're into some old school eroge games, this is a cool one to check out, especially when you consider the system it's on.
Do here. We're gonna call this
And
equal
there we
or
go,
greater.
several awesome bootleg games that are worth your time. And believe me,
for this
there's
test.
a lot more where that came from. If this video performs well, I could you ever
For this test, we're just gonna put it
noticed
at
the games
like
are samey? I mean, if you switch between games from the
free.
same genre, you kind of already know what to expect before you even start playing. So today, I'm
Branch.
going to give you a list of games that are weird, unique, or bizarre for you to check out. So let's get started.
If true, then play. Come on, don't lie, don't crash, do not die. Play animation, mesh. This is gonna be true no matter what. Just that one of them is going to have a timer when it resets. The other one is when you touch ground.
Collect gear, that kind of stuff. But hold on there, cowboy, because this game is actually a dungeon management.
Let's go ahead and do a delay here as well, though, so that we actually get to see the whole animation.
Various dungeons and clear them of monsters and rubble, and then use that free space to create buildings.
See here.
But you cannot just excavate willy-nilly, because you also have to select how tall and wide each room is, and different elements depending on their size.
We need to go to animation.
And these elements will determine what kind of
Our latest animations, this one.
These will range from production facilities that will give you different resources to traps.
This one is
enemies,
6.7.
Excavation and storage
Keep going for
sites where you can
6.7.
collect and store items. But arguably the most important ones are the summoning rooms, where you summon monsters to serve you.
Yeah, 6.7 will work fine for both of them.
And you then give them different tasks like defending your lands, repairing damaged buildings, or distributing your resources among the various rooms that require said resources to function. And throughout all of this, you'll also have to upgrade your buildings to get more.
No, actually, I'm gonna go with
to summon a wider
a shorter one for this.
And throughout all of this, your lands will often be invaded by either monsters or human soldiers, and you'll have to take them down and defend your lands. And as you defeat them, you and your monsters level up, and you can even equip them with.
Let's do free.
And some of these
Or
battles can get
let's do 2.5.
as you can have up to 3 monsters.
Where's my
in your main
character?
party,
There it is.
But you can also have other parties defending your base.
People
and
free.
helping out your main party in the main
Check.
battle. And just as you fought your second boss battle and think you finally gotten the hang of Chaos Seed, the game throws a fastball at you. Well, it turns
It's
out
falling.
that now is when the game actually begins.
If it's false,
and gives you the intro, because Chaos Seed is all about parallel universes and multiple endings. So you're going to have
Damage
different
back.
levels with diverging storylines
Ground.
depending on how you perform in each scenario and each timeline. This game is
For this
just
one, when it's
incredible,
over,
and it's so unique and diverse that I
set
honestly cannot
character.
think of anything that even comes close to it. I know that I
No,
prefer
set
this game to Dungeon Keeper.
animation mode, mesh,
It's so
back to
famous
blueprint.
for making genre modes for both RPGs and strategy games.
Let's try this out.
Please, I beg you, go play this game. It's so worth it.
Okay, well, it works. I just forgot to set the animations.
This is Pinball Quest, a unique game for the NES that combines pinball with RPG. Basically, you have 3 pinball tables to choose from, and these are just your standard pinball tables. Honestly, there's nothing too interesting about these. I mean, they're not bad, but they're a far cry from Pinball Fantasies for the Amiga or Devil's Crush on the Mega Drive and PC Engine. But then you get to the RPG mode, and it's exactly as it sounds. Now,
Looks
you have
good.
a
I like
pinball
it.
game with RPG elements, and it even has a storyline. The princess of the kingdom is kidnapped, and you are the valiant pinball knight who has to rescue her. So
Now I still gotta figure out why at 0 you don't die immediately, but I can worry about that later. Let's go ahead and edit this real quick.
But if you do not have enough money, you can risk stealing a random item. And you use these items by opening up a menu
Let's
and
do
selecting which items from your
multiply the enemy
inventory you
knockback.
want
Let's
to
put
use
it at
and
free,
where you want to use them.
so we can see if it works.
Where where do you want to set up your stoppers. And you even level up as you play the game, as shown by your attack stats, which increases the barrier perform, causing more damage to enemies and barriers. But it can also go down if you fumble a ball. And because these tables tend to be on the large side, you'll often need to move your pedals up or down on the table as you move on forward. This is a pretty interesting idea, but it does have one major issue that can break the game for some. And that is, if you lose a ball, rather than continuing where you left off, you're sent to the previous table. Now granted, everything that you cleared in the previous table stays cleared, so doors will stay open and the conditions required to get the keys will automatically be met. But it's still a hassle having to fight your way up again, only to fumble again and being sent back again. I feel like they should have given you a few attempts before kicking you back. But overall, yeah, I enjoyed this one. Check it out if you can. This is Future Cop LAPD for the original PlayStation, a pretty awesome third-person shooter where you control a mech that can transform into a hover car, and you then go around doing missions taking out bad guys. This is a pretty awesome game, and it actually originally began as an offshoot of the Desert Strike series, but that's besides the point. The main campaign, while excellent, is also a fairly normal third-person shooter in terms of innovation. But we're not here for the main campaign. Oh no.
Point free.
This
Let's try that.
is Precinct Assault.
We're here for Precinct Assault, an optional mode that is honestly even more fun than the main game itself. And the weird thing is that no one actually mentions this mode. Like, I've seen reviews of this game that are nearly an hour long, which barely spend 5 minutes talking about this mode, even though it's arguably better than the main campaign. So, what is Precinct Assault? Well, it's a mode
Gotta make sure you can't just walk through the slime. Slime has a hitbox.
And as you claim turrets or defeat enemies, you gain points, which can then be used to buy smaller bases or send out an army of tanks and helicopters. And while you do all of this, your enemy will be doing the same. So now the goal is to get one of your tanks into the enemy base. And let me tell you, this mode is super addicting. For one thing, you can select your mech loadout, with all the weapons in the main campaign already unlocked, though you can still unlock an additional 3 secret
That works. And I shouldn't be able to walk through the slime now.
You'll find health and ammo boosts, as well as upgrades to your main
I shouldn't be able to move the slime, that's a problem.
You can build more powerful units
Stationary.
or the Sky Fortress airplane. In fact, this mode kind of feels like a 32-bit sequel to Herzog's Wife for the Mega Drive. And let me tell you, when you launch a full assault on the enemy base where you destroy
wait, I need to put the weight on the mass. Here we go.
That's when Future Cop is at its best. In fact, in my opinion, the Precinct Assault mode in Future Cop LAPD is the best multiplayer experience on the original.
I shouldn't be able to push the actor, that's a problem.
Playing by yourself like I am, you'll go against Sky Captain, who is super easy at first, but as you move up the ladder, he becomes way harder. Sadly though, you cannot unlock the harder levels automatically. You need to clear the easier ones first. Seriously though, if you get a chance, go play Future Cop and for once, skip the main campaign and give Precinct Assault a whirl. This is basically 2 games in one, and the one game people never talk about is the best one. Seriously, go check it out.
Can I do that? Maybe? Okay, now it definitely was not getting pushed. No, it's still getting pushed.
Wade Hickson's Counter Punch is a punch-out style game for the Game Boy Advance, and despite the way it looks, no, this game is not based on any cartoon series. It's a fully original property, and that's really why I picked this game, because the art style and motion makes it so unique for the system. Okay, so the story goes that you're Wade Hickson, who's a bit of a bumpkin, and your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere. So now you go around doing various street boxing matches for money while you wait for your car to be repaired. So you have a map to explore where you'll fight various characters and make money. And you can use that money to buy upgrades for Wade or new hats for the ref. Of course, once I discovered this hat for the ref, I didn't see the point in buying more. Perfection was already achieved. One cool thing about this game, besides the animation, is that those upgrades you buy
disable
are
that.
special moves, and you can use them to your advantage. And the story and character designs are pretty fun, but also super early to mid-2000s in style.
Never mind.
You even have an anime that is
How do I
literally just
stop?
Snoop Dogg. Although I will say, that final boss is freaking impossible. Like, jeez, I can't even get a single punch in. Overall though, the game is fine, I guess. It's not bad, but it does wear out its welcome, and it expects you to grind quite a bit to get those upgrades.
Okay, I think I gotta do that
It's
on
a
this
cool game,
character.
and I would have liked to have seen a sequel. But there's quite a bit of room for improvement here.
Maybe now it works? Or like stops moving? Looks like I'm still pushing him.
This is Major Heaven,
Am I?
a 1983 arcade game by Atari. And as you can see, the game
It's really hard
uses
trying to
vector-based
push this line when
graphics,
it
which in of itself is fairly uncommon, but that's not why I picked this game.
No, it's still pushing.
Is a hodgepodge
Fuck it, I can't get it to. I can't.
rolled into one.
You're just allowed to push enemies. I don't fucking care at this point. It's such a minor problem, and I have other stuff I need to focus on.
Becomes a shmup similar to Galaga or Galaxian, where you need to take out every enemy. And once that's done, you now need to land your ship on the space station. After that, the game then becomes a platformer, where you need to deal with the floating gravity controls, collect oxygen to extend your timer, avoid traps, and reach the station score. Though luckily, you can use this handy minimap to guide yourself to the station. And your only means of defense is your personal shield, which can block some projectiles or defeat a single enemy before it runs out of power. Once you reach the power core, you set the station to self-destruct, and you must now find your way back to the ship before the station explodes, where the cycle
Hold on,
begins
is that a
again.
bug?
Except now, the game throws variations.
Yes,
at
it
you.
is.
So for example, some shmup segments are now actually closer to a traditional shmup, where you defeat enemies and scroll up through a maze. And you can either destroy the maze's walls or destroy the enemies that build the maze, giving you more breathing room. And the platforming levels suddenly become more complex as well, because now you'll need to collect keys and also have one-way passages. This is honestly such a cool game, and it's a shame that it's not talked about more often. And you really gotta love the neon light spectacle that comes from playing a game that uses vector-based graphics. So I say, check it out if you can.
Velocity equals 0. That's still being used.
This is Kingdom Grand Prix for the Sega Saturn and arcades, though I'll be playing the Saturn version here. And this game is a very unique combination of a shmup with a racing game. So the idea is, you pick from one of 7 racers, each with their own weapons and power-up loadout, but also different max speeds. And from there on, you need to play a shmup level while also trying to win a race. So for example, as the level progresses, you can see your opponents trying to catch up or outrun you, and you can crash against them to try and knock them out or delay their progress. In fact, the start of every level is pure chaos because everyone is crashing against everyone. Though, take this pro tip from me and just use a screen clearing bomb as soon as the level
Wait, hold on.
begins.
Why don't
That
I
way,
just?
your opponents are delayed a bit.
Because I can just make it so that the
You're on the top
the
portion of the screen, your accelerator goes up, which will
honestly,
then
this
cause
part is
you to speed up
completely
and either catch
worthless.
up to those
Let's
ahead
do
of
that.
you or put some distance to anyone behind you. But the lower you go on
Because
the
now it
screen,
should.
the lower your speed goes, which in
No,
turn means
it
it's time to
now it rolls
Thankfully,
back
the
there.
game is very kind with
Okay.
power-ups and smart bombs, as they're always popping up, and it's a good
I'll
idea
change
to be
this.
well stocked with upgrades, because levels also have bosses, and you need to defeat them to get past them, ideally without losing a life, which will cost you power-ups. After all, you're trying to survive, yes, but you're also trying to win a race. The game does let you progress even if you reach last place, but the overall tally is counted, and you'll eventually reach a point where the game halts your progress if your rank isn't high enough, so you gotta be careful. I will say that this game leans much more on the shmup side of things than the racing side, but still, this is a pretty unique take on the genre, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone try this concept before or since. And the game is pretty fun as well,
Okay.
so I say check it out if you can.
So here.
This is Retrix for the Nintendo 64, and this is basically a 3D Tetris with water, and it's a really weird concept to grasp at first. Okay, so the idea is you place the blocks on the ground to create little tanks or lakes, and if you place pieces on top of existing pieces, your lake walls will become higher. After that, the game starts giving you water droplets, and you need to place them on your lakes to fill them without spilling over. So what happens is, the more water spills outside of the map, the closer you are to a game over. And you need to build as many lakes and interconnect them as possible without spilling water. And I gotta say, the water physics are surprisingly decent for the Nintendo 64.
In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics!
As the water level rises or lowers, the physics do a really good job at following the many possible paths, and the game will start warning you when water is flowing outside of the game map, as well as tell you where it's flowing from. The game will also give you power-ups and power-downs, like arrows that lower the grounds, making your lake walls lower, fireballs which dry
Gonna
water
make a custom
and give you
event.
some much-needed respite, and bombs which punch a hole through the floor, causing all water to flow out of the map and nearly giving you an instant game over.
Get
Retrix
mouse
also has
location.
independent pro modes, but I'll be honest
That
here,
way,
I am
when you are
absolutely
rolling,
terrible at this game. But I know a lot of people who absolutely love it, and to be fair, I get it. It's a really cool mix of Tetris with puzzle physics, and it forces
get
you to make
mouse
constant
location,
decisions.
and then it continues there.
I'm not very good at
Let's
it,
do the
but
same
check it
for
out
the
if you
rolling. Here, get mouse location. There we go.
This is the frog for whom the bell tolls for the Nintendo Game Boy, and it's a super unique game. You play as a prince whose best friend and rival is the Prince of Custard, but the beautiful Princess Tiramisu is in trouble, and the two of you go off on a rivalry over who can save her first. And at first, this seems like a Zelda clone, which, I guess it kind of is, but the combat is nothing like Zelda. Instead, combat is a turn-based affair where you have no control of what happens other than using items, switching weapons, or running away, and you do not gain experience for defeating enemies. However, if you're way stronger than your foes, then you automatically defeat them without
Let's see
entering
here.
combat.
Let's get
This
our
actually gives the game an almost puzzle-like feel to combat.
roll jump.
As you know that sometimes there's a limited number of enemies you can defeat without losing, and
Just gonna use this as our base for this, because we're gonna do a new attack animation. It's gonna be like stronger.
Similar to the Game Boy Zelda games or Zelda 2
Roll attack.
with a much bigger focus on platforming. And you'll also find items and weapons that help you progress through the game, like a saw that can cut down trees, but can also be used against tree-like enemies. But then, you also gain the ability to turn into a frog whenever you enter water. And while you're a frog, you can automatically defeat bug-like foes, talk to other frogs, walk underwater, and jump really high. But you cannot talk to humans or defeat most enemies. And you do not turn back into a human when you leave the water. But then, you also gain the ability to turn into a snake whenever you eat an egg. But then you also gain the ability to turn back into a human whenever you eat a certain fruit. So the game then becomes a balancing act between getting eggs and fruit to change between human and snake forms while being on the lookout for water sources to turn into a frog when you need it or avoid turning into one when you don't want to. And you use the upsides of each transformation as you switch between them. I swear, this is such a fever dream of a game, which, by the way, fever dreams are a running gag with this game's plot. But honestly, this game is so weird and unique that I cannot help but to recommend it. Seriously, check this one out. This is Dungeons & Dragons Birthright, the Gorgon's Alliance for MS-DOS computers, and I love this game. So this game is part grand strategy, part tactics, and part first-person RPG all rolled into one. You pick from a wide selection of nobles and regions you'd like to take control of, with each one having certain strengths and weaknesses, like a stronger army, better economy, that sort of thing. And the game basically has 3 modes: the world map, the army combat, and the RPG mode. In the world map, you need to manage your lands by collecting taxes, creating armies, and infrastructure. But the game really lets you play the political game if you want. I mean, for one thing, you cannot just control a region by conquering it. Instead, you need to create some sort of political claim over the land. Or you can just bribe local guild leaders to destabilize them. Or, you can just form alliances and declare war on someone. That works too. Once you go into battle, the game then becomes a real-time tactical game where you move your unit groups across the map. And if one of your leaders is present, you can even use their magical abilities or items if they have any. But now, here's where the game becomes truly unique. You see, every now and again, optional quests will pop up, and when this happens, the game then becomes a first-person RPG where you select your party from your available heroes and then go on missions which can range from retrieving a certain item to defeating someone. And as you fight enemies, your heroes will level up, which in turn makes them more powerful during army battles. Not only that, but any gear and magical equipment they find can be used in those army battles, and any gold you find in these quests will go towards your kingdom's treasury to finance your war efforts. Yes, I am literally financing my army by stealing spoons and knives and then selling them. And if you successfully complete a quest, you'll get special items that can grant bonuses like increased tax revenue.
Right. That's how it would be if I was holding a weapon.
No other game has ever taken the time to give you a full RPG
Be very far
which
in as well, like
the
that.
overworld map. Sadly, this game is notorious for being super buggy, so I recommend keeping multiple save slots. But yeah, check this one out, it's worth it.
Thank you.
Stand right there and identify yourself. Ready or dispatch?
On. Let's put these in front so I can see what it would look like.
Basically the Rainbow Six games before Rainbow Six
What
even
about how-
existed. So, you need to rescue people from an embassy, and your mission has a timer. And no matter what you do, this timer is always counting down. It does not matter if you're in different parts of the mission or selecting which operative you want to play next. That timer will keep counting down, and you have to finish the mission before it reaches 0. So, the mission begins with a stealth portion where you need to get multiple operatives to certain locations on the map. To do this, you need to avoid searchlights either by hiding behind doors or ledges, rolling on the ground, or crawling. If you're spotted, they'll start firing at you. And to be fair, their aim is inconsistent, but it's not a good idea to risk it anyway. And you can open up a map to see how far away you are from your goal, or if you've actually gone too far. Once that happens, and depending on how many operatives reach our destinations, you can now select multiple sniping positions. Here, you have to check the building windows for foes and take them down. And any enemies you defeat here will not be available in the next portion of the mission. Not only that, but different sniping positions will have different enemies available. So it's a good idea to check every position available and take out as many foes as you can. Once that's done, you now need to rappel from the rooftop and onto the windows to enter the building. And depending on which point of entry you've chosen, you can even find broken windows that you broke during the sniping sessions. I mean, it doesn't matter if they're broken or not, but it's a cool attention to detail. And once you're inside, the game then becomes a sort of first-person shooter, I guess? During this segment, you have a map that tells you where you are, what direction you're facing, and where the enemies are, as well as the people you have to rescue. And now, you must take everyone out while rescuing civilians before the timer runs out. Yeah, remember that part? That timer's still going, and it's getting pretty tight now, isn't it? And the interesting thing is that even if you do complete your mission, it can still end in disaster because one of your stray shots can hit a civilian, if you even fire in their general vicinity, even if they're not in front of you. Like, damn, this is a pretty ambitious game for the NES. It almost feels like a modern indie game for the system, but no, this was launched in 1999, and there's really nothing quite like it for any other 8-bit or 16-bit console that I can think of. I will say though that this game is not as deep as it first makes you think it is. If you really boil it down, this is a series of mini-games that are interconnected towards a larger goal, and failing or succeeding at one of those mini-games can make the rest of your playthrough tougher or easier. Unfortunately, it has one major flaw, and that is that there's only one mission. Yes, what you saw here was the whole game. The idea is, you select different missions which are basically difficulty settings, but the maps, minigames, and the order in which you do them are all the same. Which means that the game is really about 20 minutes long once you figure out what to do. And from there on, it's solely reliant on you wanting to play it again on a harder difficulty. But still, this is a pretty fun game if you have an hour or two to burn. But if it had an actual campaign, this would have been an incredible game. As it is though, it's still worth checking out, but keep your expectations in check. This is Rakugaki Showtime for the original PlayStation, and this game is a mix of an open arena 3D fighting game like Power Stone and Dodgeball. Yes, really, this is basically a dodgeball fighting game. So, you can initially select from 4 characters, though you'll unlock more as the game progresses. And yes, this game is made by Treasure, and yes, that's Marina from Mischief Makers. And now, you go around the open arena punching enemies and executing throws. But what you really should be doing is running to the ball or balls and throw them at your foes before they do it to you. The more you throw the smiley ball, the more its mood will change from happy to frowny to powered up, allowing you or your enemies to use special moves. But if you don't have the smiley ball, don't worry, because you can also pick any obstacles along the map and throw them at your foes to damage them or block the ball. And really, you'll be throwing a lot of stuff, all of which has different effects and damage types. So a missile, for example, is slow, but causes a ton of sustained damage, while a rock is more instant and creates a major knockback effect. There's also other effects like these force fields that leaves your enemies defenseless and stranded, so you can just walk up to them and punch them over and over again. And that's basically it, really. From there on, it's a series of 4-player matches across an open area, and this game is super fun. And I assume it's even better with friends. And you really gotta love the crayon aesthetic too, which, believe it or not, actually predates Paper Mario by about a year. But yeah, this is a pretty fun game, so I say, check it out if you can. This
Oh gosh, and
is
this
Princess
goddamn
Mega
game
2
again.
for MS-DOS computers. In this game, you're a hero who saved the kingdom from the demon army, and as a reward, God himself gives you a child. So now, it's your job to raise this 10-year-old girl however you think is best, and the game gives you a ton of options. In fact, back then, I remember reading that this game had 88 possible endings, so that should give you an idea of how much freedom you have. So from here on out, you have to create her schedule and how she earns a living, so you can have her study from multiple career paths like fighting, magic, painting, science, poetry, and decorum. But classes cost money, and money is actually really tight in this game, so you'll have to find her jobs. At first, there's only a few work options available like farming, working at the inn, or housework. But as she gets older, more jobs become available, but the classes she's actually good at also become more expensive. In fact, every schedule you make for her is a full month, and you need to mold her into a well-balanced adult by the time she turns 18. One cool thing about this game is that if you teach her fighting or magic, you can send her out on adventures, where she'll explore dungeons, fight enemies in turn-based battles, and collect loot. But the thing is, all of these dungeons and quests are optional. You can actually finish the entire game and get a really good ending without ever going on a quest. In fact, if you choose for her to focus her studies on art, science, writing, or other similar endeavors, there's no point in sending her out because she doesn't have stats to win any battles. Meanwhile, you can also go to the shops to buy weapons and armor for her, or dresses and items that will improve her non-combat abilities. And balancing these stats isn't easy because almost every job or lesson she takes improves one thing but decreases something else. So for example, working on the farm makes her strong but less refined, and the less refined she is, the more inept she'll be at playing the social game or making friends in high places like ministers or the king. But on the other hand, the game has multiple characters and quest lines whose outcomes can depend on you, her stats, or how she chooses to behave. For example, if she's a good fighter, she'll start receiving challenges out in the street. If she's pretty unrefined, rich men will offer you money and ask for her hand in marriage. But on the other hand, if you raise her poorly, if she becomes rebellious, or if she leads a sinful life, either by going to seedy bars or defeating too many monsters without any remorse, she can have no morals and even become evil. And in fact, she might run away from you, steal your money, take on multiple lovers. This is a really open-ended game, and the endings reflect this too. I mean, by the end, she could be a general in the king's army, or she can follow in her father's footsteps and become a hero. But she can also have her dreams shattered and become a housewife stuck in a loveless marriage, for example, or a divorcee, or a con artist on the run from the law. She could even become a lady of the night, or a high-priced lady of the night, or if she's really good at it, a full-blown dom. And not gonna lie, some of these bad endings are the most interesting ones, like the one where she becomes the crime boss or the princess of darkness. This is such an interesting game, and it's a real shame how this series never found its footing in the West. But really, you absolutely owe it to yourself to checking this game out. This is The Void, a game launched for PCs in 2008 by Ice Peak Lodge, the same studio behind the Pathologic games. And this is honestly the most unique, interesting, and bizarre game I've ever played in my life. In this game, you're a soul sent to a sort of purgatory only known as the Void. In the Void, there is no color, and color is everything. Color are your health points. Color is your ammo. Color is your money. It's what you use to create roads to travel between realms, and color are your upgrades. The objective of the game is to travel around the world and choose a patron sister to support by feeding her the colors she needs. So to do this, you'll travel across the realms and collect color plants, which get added to your color pool. But these alone are not enough. You also need to go to gardens and plant colors in trees, which will sprout more colors for you to harvest during the next cycle. And as you feed the various sisters, they'll reward you with hearts, which add new abilities to your character, like a shield, super speed, that sort of thing. But you can also find hearts by exploring the world, and each heart can take a set amount of colors, which will then act as your HP. So the more hearts you have and the more they're filled, the more health you have. Not only that, but filling your hearts with different colors will give you different effects, like how red and green increase your offense and defense respectively. And as if that weren't enough, you actually have two different pools of colors, refined and unrefined colors. And refined colors can be actively used to attack monsters, plant trees to harvest more color in the future, or to donate to the sisters. And in fact, the sisters whom you're trying to save will lie, cheat, and manipulate you into giving them color. And they'll often try to turn you against the others because they know you can only save one of them. Sure, you can partially feed all of them for their hearts and upgrades, but sooner or later, you'll have to make a choice. And they'll try to get you to come to their side by any means necessary. Honestly, between the jank, the dialogue, the depressing tone, and the scenes I'll have to cherry pick to post on YouTube, if there ever was a video game equivalent of a European low-budget art film, The Void would be it. There has really never been any game quite like The Void, and most likely there never will be any game quite like The Void. This game isn't for everyone, but if you want to play a game that is truly different and isn't afraid of being different and mostly succeeds at what it's trying to do, I say you should check out The Void. But remember, this is a cautious recommendation. Your mileage may vary by a lot. This is Power Quest for the Game Boy Color, a game by Sunsoft that mixes fighting games with RPG mechanics. The game takes place in a world that's pretty similar to Metabots, where people buy and collect small mechs and then pit them against one another. So you begin in a city where you can go to a shop to trade robot models or buy parts which will increase your damage output of your special moves, but also give you abilities like recover health or countering special moves. From there on, you need to follow the game storyline by exploring the city and taking out foes. And now, here's the thing, I have a real problem with this game. You see, the fighting game engine is actually top-notch. No joke, this could have been one of the best fighting games on the Game Boy, because it's fast, the characters are detailed and well animated, and the hit detection is perfect. It's just a really good fighting game. But there's only 5 characters to choose from, 6 if you count a bonus character, and sure, you can ignore the RPG portion and just go to the versus mode, but with so few fighters and no bosses, you're very likely to get bored. So, what about the RPG portions? Well, that's the problem. There's only one city to explore with about 6 or 7 locations to visit, and you keep going to them over and over again, either to progress the story or grind. And once the story progresses, you'll just have to fight several random battles before you unlock the next segment of the plot. And as if that weren't enough, upgrades start getting really expensive really fast. I mean, the best a random battle can give you is $200, but a lot of these upgrades will cost anywhere between $20,000 and $40,000, so you're expected to grind a lot. But wait, there's more, because this game does not have a save feature. Instead, it uses passwords, which is funny if you're using an emulator, but not so funny if you're actually playing on real hardware. Believe it or not, this was actually the first Game Boy Color game I ever bought as a kid, and I really enjoyed it back then. And to be fair, the fighting is still excellent. But I can't help but feel like how much of a missed opportunity this game was. It feels like the developers had lofty dreams for the game, but were held back. So as a result, you get a good fighting game that is held back by a small character roster and an underdeveloped RPG portion. As it is though, I feel this game is just okay. But it had the potential to be a
There we go.
hidden gem
Let's
for the
export
system.
that. I'm gonna go ahead and make a new word box. Will ally strong.
This is Samurai Zombie Nation for the NES, and man, this game is a trip. In the far-off year of 1999, an alien asteroid hits Earth and turns people into zombies. So now, the head of a samurai is out for revenge. And by head of a samurai, I mean the actual giant floating head of a dead samurai is flying around the city and destroying everything in its path. I mean, just look at this. Do I even need to say anything else? I think the weirdness speaks for itself. It's kind of funny though how the intro says you're the good guy out to defeat an alien force that turned people into zombies, but I'm pretty sure this was tacked on at the last moment because that does not explain why you're just destroying the entire city. Heck, I've never heard of a zombie outbreak where the zombies can still pilot a helicopter or a tank. We even get people jumping from buildings crying for help and you just eat them for health. So yeah, let's call a spade a spade. You're the villain here, and the intro was just the developers or the publisher trying to save face. And you know what? I'm okay with that because this game is actually a really fun shmup. The controls are good even if you only get one type of shot, but it does get stronger the more you play. But the real fun here is in just destroying cities and everything in your path. And it's kind of funny how these dudes on a raft and this spandex wearing Sean Connery boss are literally tougher than tanks and helicopters. And of course, you have the iconic boss battle against the Statue of Liberty. Seriously, this game makes no sense and I love it. And also just as surprising is the fact that the graphics are really good for the system. I mean, look at these clouds, they're really well animated for the NES. So yeah, Samurai Zombie Nation isn't the best shmup, but it's a good shmup that is made all the better by its weird-ass theme. Check it out if you can.
Using an Apple II is very easy. The only hard part is getting your kid away from it.
Next up, we have Macintosh games. No, not a Macintosh game, just Macintosh games in general. Yeah, I don't know why I've never seen a major YouTuber cover this, but man, Macintosh games were weird as heck. These games are a mood. Okay, let me try and explain here. This is Wizardry for PC. Okay, wireframe graphics, standard menus, these are all fine. And this is Wizardry for the NES. A nice graphical improvement, but the menus are still standard. But now, this is Wizardry for the Macintosh. I mean, look at it! And I don't mean the colors. It's folders. The game is a series of macOS folders. Do you know how you add characters from the character roster to your party? You're never gonna guess this. You gotta click on the in, which opens a macOS folder called the roster. And then you gotta drag the icons of each character to a different folder called the party. Oh, and you see these buttons up here? They're regular buttons from macOS, similar to the start button in Windows. But in Wizardry, they do things related to the game, like changing the order of your party characters. And if you make a mistake, you get a macOS error message. Imagine if you're playing a PC game and you get a Windows error message telling you to change your weapons. But okay, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe this is just Wizardry, right? Well, here's Might and Magic, and it's the exact same deal. Even the menus and buttons all look the same. And I can literally drag the gameplay window and see the OS behind it. The game is just basically a series of Mac OS folders made to look like a video game. But okay, let's try another game. How about Shadowkeep? And look, yet again, the same thing. A folder called Untitled that you interact with the macOS buttons up top. But maybe you're thinking, okay, Sika, but maybe that's just the early RPGs, right? Well, how about adventure games? Remember Shadowgate for the NES? Classic, right? Well, here's Shadowgate for the Macintosh. Do you want to pick up an item? Well, you gotta drag it from your gameplay window to a macOS folder called Inventory. And if you want to use it, you then do the reverse. Same goes for Uninvited, another well-liked NES game, but the Mac version. I mean, look at this. Look at the absolute chaos of folders I have in my UI, because I have the inventory folder, the trench folder, the movement folder, and the gameplay window folder, and the folder that I use to click on the icon to run this game. And you can even resize open and close folders. Like, this is insane. And these games are not as old as you might think. I mean, Shadowkeep here is from 1992. The Super Nintendo was already a year old in the West by this point. Now granted, some games actually do away with the folder-on-folder gameplay style. But man, I swear, Macintosh games are such a mood. And it's kind of funny too, because this folder-on-folder gameplay style has now become fairly popular for indie games, as seen on Needy Girl Overdose and Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. But man, it's crazy to think early Macintosh games were doing this, and ironically, for years. Because no other computer did this as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I guess you just have to be there. But this aesthetic is kind of amazing and I love it. But I think I'd rather just watch gameplay videos on YouTube rather than doing it myself, because getting a Mac emulator to run is the bane of my soul. But I'll tell you what's not a bane on my soul: Machin X.
Machin, Deus Ex Machina.
This is Machin X for the Sega Dreamcast, a first-person sword-fighting game by Atlas of all studios. Well, actually, that's not too surprising. The art style fits the PS1 era Atlas style, and the story literally makes no sense. So, yeah, I guess it is an Atlas game. I don't know, something about souls and the European Union.
The core of the soul. Face what's inside of you. This is the time to find out what's inside your heart. The future's in flux. A time of choices, decisions to make. There are those who will oppose you. The decay of the European Union.
Honestly, these cutscenes went on for so long that I kind of lost interest. Thankfully, the game is actually quite fun. Basically, you need to fight enemies using your sword while in first person. You can use the standard 3-hit combo, block attacks, charge attacks, and jump behind enemies and hit them in their back for critical hits. That in of itself is already pretty unique for a Japanese game. But hold on, we're not done yet. You see, as the game progresses, you also gain the ability to brain jack enemies, which basically means you now get to control them, and different enemies have different stats, attack styles, and special moves. Also, characters have something called the BJ rank. I don't know what it is, but man, they really couldn't have picked a better name for it. The first enemy you control is mandatory, but from there on, you start running into optional characters to control, and these will also have an impact on the story. So for example, at the end of level 2, I found this character. I didn't know who he was, so of course I took control, but turns out he actually sucked. So now, I was at level 3 with a pretty terrible character. But at the end of level 3, I met this character who gives me a mission. But instead of taking the mission, I refuse it, attack her, and brainjack her instead. So now, I had a much better character, but I was sent on a different mission. And the game even had a cutscene where the main character asks the player why you did this and why you stole her body. This is actually some pretty cool stuff. And while the combat is pretty janky, it's also really fun. When they're not stuck making Persona and Megami Tensei games, Atlas really knows how to make some very unique and really interesting experiences. I mean, sure, the game isn't perfect, but I think it's worth playing. So I say, check it out if you can.
There we go. Now we're gonna
There you go. A a selection of games that are unlike anything else. Are there any games I missed? Let me know in the comments. In the meantime, I'd like to thank all my Patreon supporters, including my newest backers, Michael Spencer Jr., Sophicious, Nicholas Zimmerman, Roy Batiste, and Braylon Rodriguez. Thank you for helping make the channel better. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye!
Looks good. Let's go with that model instead. Oops. Import. I should be able to tell the texture to not be should be able to tell this to not be two-sided anymore. There we go. Alright, now let's LA strong. Weapon slash strong. Right, save this. Now, gonna import the animation, right. A brand new animation. I also need to set a new video. I think we have enough of this channel. Let's do something else. So I don't know what we can go for. I made this video lately. Let's watch that.
Donkey Kong 64.
I already seen this one, but let's watch it again.
World record for most collectibles in a video game with 3,821.
This is the wrong video, but let's watch this one anyway.
Amount of content, but criticized it for simply taking too long to beat. Despite that, and despite having one of the longest final boss fights of its time, the game can be beaten in a mere 26 minutes. How is it possible? This is the Donkey Kong 64 tool-assisted speedrun explained. So, it turns out that the Guinness record is wrong because there are not 3,821 collectibles, but 4,841. Beating the game requires a bare minimum of 1,927 of them. Note that Banana Fairies simply unlock bonus features and rainbow coins aren't needed, so visiting the Banana Fairy aisle to get the banana camera and the shockwave attack is entirely optional. Using glitches though, it's entirely possible to bypass most of the requirements. Here's what's actually required to get the fastest time. Only DK, only 2 keys, 2 moves including the shockwave, 6 fairies which don't do anything in the adventure mode, and 5 colored bananas somehow? And using the Ramby crate in Jungle Japes? None of this makes sense, yet somehow it does. Get ready because this is gonna be a wild
Okay,
Before we begin,
I need to find the
please watch the video
tag
linked in the upper right corner.
that is
First,
input action.
the story skip option is turned on. This removes many long plot exposure cutscenes, so it's an obvious choice for speedruns. Even with story skip on, there are still many cutscenes left, so this video will fast forward through them as much as possible. This brand new updated task by Ringrush was created with this video in mind.
Branch. No, let's do the branch after we set the attack.
Right off the bat, DK goes through the wall and out of the training grounds. This skips the training barrels, 4 minigames that not only teach the player how to use a few game mechanics, but actually enable them for the Kongs as well. So by skipping them, the Kongs
He's
can't dive
rolling.
underwater, use orange grenades,
This is
pick up
true.
pebbles and boulders, or use
Then we
a
need a different
DK went through the wall using
setup
a trick
here.
called phase walking, and here's how it works. The variable used to store Kong's facing angle can range from 0 to 65,535, but the game represents one full rotation as 4,096 units. So, theoretically, the facing angle can get well beyond 360 degrees. When angles exceed that value, there's a safeguard in place and the game subtracts the full rotation. Because of this correction, most functions were not designed to deal with angles beyond 360 degrees, so if the facing angle is more than about 450 degrees, the collision detection in the camera incorrectly used the opposite angle for some of their calculations. As a result, walls which are normally only solid from the inside out become only solid from the outside in. This zone where collision detection breaks is called a phase angle. One way to make a Kong enter the phase angle is to exit the first-person view. Due to a bug in the camera function when leaving first person, the game adds one full rotation to the Kong's facing angle if it's below 180 degrees. This results in a zone about 90 degrees wide where wall collisions become broken. During most actions, the facing angle is updated on every frame, so it should be impossible to maintain a phase angle for long enough to go through walls without the angle being updated and therefore corrected, but there are a few exceptions that make it possible. First, if a Kong is swimming or crouching, the facing angle is only updated if the joystick is held in any direction. As long as the stick is left in a neutral position, the angle will stay above 360 degrees. If a Kong is falling, the facing angle won't be updated. And finally, the angle is not updated on the frame of a change in the movement action. So, on the frame a Kong starts walking, decelerating, or standing still, the angle will be preserved.
We need to
Only
get
on the second
the
frame will it start
animation
changing and
length.
corrected. This means that by alternating between a
I think it's-
direction and a neutral
I think it's
position,
1 second.
DK alternates between
Yeah, it's
walking
1 second.
and decelerating on every frame, and the
We'll
facing
set the
angle
delay
will
to
never
1
be
second.
corrected. This allows DK to
And then
maintain the
we have to go
phase
to
angle
our
through the
animation
wall, since the
blueprint
collision
and
detection is
add
incorrectly taking the opposite angle.
the attack. See here. We gotta do it from rolling and rolling end. Date. Roll attack.
Swimming underwater is faster than staying on the surface, but because the dive training barrel was never completed, DK can't dive by pressing Z. But when he jumps in the water, DK's momentum briefly carries him below the surface. Because exiting first-person
Attacking.
view while underwater automatically starts the underwater swim animation by going in
Attacking.
and out of first person during that short dip below the surface.
And let's
DK
see
can
here,
start
we
swimming
put this
underwater
at
even without
0.1
learning to
with
dive.
a
This
that.
is just another phase walk to reach the loading zone normally only accessible by shrinking Tiny Kong. At this point, you might be thinking that DK can just walk through any wall at will. Well, yes, that's kinda true, but remember that the phase angle only spans about 90 degrees, so phase walking can only work within that angle range.
There we go.
DK needs the banana camera to take fairy pictures, which unlock features in the game's mystery menu. Two of these features are part of the key elements that make this speedrun possible, and unlocking them requires 6 fairy pictures in total.
Get this
The
fucking
details of
previous
this
out
will
of
be
my
made clear
face.
later. This is called a moonkick, and the way it works is actually pretty simple. Gravity usually subtracts 20 vertical speed per frame, but many moves, such as DK's aerial attack, change that value.
Did I
DK's
miss?
aerial attack sets the vertical acceleration
I didn't
to
set that one?
1/8 of its default value for 8 frames, or negative 2.5 per frame instead of negative 20. By interrupting the attack within these first 8 frames with a kick, the lower acceleration of the aerial attack is applied to the kick. Since kicks don't update
4
vertical
of these.
acceleration, DK is subject to 1/8 of the
What is
usual
this?
gravity for the entire duration of the kick. Moon kicks can only be done in a place where the aerial attack can be interrupted early. For DK to hit
There
the
we go.
ground shortly after rising from the aerial attack, there needs to be a steep slope, a higher ledge, or a low ceiling. Finally, while cutscenes typically stop Kongs in their tracks, kicking is an exception. DK can kick into a cutscene trigger, and although the player loses control, DK will keep his momentum for the duration of the kick. This is called a void warp.
You gotta
By
do a
clicking
delay.
out of bounds and walking out, DK hits the void out trigger, a zone around the outside of the map that signals the player
Can
has
you see the
somehow
animation?
wandered out of bounds. As a failsafe, the game treats it like a death and respawns the player at the start of the level. In DK Isles, this warps DK back here, which saves time compared to exiting normally.
React. Roll attack. Here we go. Two-second delay will be enough.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. I know you've just witnessed invisible DK teleporting up to Frantic Factory's lobby entrance, but first, we need to explain this trick. This is called tag barrel storage. Here's how tag barrels normally work. It seems like tag barrels send you to a dark map, but the effect is actually generated on the spot where a tag barrel is used. When a Kong enters the barrel, the game locks the camera in place, turns everything black, and loads all 5 Kongs in a spotlight. Meanwhile, the Kong that entered the barrel is still there, but invisible and frozen in place. When a Kong is tagged, the new Kong will replace the previous one and then be unfrozen and made visible after a short delay. However,
stop movement.
Changes state after the tag barrel is activated. This will override the frozen state, allowing control of the Kong with the tag barrel active. This can be done with any of these 24 actions, all of which can trigger at least one frame after the controls are frozen. These include taking damage, uncrouching, entering a rank stand, cancelling Hunky Chunky, landing in water, diving, starting the long fall animation, and many more. Here, DK
stop movement immediately.
This is done by quickly reversing the control stick direction, which causes DK to skid, and by jumping on the same frame he starts skidding. DK gains the height of the jump, but still acts like he's skidding on the ground. From this state, he can jump again or crouch. Tag barrel storage is activated with the uncrouch action, and DK keeps moving while the tag barrel is active. During that time, DK moves towards Frantic Factory's lobby. When Z is pressed and DK is
that's
tagged,
awesome.
He's
It
now
works.
far enough away from the tag barrel that it's now unloaded.
It does more knockback and it does.
So DK stays invisible, and an attribute.
Let's put the knockback there at 4 because this is a heavy attack.
But to define the stored position,
We gotta figure out how
why this change is
to.
useful, we first need to back up a bit and clear up a few things. An actor is a type of object that includes most of the interactive stuff in the game, like Kongs
See
and
here.
every other character, enemies, barrels,
How do we?
boulders, and so on.
How do I? Come on.
Actors have bones which are used to animate them more easily.
Stop lagging. Thank you.
A Kong's stored position is the position of one of these bones, which typically follows their real position pretty closely. For example, DK stores his position in the same place where he stores his bananas. Right after a tag barrel is used, the Kong is unloaded and there are no bones to animate. So, the stored position is set to its default value, 0 in all coordinates, until the tagging process is complete and the new Kong needs to be animated again. By tagging outside of the barrel's range, the tag process is interrupted by the barrel unloading, so DK stays invisible and the stored position stays at 0, 0, 0. So why does the stored position matter? A few movement mechanics such as climbing trees or pulling up from ledges rely on it for their calculations. When DK pulls himself up on a ledge,
That should do
the
it.
difference between his current and his stored position is added to his vertical position. Under normal circumstances, the stored position is slightly higher than the current position, so this operation moves DK down by a few units. But when the current vertical position is 571 and the stored position is at 0, DK doubles his distance away from the seafloor, warping significantly upwards. In order for this to bring him all the way up to Frantic Factory's lobby entrance, DK needs to grab this ledge, which he reaches with a boom kick using the edge of
let's
the
just do a new
angle to
one.
interrupt the aerial attack. But how
Heavy
did he manage to
attack.
get past the closed door of the lobby? Well, simply because it's not solid. The second level's boss key does a few things. It raises this platform, which makes the whole middle area of Kreml accessible. It opens this door, and it opens the door to the 4th level, Gloomy Galleon. Before the key is turned in, the closed door of Frantic Factory's lobby is supposed to be inaccessible, and the very confident developers at Rare didn't bother to make it solid at all. Banana Locker wants you to collect 15 golden bananas before entering Frantic Factory, but the portal is right behind him and only needs to be touched to be activated. B-Locker has a pretty large hitbox to prevent you from entering the level without clearing him first. He still does a laughably bad job at it though, but the common ways to get past him don't work in Frantic Factory's lobby because this pipe blocks the way to his explodable right side. Luckily, the pipe on the left gives an alternative. Like I said earlier, most walls in this game are only solid from one side. This helps getting back to normal play in case a player somehow ends up out of bounds.
There we go.
By phase walking into the pipe and then jumping backwards into B-Locker, the wall's outer hitbox ends up pushing DK away, ejecting him into B-Locker's hitbox far enough that DK can simply pass through. The camera and the pipe make this hard to see, but there's going to be another instance of this trick later on.
That's not good. Why is that happening?
Earlier that cutscenes typically stop Kongs in their tracks. Long jumping of the last possible frame before losing control can override this momentum stop, which lets DK move during this cutscene.
We need to have the get mouse location happen first.
Wait, somehow DK is now out of bounds. What happened? When the camera switched to show Chunky, the game took a bit of extra time to load the next frame. Lag is common in DK64, sometimes a little too much. To make it less obvious that the game is lagging, the developers used a clever trick. The horizontal displacement of a Kong between each frame is determined not only by the Kong's speed, but also by the time between each frame. So the laggier it is, the more the Kong will move in between each frame, which keeps the real-time speed more or less consistent. When something happens that makes the game slow down considerably,
Let's
such as
not
moving
have
or dealing with visual effects like smoke
for that,
or large
because
amounts
it
of
doesn't make any
particles,
sense.
time between one frame and the next will be abnormally large. This causes DK to move so much between the two frames that he's in front of the wall on this frame and beyond it on the next. This is known as a lag clip. It's usually done using orange grenade explosions to generate a big lag spike, but in this case, loading the storage room was sufficient.
Can I import a new model? Wait, why is the size like that?
As DK is navigating out of bounds, now is a good time to bring up out of bounds ground properties. The height of the ground below the Kong is updated as they move around, but when out of bounds, there is no ground below. This means the height of the ground is never updated, so it stays at whatever height the last piece of ground under the Kong was. Effectively, the ground extends at this height infinitely as long as no other ground is passed over. Because this ground is above it,
like at the
DK
moment?
can
Oh.
roll under it and remain out of bounds. Here's the first of 6 fairies. Pausing and exiting the level right after taking the picture skips this cutscene, which saves about 8 seconds. The banana fairy normally refills ammo during the cutscene. Skipping it means no refill, but the fairy picture is still saved, which is all that matters here. DK climbs up using a combination of skid jumps and moonkicks, both of which we've already talked about. Because he jumps and skids at the same time, DK is in the air but acts like he's skidding on the ground, so that's why he can double jump. The wall here is poorly made, probably because it's not really supposed to be accessed. The steep slope here helps get more height from the moonkick, which is just enough to reach all the way up to the mouth, where the Hideout Helm lobby entrance is. From there, DK uses more skid jumps to climb a little higher through the mouth to load the second fairy. We saw earlier how DK can crouch from a skid jump. He can use this to take out the camera in midair, then take the picture as he's falling in the loading zone to skip the cutscene. Again, because in a skid jump, DK is considered to be on the ground, he can perform ground actions like a roll. He can pass through the wall because angled walls, even if only slightly, have much weaker collision detection. He narrowly avoids hitting the instant death lava with an aerial attack and reaches the back of the loading zone to enter Hideout Helm, the final level in the game. In Hideout Helm, a timer is ticking.
Roll and
I need yours. Within that time limit to open the door that leads to the door that leads to the door to the level's key. But the key is always sitting.
I want to drag you to the normal attack animation. There. The same reason as it is for that. Now, I need to wait to tell the game.
Normally, only Lanky's or rank stand move can climb it, but using skid jumps and precise movement, it's possible to get up anyway. Usually, jumping from a slippery slope will send you backwards in such a way that climbing is impossible, but for a few frames, it's possible to walk on it before sliding off. DK uses this and the wall to angle the skid jump as far up as he can. When landing on the slippery slope while gaining height from the aerial attack, DK enters a slipping state in midair for a short time. It's possible to jump out of this state without the backwards momentum slippery slopes usually give, and that's just enough to reach the top. The second slope is actually not slippery except the top corners. The slope is also steep enough that DK can land just after initiating the aerial attack, which allows him to moonkick. The wall here is similar to the lobby's wall since it's slightly angled as well. From here, DK can simply navigate out of bounds directly to the key, but there's an issue.
We'll change it
Way
to
too
this.
low. Here, there's a small section of higher ground that's accessible from out of bounds. By passing over it, the effective out of bounds ground is raised up to its height. The out of bounds ground is raised again, twice this time, which now gives enough height to be able to access the key. So why come here? Well, the goal of the game is to free KLMZ by opening all the unlocks on the stage.
Yeah, a lot of games
To
not used
access the
anymore. I
level,
can
you
just
usually need the key from the previous
remove
level,
this
so
part
if
and
you get the
can
final key, you should have every other key in the
that.
game. So, to spawn the final boss, instead of checking for every key, the game simply needs to check for key 8, with one exception. Since the second level's key unlocks both Frantic Factory and Gloomy Galleon, Frantic Factory's key unlocks nothing. The developers did think about that one, so the game also checks for key 3. But as long as you give keys 3 and 8 to KLMZ, that's enough to make the final fight appear.
See here, I need to see how long the rolling animation is
Placed
again.
right here, bringing the total up to 4. Then the game is saved and reset. This quickly returns to the main menu, which is useful for the next step. Here, Ring Rush goes into the mystery menu. The first option, which is unlocked with 2 fairies, is to rewatch the game's plot progression moments. The intro story cutscene is activated. This 5-minute sequence that normally plays when starting a new file with story skip disabled goes through 7 different cutscenes in various maps. To keep track of when it's time to change maps and continue the sequence in a new cutscene, the game has a timer ticking along with a few key points in time where the game should fade out and load the next cutscene. However, because this is the mystery menu, the player can always return to the menu at the press of a button. When an active mystery menu cutscene is
I feel like there's not going to be enough of a window for this.
But the timer starts 6
Let's
frames
try.
before the intro story is considered to be active, so if it's cancelled within this 6-frame window, the game goes back to the menu without interrupting the timer. This causes the music to stop functioning properly, often playing the wrong music or
Oh, I noticed that little
more importantly,
bug there.
it causes the game to attempt to fade out into the next section of the intro story at these key moments. And most importantly, this is the basis of a game-breaking glitch that will unfold in the next 5 minutes of the run. From here, the goal is to get as much done as possible within that time and within the new restrictions that the intro story timer poses. Keep an eye on this reference of the intro story to see when the key moments line up with the run as we go through it. Earlier, I said that swimming was one animation that preserved the phase angle as long as the joystick was left neutral. This is why DK can go straight through the wall after leaving first person. Similarly,
I know it's
out of bounds
V attack, but it's just so that it actually cancels the roll. Because I do want that.
This lets him swim in
Let's give it a little more leeway for the
plays upon opening the crown door near the end of Heidel Helm, where K-Roll panics and goes into his airship preparing an escape. DK Isle is pretty hollow and this is a very small room, so the developers saved some time and space by simply hiding that small room right in the middle of the island. With how easy clipping through walls is in this game though, it's not that well hidden after all. After that, DK enters a Jungle Japes lobby from the back, thanks to walls
let's just
only
do
being
this.
solid from one side. But what is this all about? Well,
Attach
it turns out that there was no reason to go into this route
that
other
one
than
back.
to kill some time.
No.
The intro story timer is about
Attach
to hit the
that one
first
back
fade
to
out.
there.
When that happens, if a cutscene is currently
I'm going
playing, the
to
screen will
just
fade out and transition into the second part of the intro story, loading the necessary map and cutscene.
Nothing of that being done.
If no cutscene is playing, the fade out will be put on standby and will trigger immediately whenever any cutscene plays. Going back to the intro story is bad because the player loses control and has to watch the rest of the intro. There's a way around this. When a fade out is initiated, two variables are set. The next map number and the cutscene.
Okay, one, let me
At the
fix
end of
that
the fade out,
animation.
the game looks at the next map number to find which map to load, and the cutscene number to find which cutscene to play in that map. If during the fade out another transition occurs, the next map number is replaced by the new destination. So the instructions
Let's see what ENVtuber have cost this time.
The sequence carries on, waiting for the next key point.
Those are always active.
The fade out is cancelled, and instead of loading the next part of the intro story, it loads the new destination. As long as the new map index is written to the variable in the 1 second window between the moment where it is set by the intro story fade out and the moment where it's used to determine which map to load next, a fade out cancel happens. Keep in mind though, for a fade out to be initiated in the first place, a cutscene needs to be currently playing. Most loading zones do not qualify as a cutscene, but thankfully, level portals and Trophenscough portals do play a cutscene when a Kong enters them, so they will initiate a
Looks
fade out.
like what's happening
If no time had been
is
killed and DK entered Jungle Japes before the
I
intro
hit it
story fade
too
out,
late.
this would have happened. The Jungle Japes introduction cutscene would have started playing, but it would
Wait, I
have
think I
been
know what
abruptly
happened. I
interrupted
think
by
I
the intro story
didn't
fade out.
tell it to
Therefore,
not do
entering the portal
anything.
has to be done in a 1 second window, right at this moment in the intro story. As you can see, one of the main goals for this section of the run is to prevent the game from returning to the intro story, which is done by cancelling the fade outs at these key moments with a well-timed transition. Finally, B-Locker was skipped here as well. Like I said earlier, level portals only need to be touched to be activated. DK's hitbox and his center of rotation are offset by a small amount. His hitbox is slightly front heavy. By pushing his back against an obstacle and then turning 180 degrees, DK is able to position himself closer to that obstacle than by simply running at it. This is what's done here. DK kicks into a precise spot while facing backwards, then turns to face the level portal while standing much closer than his hitbox normally allows him to be. Then, because
Maybe that's what I
he
need to do?
stands his hitbox way forward, his hand reaches into the portal, activating it. For most levels, this trick is pretty easy to pull off, but in Jungle Japes lobby, it's almost impossible.
Okay.
We're greeted with this weird cutscene at the start of the level. This is because although the next map number was overwritten by the new destination, the cutscene number wasn't. So, instead of playing cutscene 1 in this intro story map, it played cutscene
This is
1
what's
in
happening,
Jungle
that
Japes, which happens to be this one.
rolling is getting
This
set.
trick is very similar to the pipe trick in Frantic Factory Lobby. The bush is a solid object that pushes Kongs outwards.
Yeah, it looks like what's happening is rolling is getting unset.
Pay attention to the void out zone. This path allows DK to skip this section
No,
of Jungle Japes
the
entirely, going
attack
straight into
is
the main
getting
area from the start.
okay, set.
In a few seconds, this run's 5th fairy picture will be taken. Taking a fairy picture triggers an ammo refill cutscene, which could initiate an unwanted fade out into the intro story. So the picture needs to be taken at a point where there's no fade out on standby, as there would be no way to cancel one during the ammo refill. But as you can see, a fade out is coming up, so DK makes a quick detour to the Trophenscough portal to cancel it. This plant is solid and has a slightly slanted surface, so it acts as both the higher ledge and the slope to initiate a moonkick. Notice how the vines leading to the Trophenscough portal are not there. That's because the training barrel for vine swinging was never completed. Again, a weird cutscene plays because this is cutscene 1 in the intro story version of Hideout Helm. Nothing is needed in this room right now, but coming here both cancelled the intro story fade out and cleared the first visit cutscene. Like I said before, Key 3 is also required to beat the game, so DK will visit Trophenscough later in the run.
I'm gonna do a second variant. Alt. This one is for when you are in the end section. So this is the first frame instead.
There isn't much to say about this clip other than it's one more example of a poorly made wall hitbox. Here, DK does his kid jump to take out the camera in midair while positioning himself above the water. While taking a fairy picture, Kongs enter a state where they can't be controlled until the end of the refill cutscene. By taking the fairy picture while falling into the water, DK splashes down after losing control. This changes his state from taking a picture to swimming, where he can be controlled, saving about 8 seconds over waiting out the refill. During that time, DK initiates another phase walk to go back out of bounds. This is to take a better line to this Rambi box and to skip this gate. He also performs the same trick behind Tag Barrel storage on the Rambi box by changing animations right as he enters the box, allowing him to move a bit earlier. The gate is only solid on one side, as is the case for all the bamboo gates across the game. If you pay attention to the intro story timer, you can see that a new fade out is approaching. Some time needs to be killed to line things up perfectly, so this showcase of absurd looking movement is used to fill that gap. This is typical for tool-assisted speedruns. Whenever there's any amount of waiting that needs to be done, taskers try to make it as entertaining as possible. Incredibly enough, using Rambi here is actually required for this speedrun route to work out, which adds yet another normally optional element of the game to the list of requirements to beat it in the fastest way possible. The reason why will be made clear soon. This is also why 5 colored bananas are required in this run. This bunch is automatically collected when entering the Rambi box. Another bunch was collected here, but that one can easily be avoided with no time loss. Visiting Cranky here has 2 purposes. First, because talking with Cranky is a cutscene that can lead into a transition, it's used as the last of the 3 intro story fade-out cancels in this run. Second, because the first visit to Cranky, which normally happens in the training grounds, is a trigger to spawn the training barrels. It turns out that one of the 4 moves the training barrels teach is required to beat the game, barrel throwing, which is used in Lanky's phase of the final fight. Therefore, spawning the barrels is mandatory, and doing it here is the most convenient. One last weird cutscene plays, this time cutscene 3, and there's nothing more to do in Jungle Japes. At this point, there's one more fairy required for the main glitch behind this run, and that one training barrel to complete. Wait, so why go into the training grounds only to get right back out? Does this have to do with the intro story timer? No, in fact, this is because talking with Cranky sets a flag that indicates that the training barrels are spawned, but only a temporary flag. A temporary flag is not preserved after leaving the game file and returning to it, which, spoiler alert, is something that's gonna come up soon. By angling the camera towards the training barrels, the game loads them even though they're behind the cave wall. When the training barrels are loaded, the temporary flag is replaced with a permanent flag. From this point on, the fact that the 4 training barrels are spawned is saved in the file, so it will be preserved even after leaving the game and returning later. The most observant viewers may have noticed that the gate is gone and this switch is pressed, even though we never pressed it. The reason is a fascinating example of developers going out of their way to be consistent even when it doesn't actually matter, which, considering just about everything else in this game, is a bit shocking. There are 2 ways to free a Kong in this game. The first is by opening their cage, which is the intended way, and the second is by entering a tag barrel while controlling them, which can be done using King Cutout or the final battle. When a Kong is unlocked through the second method, their cage will automatically be opened. It turns out that this is true for all 5 Kongs, including DK. At the start of the game, all 5 Kongs are caged. DK simply happens to be trapped inside of his own home. By opening this gate, DK frees himself. If the gate is skipped instead, DK will go out into the world while the game still considers him as being locked up. Using glitches, it is possible to switch to another Kong without ever entering a tag barrel or opening the training grounds gate. When entering a tag barrel as another Kong, DK will be gone and replaced with a yellow question mark. When the other Kong goes into the training grounds and pounds the switch, which, despite having DK's face on it, can be pressed by any Kong, DK will then be freed at once. So, long story short, a tag barrel was entered way back at the start of the run to perform tag barrel storage, so that's when DK was freed and why this gate is already open.
There we go. Fix that problem. Now we have an alternative animation for this,
Instead of a reset, this time
which will serve us well.
With 6 fairies now, the second option of the mystery menu is unlocked. Also, the intro story is about to end. This is when the magic happens.
Performing for you. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together if you wanna clap as we take you through this monkey rap. Ooh, DK. Donkey Kong.
Alright, somehow DK is back in his house. What just happened? As you can see by the comparison, this is the end of the intro story. The final fade out was not cancelled,
Not
and it was
Boolean.
initiated using one of the main menu's background cutscenes, which play after spending about 12 seconds on the screen.
A strong two. He's the first member of the
The
DK
reason why
crew.
the game doesn't return to the mystery menu here is the same as why the timer wasn't stopped a few minutes ago. It's because the intro story mode is not active since the cutscene was cancelled before that flag was set. Donkey Kong 64 has 15 different game modes, including the adventure mode, a few sequences, snides and mystery menu minigames, a couple of unused ones, and the main menu mode. The game normally switches between these states as you select options in the menu. However, by going directly from the main menu to the adventure without going through File Select, the process of changing game modes is skipped. Since main menu mode is designed for the main menu and not for normal play, many functions are disabled, such as saving, pausing, and even taking damage. If you want to know how the game knew to select the correct file even though there was no file selection, you can pause now for a quick explanation. But here, the real question is why? Why do
Gonna
all this?
need
Why this 5-minute
use
masquerade
roll
of
end
unfitting
instead.
music, fade-out cancels, fairy pictures, Rambi crates, and mystery menu shenanigans? The answer is moves. Beating King K. Rool requires these special moves: Peanut Pop Guns, Trombone Tremor, Simian Slam, Hunky Chunky, and Primate Punch. To unlock these moves, you need to talk to Cranky, Candy, or Funky as the appropriate Kong and pay some coins, but unlocking Kongs and buying moves takes a long time. This is where the mystery menu comes in handy. Each of the mystery menu minigames defines a number of upgrades that the player has access to at a time. This is mostly used for the boss fights, because they are recreated to simulate what a casual player would have access to at the end of each level. Usually, this means having every move and upgrade up to the level whose boss you're currently fighting. So if you decide to fight the Fungi Forest boss in the mystery menu, the game temporarily gives you all of these moves as if you had been playing the game normally up to this point. For some reason, the same applies for all 4 minigames, including Rambi Arena, even though it doesn't actually impact anything. Of all the mystery menu minigames, Rambi Arena is the fastest to unlock because it requires only 6 fairies and entering 1 Rambi box. Rambi Arena happens to enable all of these moves, which include everything needed to win the final fight, except for Diddy's gun. Thankfully, the demo was there to save the day. The demo cycles through 5 sequences, 1 for each Kong in order, every time it's loaded. Additionally, like the mystery menu, it also temporarily grants whichever moves are appropriate for each sequence. After the reset at the end of Hideout Helm, DK's demo played. Then, because the game was exited through the menu and not by resetting, Diddy's demo played, which gives Diddy his gun. Rambi Arena doesn't update any of the flags pertaining to guns, so Diddy's gun stays unlocked. To avoid having those free upgrades leak into the main game, when any adventure file is viewed, all the flags related to upgrades are changed to match that file's saved data. In this case though, this crucial step is skipped by the intro story fadeout. So all the moves temporarily unlocked for demos and minigames make their way into the main game. And this is why the banana camera, the shockwave, 6 fairies, the Rambi box, and its banana bunch are all necessary parts of this run. Training barrel moves are not included in Rambi Arena. This one is required for Lanky's phase, so it has to be completed. This is a void warp, except this time it happens as the game sets the flag for having completed the training barrel. To get the warp to work, DK has to hit the void out zone during the transition out of the barrel, which disables all input. It can still be done by kicking or rolling before the transition begins and letting DK's momentum carry him into the void out zone. In most circumstances, this warp brings you back to DK's treehouse and saves about 4 seconds, but here, because the DK's first time cutscene was already watched, the new spawn point is outside of the training rounds, which saves an additional 10 seconds. DK needs to go back to Frantic Factory to get key 3.
That's not what I wanted to do.
This couldn't be done in the first visit because the fight requires Simian Snap, which DK didn't have before using Rambi Arena to unlock more moves. Here, DK cancels fall damage by landing on a slippery slope. The sliding state takes priority over splatting from fall damage, which saves a couple of seconds. DK also somehow activates the warp pad even though it's way down there. This happens because a Kong leaving a
Why
platform
is the slime
doesn't trigger fall
taking
instant until the next
insta
frame.
damage?
So
It's not
for
supposed
one
to do
frame,
that.
the Kong is still considered to be on the ground,
Supposed to have more
except
health.
the ground is now whatever surface is below them. If that
I
happens
just
to
set
be
it
an
to
animal form, it will be activated.
be
Even though the door isn't open, the loading zone that
Took
leads to the
damage
boss
there.
is always behind it. Because it extends infinitely under the door, it's possible to enter the boss fight from way down there. A phase walk is used to clip out of bounds because it's the fastest method, but there are many other ways to skip colored bananas. The intro cutscene of this boss is lengthy, so it's faster to exit the fight and re-enter it. When entering for the second time, a much shorter cutscene is used, saving around 40 seconds. However,
damage
because
is
main menu mode prevents pausing, DK
true.
has to void out and
Don't do
travel all
anything.
the way back to the boss door.
stick damage gets turned off by itself. So that should make it so that
As you can see, this is still barely faster than watching the cutscene. This fight is normally done with Tiny and her ponytail twirl ability, but DK can still do it using kicks, jumps, and moon kicks.
like this should
One thing to note
happen.
is that the switches that appear at the end of each phase are random, but not completely random. When Mad Jack starts his final jump before coming out of the box, the game determines which pillar is a
This has
valid
to
place where
happen
the switch can spawn. It rules out the
immediately.
pillar Mad Jack is jumping to, the pillar the Kong is closest to, as well as all 4 adjacent pillars. Since the correct switch has to be on the same
Right
color
now.
as Mad Jack, this leaves anywhere
No, it
between
does not.
3
It
and
happens
7
or it
possible
happened immediately.
pillars for the switch to be on. The rest is up to the
But
game's random function,
for
so DK's movement was carefully planned to manipulate this randomness and
the
minimize the
death
travel
that
distance to
it
the
needs to
correct switch
happen.
in every phase. There's another
so let's
detail
find our
that
death
makes Mad
event.
Jack very hard to optimize. This boss always
that-
tries
that
to
one's
go
just
towards
handled
whichever
here.
pillar is the closest to the Kong. In phases 1 through 3, he usually never goes back on the previous or the current pillar, but in phases 4 and 5, he does. On top of that, if the pillar Mad Jack is about to jump to is also the closest pillar to the Kong, or in other words, if Mad Jack is 1 tile away, he will do a slow jump, and if the Kong is far away, he will do a fast jump. The number of jumps is fixed, so to speed up the fight, Mad Jack needs to do a fast jump
For
as
damage
many times as
taken
possible.
here,
In this task, there's one slow jump,
Um,
the very first one, because that's unavoidable. Every other jump is a fast jump, which makes Mad Jack's movement optimal.
here to hurt Anim, right?
Mad
It
Jack's
gets
slapping sound is actually the exact
here.
same as DK's slapping sound. If you don't believe me, listen carefully here.
Okay, this is no. This is the one, yeah.
With the right timing, a
I think I
move
want
can be
it to
cancelled with a jump,
always
in which case the jump will have
make
the
the
same
extra
reduced
phase.
gravity.
Let's do it this way instead.
Here, Ringrush abuses Mad Jack's behavior to get him to jump back and forth. When choosing which tile to go next, he doesn't optimize his direct distance to DK. Instead, he always moves along this axis until he's aligned, and then moves along the other axis. By going back and forth along this axis while staying far away, DK forces Mad Jack to do the same.
No, we definitely want to do it for when you get launched hurt. Set actor rotation. First line, did I? Yeah, no, this has to break into, because it should only be the jaw, nothing else.
What was that weird sound? That was the sound of the weirdest glitch ever discovered in this game. The sound itself is used when shooting homing ammo. For some absurd reason, pressing all 4 directions at once on the D-pad while in a level lobby can sometimes make the homing ammo sound. Nobody knows why. It's utterly confusing, completely useless, and it was included in this task only to make my task a little bit harder. Now, the only thing left to do before the final battle
we gotta
is visit
find.
Kilumsey and turn in keys.
So I think it's. Let me make sure I can find it. Okay, it's down there. I got it.
Normally, the final boss appears after turning in all 8 keys and freeing Kilumsey. A cutscene follows where he knocks Kirill's airship out of the air. But as I explained earlier, a check is only made for keys 3 and 8 to spawn the crashed ship. So keys 3 and 8 are turned in, Kilumsey stays trapped, and the ship magically appears outside. The boxing match against King K. Rool involves a lot of waiting out his attacks, so not much can be done to save time besides reducing lag to a minimum. Ringrush uses this opportunity
doing
to
that?
showcase
Should
glitches
be
like flipping
enough.
out of the ring and into the stands. DK shoots out of each barrel at the earliest possible time to register a hit.
Hold on. The slime. Its damage location. Let's do that instead.
This is called the crash climb.
Perfect.
When Diddy runs into a wall with his Chimpy charge move, he recoils back. If he's skidding to a stop, and if A is pressed 1 frame before he runs into the wall, he will get vertical speed from his jump, but the recoil animation will take priority. He then starts another Chimpy charge, during which his vertical speed is preserved, allowing him to climb way up. Again, this is just for style and doesn't save any time.
Alright, it's not perfect, but it does a trick.
Rocket barrel appears. By positioning Diddy very close to K. Rool, Ringrush minimizes the time it takes for the glove to come back to him. Diddy has to shoot both targets on the lamp to make it fall on K. Rool. K. Rool cycles through different animations as he throws and catches his glove.
Right. We need to make it so that you can't roll while attacking. Then I think we get some other stuff left to do. I guess all we do today is just getting the character fully established. Because tomorrow we're getting tomorrow is just getting the weapon, and with that I can just start working on the actual thing. the level. We're just gonna have the attacking one here. Where's it? I gotta find reference to the parry attack.
The game has a failsafe if the player somehow ends
Why
up
is the
outside
parry
game,
not working?
launch the Kong instantly back to the middle. It helps save a little bit of
Not
time.
hitting the
Position
opponent? Is that what's
banana
happening?
next to K. Rool without having to travel a long distance with the barrel. Otherwise, this phase is pretty straightforward. Tiny's round is pretty much entirely on rails, so Ring Rush spends most of the time playing around. Here, he demonstrates how the facing angle doesn't change on the first frame of a new
It looks like
moving
the
enemy,
parry is
blocking
working.
The only things that can be optimized are entering the mini monkey barrel, traveling to the shoe, and the last hit on every toe. Each toe takes one more hit than the previous one, but there's always a fixed amount of time between the attacks, so only the last hit on each toe matters. While we watch this phase, let's learn a few fun facts. If you go far enough out of bounds to unload K. Rool, the fight is paused, including the timer, until he's loaded again. The out-of-bounds failsafe is used a lot in this phase to reach the mini-monkey barrel without having to deal with increased lag from K. Rool's shockwaves. Tiny automatically pulls out her gun even though she doesn't actually have
Damage
it.
take.
If
I
she
just want you
put
to
it away,
print string
she would
whenever
be
you get
unable
hurt.
to pull it back out. That would soft
That way I
lock
can
the game,
see
as
if
there would be
the
no way to damage the toes without a gun or
if that
oranges,
thing is
and no way
actually.
to exit the fight. Main menu mode prevents both pausing and taking damage, and the
Hey, it
round
definitely
timer is
works.
paused inside of the shoe.
Sometimes.
It is possible to reach the press box where the Kremlings are, but doing it causes extra lag, so it wasn't shown. Also, although Rambi Arena does give Mini Monkey, it's possible to skip buying the move. When any
Do I
Kremling
have a
barrel
thing
falls, it's actually
in
usable by
that
default, and it's only
parry
disabled a few frames
which
later.
tells it to?
So
Yes,
with
that
good
is
timing,
exactly
both
what it
Rocket
is.
Barrel Boost and Mini Monkey can
Turn
be
that
used
off.
in this fight without buying them.
You
Here,
can
Ring
keep
Rush
that
shows
part.
how generous the window for hitting a toe is by hitting it on the last possible frame. Some of the attacks are based on which toe Tiny is
Alright,
currently
it
on.
works now.
By standing all the way to the left of the shoe,
Turns out it was
she
just a
can be in
case
front
of
no
it
toes, in which
not
case no attack takes place.
doing its thing
Unfortunately,
properly.
This doesn't save any time. As you can see, the crowd is a simple textured surface and not actual models or even sprites. Also, the game treats K. Rool as the boss of Hideout Helm. If you void out at any point during the battle, you will be placed at the entrance of Hideout Helm, just like you would for any other level's boss. Using first-person view helps reduce lag during many portions of the fight, but especially inside K. Rool's shoe. However, the lag in Tiny's phase is poorly emulated. On the Nintendo 64, reducing lag would be crucial, but here it doesn't really matter. So Ring Rush opted to spend half of the time demonstrating extreme lag reduction methods, and the other half goofing around without wasting any time to lag.
Like I mentioned, the parry is more to knock the opponent back. It does not do much damage.
If you listen closely here, you will hear the sound of going into first person. There's a tiny window where you have control, just long enough to go into first person, allowing for a phase walk immediately after the cutscene. Here, Chunky uses the other
Perfect. It works.
to hit the middle switch faster.
Let's go ahead and
From
just
there,
set
the rest of
the
fight is simple.
slime's knockback to not be that high. 'Cause it's supposed to be like it's supposed to be a 1 because it's a weak enemy. I think. Well, there's definitely some things I need to change in some cases. I think we are at a point where the enemy works as it should and the attack works as it should. Now what we need to do is just bug test the bat to make sure that one doesn't have an attack. Bug test the astral projection. Basically, bug test everything. Can it actually hurt the bat? No, because that thing never triggers him. I'm fine with that. Oh, am I gonna die now?
With
No,
this
it's just
final
to work.
punch,
Okay.
Donkey Kong 64 is beaten in 26 minutes and 46 seconds from powering on the game for the first
Fine.
time. Some of you may know that the real-time world record is 24:51.
Gotta make it so that the mist doesn't have any.
Why this task has a longer runtime. First, the real-time record was done on the Wii U Virtual Console, which has virtually no lag, saving in the ballpark of a minute and a half over the Nintendo 64. Lag is sometimes inaccurately emulated for DK64, so this emulator run likely
told
loses
this
only about a minute
to
in the
set
version, but it's impossible
combat,
to measure
right?
exactly. Second,
No,
the
hold
methods
on.
of timing are a bit different. Real-time runs start on the A press in the menu to begin a new file, and end on the first frame where the black bars are visible at the start of the cutscene where K. Rool gets knocked out. Task timing starts on powering on the console and
in
ends on the
combat.
final input
When that
required to beat the
happens,
game. By real-time standards, this task would be
then
a
we are not
26:13
allowed
instead
to
of a 26:46.
go into mist form or
Last but not
bat
least,
form or anything
there's
like
a
that.
major rule difference. The amount of fairies collected is saved on the cartridge's static random access memory permanently. This means that after collecting the fairies once on any given DK64 cartridge, the mystery menu features will be irreversibly unlocked forever. As a result, the DK64 community decided that using these features was fair game in real-time any percent speedruns. The task community prefers different rules. They recommend runs start from a completely clean state, including static random access memory. So the task has to collect the banana camera and 6 fairies, and has to enter the Rambi crate in Jungle Japes to unlock Rambi Arena, while the real-time run has access to it from the start. Again, this is very hard to measure exactly, but the estimated time difference is about 4.5 minutes. All things considered, these three factors add up to about 6 minutes, so this run is comparable to a 20-minute run on Wii U by real-time rules and timing. And this concludes this tool-assisted speedrun explained.
Right.
Thanks to Ring
There
Rush
we go.
and the
You
Battle
cannot go into any of
96
those
for your help,
while
and thank you for
that
watching.
form. Now what I want is, before the actor disappears, see here, it would be here. Do it before the delay. This I'll have to adjust later. This is just a test. I could probably adjust it. Okay, so now I cannot go into it. But now I can. What I want to do is I want to change how movement works. We're going to, this is slime. So we're going to, because I feel like holding down the button would be more fun. We'll see here. We need to find input action move. So what I'm going to do here instead is I'm going to have all this be there instead. Upon holding down, what does he set? Moving? Yes. This way, I'm thinking also, we can make it so that, hey, calm your fucking tits. We're just doing a little bit of alternation here. Here. This, that, this. All go over here. You do not need to set those anymore. But what I'm gonna do is gonna make this go into move actor, the call function for that. A lot of stuff here has its own way to turn that off, but essentially what I want is branch, just to see if you are holding down the button. This way, you can move that. Now let's try that again real quick. We gotta move, change some things here. Give me the jump event. Get here. Launch the character based on the jump length. So for the sake of making sure it works, let's do a print string here. And see what the jump length is. That way I can figure out what's going on. It's 800. Something is resetting it to 800. There's only two points where it gets set. That means that move actor takes priority. Let's not have the move actor set the young blink. Let's have that be purely handled by the role. Guess we'll put it. Rolling to true, uncrouch. Here we can place it. Oh, I forgot to turn on a new video. Last video for tonight then. This was the one I was looking for.
Donkey Kong 64 is perhaps most legendary for how long and difficult it is to obtain 101% completion. The thought of speedrunning this category is on another level of crazy. Over its history, 101% was transformed from a giant collectathon into an onslaught of amazingly creative skips and frame-perfect tricks that were once thought impossible.
That works.
20 years
Hopefully
ago,
that doesn't break in any way.
Speedrunners were insane.
Alright, what were we?
That's no longer a joke.
Alright, so now that we
video is sponsored
can
by
just
Old School
hold down
Games, who just
the
launched
button
ENVtuber
to.
with enhanced buttons. Before
Now
we
we
go any
can just hold down the button to move
what
forward.
64 101%
Let's
DK64 is a collectathon.
let's see here.
It tracks your completion percentage based on what items
We
you
gotta
get.
do some bugs
Golden
with
bananas
it.
are the main collectible, and so they make up most of that progression. Part of the main objective is to rescue KLMZ by collecting a key from every level, which also opens the next levels. To obtain those
What do
keys,
these
you need
stops
to feed colored bananas to Scott
come
the
from?
Hippo to open the door to a boss fight, and the game gives
This don't
you a
do
banana medal
anything.
every time a Kong obtains 75
What about
of the
you?
100 colored bananas in a level. Only the medals count towards progression, so to get 101%, you don't need every single colored banana. As a side objective, you also need to collect 10 battle crowns from battle arena pads and rescue 20 banana fairies by taking pretty
Here we
pictures.
go.
You get rewarded with a
That's
200
much
first
better.
banana once you have them all.
That way
Finally,
the character
last
will,
door in Hyrule
and when you
Castle
turn the
allows you to
camera,
obtain 2 special coins by beating
the
classic
character
Donkey
will
Kong, the Nintendo coin for beating 2 rounds of Donkey Kong, and the Rareware coin for getting 5,000 points in Jetpack, Rareware's very first title. There are some things in this game that don't advance the progression counter. Colored bananas past 75.
okay,
banana
slimes
medals,
definitely need to be able
moves
to
and upgrades
walk
are
off ledges
very
now.
and funky. Most moves are required to get one.
I forgot to turn that
Some
that
extra
setting
upgrades
off for
like
them.
Kirby's instrument energy maximum are
Ledge.
Everything
Can't walk
adds
off
up to
ledge, yes.
100.4%, but there's a special exception in the code to round it up to 101. Once you beat the game, a special cutscene plays when you have everything save for one item.
That's a
and another
problem.
bonus cutscene plays when you have 101%. This is the goal of the speedrun. Our story begins only a couple of months after the game's release, in January of 2000. The Nintendo 64 was at its heyday and the public internet in its infancy. Jacopo Sorse was running a website called N64 High Scores. When Donkey Kong 64 came out, it only made
Where are
sense
we?
to create
No,
a
this
game
is
score.
the slime.
While people were mostly busy competing in the mystery
Okay.
minigames, the 101% completion in-game time leaderboard received its first reasonably good submission on February 4th,
Do once.
with a time of 12
Jump
hours
event.
and 56 minutes by Alex Penev. This run was played in several segments, like a normal playthrough of the game at the time. No video was recorded of the run, but Alex Penev was one of the most reputable players of the time. He dabbled in most of the popular Nintendo 64 titles and set hundreds of world record speedruns and high scores in those years. Penev was quickly beaten by Steven Zvarcius, another very prolific high score setter and speedrunner of the time, and he was way ahead of his time. Not only did he beat Penev by nearly 3 hours, barely missing the sub 10-hour mark with a 10:09, he played this run in a single sitting and recorded it on VHS tapes. Unfortunately, those tapes were lost to time, maybe recorded over. This speedrun would remain the fastest time on Salsa's leaderboard. In that same time, ENVtuber was discovered to have
do this.
minor quirks. A friend of Penev, David, had a website of his own that's still online today.
Last thing we're gonna do with the, because I just thought of a fun idea.
A treasure trove of tricks and glitches in games.
Let's make this a variable.
Although one and his avid readers found several glitches, some pretty major, no one at the time incorporated them into speedruns. The old school
And this could be, and we could tie this to the stamina that we're going to be adding. And I think we're going to be adding that now. The stamina is not going to be used for all sort of stuff, but we will use it for parts that I feel make sense. The rolling doesn't need a stamina because it has like a delay before you can roll again, and I feel like stamina is pointless. But let's add stamina to the sword. And something else that we really, the bat transformation does need a cooldown. That's about it. Astral projection. Actually, no, none of them really need a cool. No, yeah, no. I want to add a cooldown to them. But I can do that later. Right now, let's do attack scale.
The most basic standard of quality, and was ridiculed in a scathing 50-minute highlight reel called Water Goes Bananas. Meanwhile, Steven Zweig's time was just too strong. His 10:09 remained a known record until SDA finally received
Not an integer. I mean, it could be.
On the forum,
But let's do
Joe
that.
announced his intention of doing a segmented run for the site. He took several months to plan, route, and execute it, but he finally pulled through and completed his run in August of 2006. The first run with surviving video evidence. DK64 101% in 9 hours and 2 minutes by Joe Viva. Just like Zweig's run, Deutsch Joe's 902 is glitchless. Unlike the 1009, this run was segmented. The general route was straightforward. Play each level in order, with some backtracking needed to fully complete Jungle Japes and Angry Aztec after you free all the Kongs, and Fungi Forest once you buy a rank 10 sprint to beat the rabbit in a race. Each level would constitute one segment, along with a small section of DK Isles. Joe Viva's run clearly has some
attack scale.
He rounded out each level precisely to reduce backtracking to a minimum. But the run was far from perfect. In Frantic Factory, when trying to get the Nintendo coin from DK Arcade, he game over 3
Not
times
integer,
and lost over 8 times. He got
float.
lost later in the level because his brother burst into his room and distracted him. In Gloomy Galleon, he gets lost a few times and takes 2.5 minutes and 10 attempts to get
Again,
the
I want you to be a float.
He fails jetpack twice, engaged by Boom Blast scores 3 times,
Minus
Battleground 4
0.1.
times. He
We're gonna
loses
clamp
Rabbit
it.
Race twice, and the infamous creepy
Clamp.
castle beaver bottom
Maximum will be 1.
There are several round errors in
And minimum will
but
be.
otherwise, this run is quite good, and it gets accepted to Speedrunners Archive as Donkey Kong 64's 101% speedrun. Everyone congratulated Deutsch Joe
Do,
and expressed
minimum of
surprise at the fact that the game could be done in under 10 hours. Soon enough, though, people started to realize that it was possible to do much
5.
better, but no one wanted to step up and be the one to do it. Activity around the game
delay.
until June 9th, 2009, when the legendary runner joined the SDA forum thread about the game, Mano Cheese. Mano Cheese was already well established in the Ocarina of Time community, coming up with the challenge
Timeline.
and he was coming to Donkey Kong 64 to break that game too. Donkey Kong 64 speedruns would no longer be glitchless, and they were about to get crazy. Mano Cheese's very first post about the game was immediately groundbreaking. He found a way to
Equal.
bypass Ruff and Scoff and enter bosses without colored bananas. But since bananas were needed for medals anyway, this didn't save much time. Only about 11 minutes of boring cutscenes. The very next
No
day,
excuse.
post this
Branch.
video, Hideout Helm early.
It's true. Then we stop
This
this.
opened
But if
the
it's
floodgates.
false,
In the next weeks, Cheese and others would scramble to formulate an any
Do a delay
while trying to keep up with the
of
constant discoveries
a
of new
retriggable
features,
delay.
tips, and ways to enter levels early.
No, yes.
1% was a bit left out during this madness, but it wouldn't last. Once the situation settled in a bit, any percent had been brought down from 4 hours to just 1, and people took a step back and
To a
evaluated
branch
what they
of
spent for 101. The most serious of these people was another new face who joined during the any percent gold rush, Lefty's Heroes. He figured that since Cheese had a good grasp on the any percent run, he would focus on his preferred category.
Attack.
Together with Cheese, Lefty's Heroes devised a completely reinvented 101% route, this time including glitches. A combination of tricks found on David One's website and Cheese's new discoveries completely revolutionized
It's
the run.
true. Then we
Once
turn
the
it
route
off.
had
And
been fully completed,
retriggable delay.
Lefty's Heroes sat down and started doing
Yeah, let's do that for the
he
test.
immediately found huge success.
Yes, and
Glitched
all we
his
have to do is
record by
just
14 minutes with an 8:48. A week later, he completed a second run through nearly half an hour faster at 8:20. In the following months, Lefty's Heroes put in the work to refine the route and practice each segment to eventually submit a new 101% run to be displayed on the official SDA page. It took him until March of 2010, but he finished a third test run with a revised route. And this time he struck gold and saved a full half hour, 7 hours and 50 minutes. From there, his progress slowed significantly. He continued to chip away at the route and practice on and off for almost a full year until he was finally ready to have another go in February 2011. He finished in 7 hours and 29 minutes and set the goal for his official run at 7:20. That was what he was going to work towards and what he would be satisfied with. But Lefty's Heroes grew increasingly annoyed by Donkey Kong 64's autosave system. For any typical game, a segmented run is a collection of optimized segments pieced together. DK64, however, autosaves at every major collectible, tag barrel, and loading zone, and it doesn't have any way to copy save files. Therefore, runs were technically segmented, but you only had one try for each segment, essentially making it single segment with several breaks. So Lefty's Heroes hit his breaking point. If running this game segmented was functionally no different from a single segment, why not just run it single segment? He took that decision in April 2011 and then promptly got a new job and never had time to do a full run. Almost a year later, Lefty's Heroes returned to the SDA thread and announced that he had completed one run in 7:39 and that yes, he still had plans to do a single segment 101 speedrun submission to SDA and aim for 7:20. But somebody joined that thread that would rattle those plans. One of the best Super Mario 64 speedrunners at the time, coming in fresh from running that game at Awesome Games on Quick 2012, was taking an interest in Donkey Kong 64 101%, CFox. CFox was initially a bit clueless about the state of the game, its glitches, and what 101% even entailed exactly, but by the end of May, he was ready to learn the 101 speedrun. And he wasn't messing around. After just 1 month, he sat down to play 101% in one sitting live on stream, and you could tell he was practiced. Here's a quick overview of the tricks he used throughout the run. Phase swimming, used in Gloomy Galleon for the most
Let's see
part.
how this
Originally
works.
called swim through vertical walls.
Right,
Phase
do.
swimming is a collision glitch triggered by exiting first person when your facing angle is in a certain quadrant.
Wait,
After
I
being
only
first
did it for
person
this.
underwater, you can pass through almost any wall so long as you swim in a straight line along this direction. Swim through shores, used to access the Banana Ferry Island early to get the camera and the shockwave move. When you press Z to dive underwater, there's a brief moment where you can swim through floors. You can extend it indefinitely by constantly tapping B, letting you slowly swim through the beach and to the island. Moonkicking, used sparingly throughout the run, mostly to access Frantic Factory and Crystal Caves without opening their lobbies. By cancelling an aerial attack with a kick in the first few frames of its animation, you can get a kick which has 1/8 the normal gravity. Moontail, a Diddy trick where you cancel a double jump with a standing attack on the next frame. You can jump out of that standing attack to gain slightly more height than a backflip. He used it to access this Beaver Bother bonus barrel in Frantic Factory without having to drop in from R&D, saving some backtracking. Ledge clipping, originally called C-up clips. In spots where a floor and a wall meet, there are many places throughout the game where the geometry is slightly imperfect and there's a tiny gap. It's possible to fall in that gap if your position is exactly right and you're completely still. This can be achieved simply by jumping into it, but the most consistent method is to use first person to stop your momentum, hence the old name of C-up clip. This was the backbone of skipping Trough and Scoff, saving about 10 to 11 minutes. The loading zone to the boss extends infinitely under the door, so you can enter it without giving any colored bananas. It was also used for other minor time saves elsewhere in the game. For the most part though, the game
Right, I've got to set it to reset itself.
The level order was pretty much what you would expect.
There we go.
Seafox needed to free the Kongs first, so he went to Jungle Japes to free Diddy and Angry Aztec to free Lanky and Tiny. Aside from making sure to grab 15 golden bananas to enter Frantic Factory, he didn't have to worry about collecting everything in a single go, because he would need to go back to those levels with the whole Kong family anyway. Once Chunky was freed in Frantic Factory, he could start completing entire levels in one go. He finishes Factory, Gloomy Galleon, and then deviates from the normal route to go to Crystal Caves. Normally, this would require Key 5 from Fungi Forest, but using a mooncake from this slope, he could grab this ledge and make it past imperfect boulder geometry into the loading zone. He also didn't have the required 65 golden bananas, but Lanky came to the rescue with the B-Locker skip. Lanky's standing attack extends his arms enough to touch the portal from the side. This actually works for nearly every single level, except for Frantic Factory because of the pillar, and Hideout Helm because it's not a DK portal. As we know, Hideout Helm already had a different
We'll make this a vector.
locker, and in fact, a much easier version was found shortly after Manocheese's initial discovery. The reason Seafox went to Crystal Caves before Fungi Forest was to unlock Ranks 10 Sprint and Gorilla Gone, two moves used in the Rabbit Race and for Fungi Lobby's Battle Crown respectively. Those are the only 2 points where the game forces you to backtrack because an earlier level requires a later level's moves. Doing caves before Fungi solves that backtracking issue. Then Seafox goes back to Aztec to finish it, then does Fungi, Castle, and Hideout Helm in order. Finally, he ends on Jungle Japes because he needs to turn in all the blueprints. The time it takes to turn in blueprints depends on the length of the Snide cutscene in that level, how far the tag barrel is, and to a lesser degree, how long it takes to load the level every time.
Let's include this as a potential thing we could do.
Levels to turn in blueprints. In the levels themselves, there were a few minor skips here and there, but he did them for the most part as intended. Many golden bananas take several minutes to obtain. Most bosses take several minutes to beat. He spent just about 55 to 60 minutes in most levels, with the shortest outside of Hideout Helm being Jungle Japes in 42 minutes, and the longest being Castle and DK Isles in 62 minutes. The biggest time-saving tricks he used over Deutsch Joe were found in Fungi Forest. DK is supposed to pull a series
Why
of
are you
levers to
smaller than you
activate the
should be?
conveyor belt, then return at night to grab the golden banana outside. Instead, he clips out in this weak corner and picks up the banana from inside. Chunky's also supposed to use that conveyor to destroy 3 steel kegs, but you can drop them directly on the grinder. Tiny has this long spider mini-boss fight for a banana, but you can clip in as Chunky. Each Kong has a specific damage value on their gun, so going in as Chunky turns this 5-phase boss into 2 phases instead. Diddy is supposed to go into this room at night and activate the winch, then play the guitar to blow up the cage holding this golden banana, but Seafox used face swimming to grab it directly instead. The one trick Seafox labels as the hardest in the run is called Goo Hand Skip. In Creepy Castle, you're supposed to press this switch with Tiny and make your way across from hand to hand using Ponytail Twirl, but instead, he bounces an orange on the wall, gets hit by it, and uses the following invincibility period to cross the room, jumping out of the goo just in time to avoid lethal damage and barely make it to the golden banana. Seafox made a few major mistakes throughout the run, but the one that sticks out the most is in Hideout Helm. Due to a last-minute route change, he found himself turning in only 4 blueprints before entering the level instead of 5.
What the fuck is that sound?
The Blastomatic in under 14 minutes, this left little margin for error and he didn't feel confident about it. He panicked and decided to reset, head to Japes, turn in 8 blueprints with Diddy and go back to Helm. This maneuver lost him 5 minutes. DK Arcade
That's what
was
we're gonna do
also
instead.
costing him roughly 3 minutes with a couple deaths and a game over. Seafox's final time was 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 54 seconds. Overall, this run set the standard for what Donkey Kong 64 101%
Multiply.
speedruns should be. The era of segmented in-game time speedruns was over. DK 64 101% was to be run single segment and timed in real time, just like every other game. Despite having technically earned the single segment world record, Seafox wasn't fully satisfied with that run. It was, for the most part, his first serious attempt, and he knew he could improve. Lefty's Heroes pointed out a few imperfections in his route, while on his end, he kept working towards his own submission to SDA. After a few weeks of practice, on July 15th,
Yeah, change the variable type. I'll fix that later.
Again and played another full 101 run in one sitting. Unfortunately, most of the recording was lost to time. What stuck out though is just how much time save he managed to
multiplied
find
by
simply by
2.
cleaning up major mistakes and playing everything a bit later. 26 minutes for a final time of 7:10:03. That was a major blow to Lefty's heroes. 7:20 was his
Thank
main
you for
goal. Seafox had blown way past him in a matter of weeks. His motivation to continue vanished in an instant. He put the SDA Run project on hold indefinitely and never returned to speedrunning the game. Meanwhile, Seafox was quite satisfied with this run.
Put this
focused his efforts on any
at the
percent,
actual
and
minimum you
fixed levels
have.
to try to dethrone Ring
Let's
Rush
go
in that
to
category.
Oops.
Ultimately, Ring Rush was able to keep the
I
world
know there's
record
somewhere else.
until he discovered something completely ridiculous that
No,
blew the
you're
game
lying to me.
wide open.
You're lying.
Tested something with lag, and I got a consistent factory early with Lanky. Then I decided to, after the run, my most recent run, to try the slope climb in factory with lag strats, and it worked. So then I went and tried factory early with lag strats, and it worked. Then I tried window clip with lag strats, and it worked. I didn't think this game could be this much more broken than it is, but like every clip we couldn't do before. This game's destroyed completely.
Minus
There's no hard tricks left.
Lag
one.
clips, or more specifically orange clips,
Clamp.
allow you to get past basically any wall, anywhere in the game with the right amount of lag. It turned out to be far more inconsistent than his first try improvised 3 orange clip made it look at first, but regardless, on top of revolutionizing any percent, this discovery changed 101 significantly. Seafox got to work to establish how and where it could be used, and found several use cases that together could save minutes. He implemented 8 of them into the 101 round.
Go. This
Aside
should
from,
work.
He goes from the start of the level straight to Lanky's golden banana at
Wait,
the
no,
top of the
that needs to be a
production
plus.
line, which doesn't need the switch to be
Yeah,
pressed.
fucking we'll just do that.
He also clicks past this window to access the lever that opens the Battlecrown pad faster. In Aztec, he clips at the Stealthy Snoop bonus barrel, skipping having to press the switch in the Llama Temple to open this door. In Castle, he skips the entire library room by clipping through the exit door and grabbing the banana that's sitting there. In Helm, he skips directly from the beginning to the Blastomatic, saving about 30 seconds. In Japes, 3 different clips save a couple of trips back and forth to Cranky's area to open golden banana cages, and allow him to beeline to this area and collect the banana bunches from under the floor. Additionally, around that time, someone named Marcus on the SDA forum posted another major
We
discovery.
got to include equal
When swimming
thingy
on the
here again.
bottom, you can tilt your Kong up and down. This angle gets reset
Equal.
automatically when you surface and you jump out of the water, but if you
This
clip outside of
equals
the body of water, you can be underwater
5.
without
I was realizing that was
actually
probably
being
why it wasn't working.
From there, you can cancel the underwater state instantly by taking damage or hitting a slope. Your Kong gets to keep this tilted angle. When facing all the way up, you can simply walk through any wall at will. This had an immediate major use case. It could be used to enter the tree in Creepy Castle without ever
Has to
opening
equal
it,
1.
rendering the Baboon Blast course useless in 101. It was also used in Fungi
Attack scale
Forest
by
to cut
default
through
should be at
walls and
1.
shorten navigation between areas when doing the Apple Golden Banana. In December, Seafox worked on a route overhaul to not only include these new tricks but rethink the level order. He placed the Aztec Revisit immediately after Fungi, which let him enter the level with leftover homing ammo to speed up the Vulture Golden Banana by at least 20 seconds. Going into 2013, armed with orange clips in his reworked route, Seafox was ready to tackle the next goal for 101, sub 7 hours. The new tricks paid off immediately. On March 21st, 2013, Seafox completed the 101% speedrun in 6:56:54, completely eclipsing his 7:10 from the previous summer. No video of that run was saved, but that didn't matter because he beat it again 2 weeks later with a 6:54:20. On top of all the clips and skews saving
Either
several
way,
minutes, he was also just getting
0.5 is just too little.
failing bonus barrels like Beaver Bother and
We'll make
falling
it
out of
we'll make it
arenas still happened
7.5 instead.
but he was getting way more consistent.
Or
He also added a
7.
couple of tricks to speed up slow golden bananas.
No,
In Castle,
let's go with
details to skip lower
let's
riches,
go with 7, but let's make
without
it make
about
it
strict
minus
shoot from the water
0.5.
and hit the targets without sniper scope for DK's tree banana. In Aztec, Chunky's supposed to fight this gauntlet of claptraps, but he skips it using skew to fall below the room and jump into the banana. Finally, he used orange damage invincibility frames to collect 2 things for DK, the Cave's lobby banana and the Helm lobby blueprint. After this 6:54 run, 2013 would shape up to be the year of Seafox. His one-on-one streams were gathering more and more attention on Twitch, and he slowly became one of the most watched speedrunners on the website, pulling in several hundreds of viewers. He kept doing one-on-one runs when he had the time, and he kept lowering the record more and more. A 6:51.52 on June 13th, followed by a 6:50 flat. CFox was unstoppable. His route was on point, his gameplay was on point, he was prepared for anything. But nothing could prepare him for this run.
Now that we have attack scale there, we can make that also scale the damage and knockback.
CFox found himself
Multiplied
6 minutes
with,
ahead, less than a third into the run. At this rate, he wasn't looking at the sub 650, he was possibly looking at the sub
flat
640.
value there.
Nothing was going remotely wrong.
No!
Same with knockback here. The default one is that, but it gets multiplied like that. Okay. This way.
I give up. I'm done. I'm done.
This way, it's better for the player to.
Anyway, this is my last round of this. I don't care what the finish time is.
The next week, he got a 6:45.02. But even though he did go back on his word, the underlying sentiment was genuine. He really did want to take a break. He did one more run the next weekend that clocked in at 6:41.42, and he was satisfied. He let the record be for a bit and moved on to 20% and the brand new category at the time, no levels early. In the meantime though, live streaming and speedrunning were experiencing an exponential growth in popularity, and DK64 speedrunning was no exception. Perhaps propelled by CFox's Twitch presence, the game saw a large influx of new runners in 2012 and 2013. As CFox took a break from 101%, competition started to brew under him. Someone in particular was starting to make waves. He set a time of 6:55.05 in September and got a 6:52.57 in November. He was dangerously approaching the world record. His name was Znernicus. On top of competing in 101%, new runners also brought in fresh ideas for routing and tricks. The second half of 2013 saw several major discoveries. In Jungle Japes, it was found that you could bypass the Ramby door with Hunky Chunky. Getting there in the first place was done by clipping through the shell with a precise jump, which was found a few years prior. This, combined with the other methods of reaching caged golden bananas, meant that Ramby could be skipped entirely in 101%. In Crystal Caves, two new tricks shortened some of the longest golden bananas in the level: a clip into Chunky's ice shield, skipping the whole boulder sequence, and a roll clip in the rotating room to land up on the side of the puzzle and kick straight to the banana. In Creepy Castle, some new runner by the name of Bismuth found that the whole target shooting game in the tree could be skipped entirely with another orange clip and a bit of out-of-bounds navigation. The next week, Ryguy found this roll clip to simplify it even more. But Ryguy made a far bigger contribution to 101 in that same time by skipping DK's seal race. This is a ledge clip, just like the ones done with C-Up. When forced underwater by a ceiling, DK's boat really wants to surface again. Have you ever forced a ball full of air underwater? If you have, you know exactly what happens next. The golden banana is always collectible inside of this shipwreck if you can simply make it in there. The wall collisions are pretty solid, but the developers never expected you to drop in from the sky. Skipping this race saved over a minute, and yet somehow that was not the craziest trick. The most ludicrous discovery was a joint one between CFox, Znernicus, Ringrush, and myself, the Aztec Beetle Race skip. After ledge clipping on the sidewall at the start, you can fall halfway down the slide with a crouch drop. When a Kong is crouched, they aren't considered to be falling, so you can avoid things like fall damage, or in this case, failing out of the race. Once Tiny lands below, she can make her way down with more crouch drops and collect the golden banana without actually racing the beetle. This intense trick only saved about 15 seconds if done perfectly. The combination of competition and fresh discoveries lured CFox back to 101. He fired up his stream on November 30th, 2013 and put all of the new tricks to use. He found himself a few minutes ahead of his old record once again, and he closed it out in 6 hours, 37 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Gold? Wow, that was so bad.
The year turned to 2014 and Donkey Kong 64 was featured at Awesome Games Done Quick as an any% race between CFox and Znernicus. Meanwhile, just as hotly contested was the race for the 101% world record in the sub 630. Znernicus had grown into a fierce any percent runner, fighting Seafox and Ringrush at the top of the leaderboard. It was obvious he had the skills and the patience to challenge the 101 record as well, and soon enough he did. On February 9th, 2014, Znernicus did a 101% run to improve his 650 and try to inch closer to the record. He gets off to a good start, and it just keeps on getting better.
I gold by 51 seconds.
By the time he leaves Creepy Castle, he's 10 minutes ahead.
Cool, 9-second gold.
Even better, his next split had a huge time loss in his personal best. He ends up leaving Hideout Helm 15 minutes ahead of his 650 and on world record pace, and he finishes the run in 6:36.10, the new world record.
10, okay, cool.
This run didn't use any new tricks that Seafox wasn't already using in his 637. Znernicus simply played it better.
That's a strong PB though, and it's actually a record too, as the chat knows. This was a good run, I guess.
However, he wasn't satisfied with this run, and he knew there were plenty of mistakes to fix next time.
It's a long run. With the number of mistakes in it, I would like to improve it.
But before he would go and do that, he felt that the 101 route was in dire need of another rework. And so work began to think over the entire route yet again. Hideout Helm was moved way up in the order, immediately after Gloomy Galleon. A simple clip through a weak part of K. Rool's face and the backflip clip to skip B-Locker meant that Helm could be completed as soon as you had enough blueprints with a single Kong and all the moves to shut off the Blastomatic. It made sense to do it here because it shortened the overworld navigation by quite a bit. But how do you get all the moves to go to Helm after just the first 4 levels? Well, by visiting Crystal Caves before even going to Angry Aztec.
It's also not used anymore, is
DK
it?
can not only enter Cave's lobby early,
Where are
but
you
can
in
enter the
use?
level itself, just like Lanky can with an extended slap. In fact, he can enter all the same levels this way.
Oh wait, it's the other one. Heavy attack available. You're not used
He
anymore.
needs to jump at B-Locker while facing away to be able to get slightly closer. Entering caves this early in the run streamlined buying moves so much. Everyone's moves were all
Let's call this
available for purchase
attack
basically
weight.
from the start. The only exception was Super Duper Simian Slam and Sniper Scope in Castle, but one cranky revisit for the Rareware coin was needed at some point anyway, so it didn't really cost any time. And speaking of Sniper Scope, you don't need to revisit Funky if you simply don't buy the move. Sniper Scope allows you to zoom in and out in first person, but it also greatly extends the range of your shots. Sniper is supposed to be used several times in the level, but finding all of these skips and workarounds finally amounted to obsoleting the entire thing. In the tree, DK can
Attack
roll
weight.
kick straight to the banana. Chunky needs to be far away from the switch to open the cage, but the switch turns back around when you're right up against it. With the right position, you can aim at the switch from under it. In the dungeon, Diddy's Moontail skips lowering the chains. In Lanky's Tower, you can get close enough to the switches, but you can't look up far enough to aim at them. With homing ammo, however, shots will curve towards the switches, making it possible to hit them without Sniper Scope. Forgoing Sniper Scope,
Oh, isn't there a way to just tell
the purchase of an optional
thing that
accent
it
upgrade,
it can be
also gets rid of
repeated?
an insane amount of additional lag when aiming a gun for the rest of the run. It's impossible to know for sure how much time is added by lag, but Sniper Scope is infamous for causing the mechanical
I
vision
put it like
damage
that and I
become
make
nearly
this like
impossible to
0.3.
just because of the lag.
What makes it I can
It
it's
took
constantly
4 months for Znernicus to devise and practice this new route, but finally, by June 2014, he was ready for attempts. On June 20th, he had this run. Well, that's disappointing. The reason for these splits is simply that his first Angry Aztec visit was much longer than before. He had a mixed bag of new and old split times, which basically meant that he would have no idea what his pace would be until the routes matched up again, right at the very end of the run, just before entering the final battle against K. Rool. Znernicus premiered a couple of new tricks.
I like that better.
First, the orange lever had a stupidly
Let's
simple
go ahead and do
simply clip
different
the lever
approach here.
and can go straight to the crown without doing anything. In Gloomy Galleon,
Time
the
remain
mechanical banana could be sped up tremendously.
relevant.
With a precise double shot, Znernicus hits both top targets at once.
Equal,
which
sorry.
breaks the whole cycle.
Less
The
or
fan
equal.
keeps spinning as targets become active.
Time
Shoots them
remaining
complete the whole thing a good 30 to 40
fraction.
seconds faster. As the run advanced and the splits flip-flopped from minutes behind to minutes ahead, he still had no real measure of how well he was doing. He estimated that he was probably on record pace, but not by much. But then, he finished Jungle Japes.
And Japes is done.
Almost 9 minutes ahead of the world record, comfortably sub 630 pace.
Oh, I am on sub 630 pace. Now I really hope I didn't forget anything.
All he had to do was make sure he didn't forget anything and cruise to the finish. And yes, the risk of forgetting something in a 101% run is actually real. With the run this long and with so many collectibles, there are dozens of things to pick up that are
Let's have that
incredibly
instead.
easy to forget. The most common culprits are colored bananas leading to missing medals and blueprints leading to missing golden bananas way down the line at the end of the run. It was common practice, even for top-level runners, to do a quick check of the total screen before heading to K. Rool, especially when using a new route and when sufficiently ahead.
We're ready to sub 630. Yeah, 627.30. Alright, well I got the sub 630.
God,
Not
time
really
flies.
Sure what my next goal time is. Yeah, sub
Okay,
625.
let's go with that.
Sub 620 is probably possible, I agree.
Znernicus let up a bit and spent the rest of the summer playing other games and categories. In the meantime, someone else who joined in the boom of 2012-2013 suddenly made a splash, Tudos. Originally focusing on any percent and no levels early, Tudos started 2014 with a 101% run in a bit over 10 hours, as is typical for someone first learning the category. He ran it back in 8:45 in March, then got it down to 8:12 and 7:43 at the end of May, and that's when he really kicked things off. In June alone, he got his time down to 7:36, 7:30, 7:19, 7:06, and got the sub 7 on July 3rd. In September, he came back and took 19 minutes off his time with a 6:40, then a 6:30 the next month. On October 21st, Tudos, now only 3 minutes off of Znernicus' record, fired up another 101 streak, and this is what happened.
Oh my god, those beaver bothers were incredible. Oh my god.
At 3.5 minutes ahead of his personal best,
There you go.
Tudos
So you
was
have a
officially
longer
on
reach.
world record pace. All he needed to do was close out the run.
Wow, this guy.
Don't need that long reach.
Hello? Dude! What the hell, dude? I can't play my instrument either. Oh my god! You've got to be kidding me, dude! That was the worst luck I've ever seen on that guy.
Tudos never recovered from that time loss. He finished in 6:29, a personal best, but he was still shy of the record.
This record is going down on Thursday. See you guys then.
What he did accomplish, however, was to light a fire under Znernicus to come back to 101 the very next week.
Yeah, sub 625 should be doable.
That was Znernicus' goal when he got his 627 back in June. This time, no big reroute or anything, just a couple new discoveries. In Jungle Japes, a trick from any percent that Tudos and I discovered made its way into the run, Bush Bush. Generally speaking, object collision takes precedence over wall collision, so in some cases you can get an object like this bush to push you through the wall. This cut the entire beginning section of the level and let him go straight to the main area. He made sure to still trigger the cutscene where Diddy screams for help and to cancel it with the first time text for tagging a banana port warp like it had been done for years. Bush Bush is only reasonably doable with DK, so Warp 1 has to be tagged for the later revisit. Another find was skipping golden banana dances. If you're flying high enough above the ground or underwater, collecting a golden banana won't trigger the 5.5 second long dance. But another interesting special case is if you're taking damage. It turns out that it saves time to throw an orange at yourself to damage yourself into golden bananas. The only other major new trick was for the rotating room in Crystal Caves. The roll clip to the side of the puzzle that Seafox used was obnoxiously hard and inconsistent.
See here.
In fact, it was so bad that Znernicus had stopped even going for it. However, a new moonkick was found, a specific type called a wedge kick. You can do this
I'm
almost
gonna
anywhere.
do
with a
this
slightly
just
higher
for
wedge, but the kick is frame perfect.
testing
You
purpose.
also have to turn around so your back is against the wall to
I'm gonna
land
set
on
the
this
play
kick.
rate
Again,
to
because of
5.
DK's front-heavy
So it'll
hitbox.
go slower.
Znernicus' plan to get sub 625 is just
Okay.
to play better. And although the run gets off to a slightly rocky start, things start to take off in Gloomy Galleon, and really take off in Hideout Helm. By the time he exits Angry Aztec, Znernicus
That does
realizes
not
that
work.
this run is something special.
I thought most of my time save possibilities were in the second half of the run, so things could be very good here. I could get a very good time.
Idea.
And boy was he right.
Oh, well, let's just see how long the attack
Oh yeah,
is
actually, it
first.
wasn't even that close.
This is half a frame long.
I am gonna gold. Why? I mean, I think I'm done caves. I didn't forget anything, did I? Is 147 correct for caves?
Let's do 2.5. I think it's a decent place.
Come on, man.
It's a 2.5.
Dude, lanky. Why?
A 2. Sorry, I got distracted by the video. A 2.5. It resets. What we're gonna do here is.
I made it? What? I could have sworn that was not going in. Wow. That sucks though, because I lost so much time.
He ends up losing nearly a minute in Japes, entering K-Rool pretty much
Attack
exactly
2.
10 minutes
This is
ahead.
not a second attack, it's just the same
Closes
attack.
6:17:34.
And
The
Boolean
20 is done. And,
equal
now I can focus on
or
Portal 2 and Abishai
less
and all those other games that
time remaining
just
fraction.
had to get a better time on this one first.
25.
So Znernicus was out. His 6:17 was absolutely amazing. That run took the wind right out of Tudos' sails. A few days ago, he could play at a 6:25 level and narrowly beat the world record, but now, no way. 6:17 was too good. 2015 rolled around and no one was challenging the record.
Same
The
case
category
here.
started to warm up again though, and activity low on the leaderboard was brewing. In just the first couple of weeks of April, runs were popping up left and right as new faces were making their mark. TJ Blakely with a near
This
9-hour
one
run,
has the
Archfield
same
Skins with
rule.
an 831, Kiwi Killer with a 729, Emo Arbiter with a 717, Connor 75 with a 650,
That should
and
work.
MCAT with a 634.
Let me just make sure it doesn't.
Even Tudos improved his run to a 6:24:54 on April 15th.
It seems to be working because it
Everything would change on the very next day. The fateful
it went into
April
T-pose.
16th.
So let's just find out real quick.
Donkey Kong 64 was released on the Wii U Virtual Console. What did that mean for the 101% speedrun? Well, with the Wii U having much more powerful hardware than the Nintendo 64, lag was essentially gone. However, it was unfortunately replaced with input lag, a quarter of a second of input lag. This was like playing Donkey Kong 64 online on a server hosted by Voyager 1. That was not ideal. Game lag being gone meant two things. First, orange clips were out, which obviously was going to cost some time. Alternatives to a lot of them existed, so that would only end up costing up to a minute. And second, the game would no longer slow down where it used to in laggy areas. That was bound to save time over the course of the run, but how much exactly is a question still unanswered to this day. The best estimate the community was able to come up with, and it is by no means precise, is that the game runs a bit over 5% faster, give or take about half a percentage point. So how does that add up over the course of the run?
I
5% of
like
6
that,
hours
how it
means
is right now.
18 minutes. That's right, playing on the Virtual Console release saved about 20 minutes over the Nintendo 64, so it was a no-brainer that it would be way faster despite the input lag. Initially, the
I wanna
community was
make
split
this,
just about cleanly in half on this release. After a debate and a vote,
expose on
leaderboards
spawn.
were unified with a filter option for consoles, and the world record was only officially tracked on the Wii U version of the game. However, as years passed, the popularity of the VC release remained significantly lower than the Nintendo 64 version, even across all three categories. A new vote was held in March of 2022 and the consoles were split into their own separate leaderboards. Which leads me to the subjective decision I made for this video. I do not like Donkey Kong 64 on Wii U. It was a poorly thought out release that introduced so much input lag that the game is nearly unplayable. It's just not fun to speedrun. So I'll take this moment to congratulate Tudos on taking the first world records on VC and Connor75 for his impressive domination for 7 of the past 9 years. Falcon had a 2-year stint with the record, and Connor was overtaken by the excellent Japanese runner Signa in March 2024. From this point onwards, the focus is going to be on the world records only on the Nintendo 64 version of the game. As it turns out, the Wii U release was not the only major shakeup in store for Donkey Kong 64.
There we go.
Not even 2 months later, prolific glitch hunter Xcord posted a video of a
I'm hoping that's enough to...
his attention in YouTube comments by someone
No, of course not.
Dug it done quick.
Alright.
Now this glitch was obviously very useful.
We're gonna go ahead and just bite the bullet here.
3 minutes. However, its full effect completely baffled everyone. Dogadon is actually fought twice, once in Angry Aztec, and for the second time, a much longer fight in Fungi Forest involving
Is that all of them?
The Fungi Forest version actually came first, and the Aztec version was repurposed towards
Good.
the end of the game's production cycle, so it behaves
Fine.
mostly
Let's
the
put the
same.
health points there. That is just so that we can
Regardless of the
keep
version
track
of the fight,
and like
Kong goes into hunky
not
chocolate
lose them.
Receive key 5. That's right, you can get key 5 in seconds directly from Angry Aztec. Even better, since you don't get key 2 doing that, the Troffenskopf portal stays there, so you can re-enter and get key 2. Dogadon Quick remained unexplained for years until it was finally figured out by resident monkey scientist Balem.
Now we need to go to the bat. I don't think the astral form is gonna matter because you can't get hurt in that form anyway. I don't think I gotta worry about there. Get health points. Okay, this should make it so that the health points don't disappear when I'm in bat form. When I exit. If I take damage.
Creepy Castle is the only level that can't feasibly be accessed without opening its lobby. The boss of Creepy Castle, King Cutout,
Right, I forgot I set that to be only cast once. Gonna need to...
If you enter attack barrel,
I hate to do this, but we're gonna need a...
the game gives you that Kong, because if you were playing as them, then surely they were freed. You can repeat this process
You'll need an event tech that only does is valid.
Until you have the whole Kong family.
To check if they are valid. If not, cast to it again. That's all it's that's all it does. Nothing else. Let's add another bar here.
And free all the Kongs, all in about 15 minutes. Then you would buy moves which would all be accessible because you went to castle and you would be ready to all the levels.
Make this one yellow. Because stamina tends to be yellow. Make it a little bit smaller. This is not how it's going to look in the final version, by the way.
Its advantages over what came to be called organic Kongs were partially mitigated, and it had its drawbacks. First, Key 5 early wasn't exclusive to cutout Kongs. You could do an organic Kongs run and still do that. Re-entering the cutout fight several times adds up to a couple of minutes that the organic route doesn't need to do. On top of that, even though freeing Kongs does take a bit of time, it rewards you with a golden banana that you still need to go and collect with cutout Kongs. Nearly all the moves unlocked by Castle are also unlocked in caves, so the Castle route only skips a little detour to caves that the organic route does. Finally, the organic route does have to enter Japes and Aztec twice, but the Castle Kongs route still needs to enter Aztec and Castle twice. All this to say, it was near impossible to know how much time Castle Kong saved, if it even saved any. The estimates were anywhere from negligible to roughly about 2 minutes. The new route Znernicus came up with had him go to Aztec and Castle to free 4 of the Kongs, then buy Multiport and use it to go straight to Factory from above. Once in Factory, he would free Chunky, buy all the moves for all the
Wait, no, this is gonna give me trouble in the future. I'm just gonna go ahead and fix this up right away. I need to begin play.
It had been almost a full year since the 617.
I'm gonna do. Let's just put it here for now. Custom event.
More banana dance skills were found and were being introduced to 101.
Get stamina.
By entering first person with your gun out while in an underwater state but outside of a body of water, like out of bounds. This was used in Jungle Japes to go through all the banana cages and complete the shell area. The shell itself was sped up
Sword
into push,
scale.
but this gate still needed to be opened so that Tiny could get out.
Percentage.
He was also used to massively streamline the Llama Temple by navigating around all the rooms without opening any of them. In Factory, Diddy's R&D banana could be sped up by playing the guitar. You normally can't play your instrument during this gauntlet, but with the precise backwards chimpy charge cancel, you can play your guitar just before the cutscene starts and eliminate all the enemies. In Crystal Caves, this wall was found to be weak enough that DJ can roll through it.
Now what we need to do here is we need
with an absolute
get
truckload of lag, he could also
attack scale, attack scale,
and skip a long sequence of shooting at the ceiling mushroom.
get max scale.
Altogether, these discoveries added up to several minutes on top of Duggan on Quick, so that 617 was not going to last long. Xernicus got to work, but he didn't find immediate success. Playing on a brand new route and learning all these new tricks was proving to be more difficult than anticipated, and he couldn't beat his world record.
Times this.
The best he could manage
I'm
was
going to
It took him until October 24th, almost an entire year to the day after he got it, to finally get a run ahead of
normalize.
Note that he's running against a 622, so he's not as far ahead as he seems to be.
Max should be that, and minimum
Oh, he actually froze me.
is minus.
Are you serious? Go away!
5, I think. Should be right.
Are you serious? Will it not leave? Do I have to exit enter?
Attack percentage.
Sometimes.
He didn't know that you need to rotate the control stick or hold up left to break the bubble, and believed that you could only break it by taking damage. With nothing to damage him anymore, he thought that he had to pause exit to get out of it, forcing him to redo the entire fight and losing nearly 3 minutes.
That sucks so much.
And
Alright,
yet
let's see if that worked.
He still came out of that level even more ahead of his 622.
No, because I forgot to do a
So, assuming I didn't forget anything, because I didn't check this
timeline.
64, 101% world record.
Obviously, he wasn't satisfied. He kept at it, and 2 weeks later, he found himself on a slightly better pace.
Oh, look at that. 30 seconds.
Oh, my poor Unreal Engine.
How that happened.
It's like, please, you have so much stuff activating. I also need to update my computer after this, because there's an update that is waiting.
He would eventually get around to improving it. Hey, how about we check out what other runners have been doing lately? Tudos and Connor75, well, they moved over to Wii U VC and took the record there. MCAT improved to a 622. TJ got a 705. Whoa, sorry, a 634. A 627. Wait, TJ. TJ, what are you doing?
Nice.
I want to do these.
Good, I got it. Wow.
It to be set for.
Sub 610 101 on N64.
Remember when I said that it was impossible to know how much faster the Castle Kong's route even was? Well, TJ was playing on a new organic Kong's route. As far as new tricks went, TJ's run really didn't have anything special, simply 2 easier ways to do some skips. He replaced an unwieldy orange clip with a banana bush, similar to the bush in Jungle Japes, and he replaced a precise jump into Chunky's igloo with a simple jump aerial through a weak wall. That's it. He simply came out of nowhere at light speed and straight up played way better than Xernicus. 2015
What am I
turned
doing?
into 2016, and 1% was about to have a major turn of events. The game's most dominant
Here.
any percent runner, Ring Rush, had never done a 101% speedrun before. He received friendly peer pressure for years and years, and always said that one day he would do one. Well, he kept his word, and the day had come. Ring Rush announced
try this
on
now.
February 13th, 2016, he would release his 101% speedrun, his tool-assisted speedrun. In the weeks leading up to the release, it was decided that for fun and games, during the livestream reveal, the run should be compared against a real-time world record. That extra bit of motivation got Xernicus and TJ to do some more attempts, as well as another runner who secretly snuck up into second place, ahead of Xernicus. It was me. Instead of settling for comparing with the world record, however, TJ, Xernicus, and myself decided to run using the exact same route and the exact same set of splits. We took the sum of our combined best individual splits and used that for the comparison. So we worked on improving our times as much as possible leading up to the task reveal. After I knocked down Znernicus to 3rd place on February 3rd, he quickly fired back with a new world record of 6:06:48 on the 6th. The very next day, TJ finished his own Castle Kong's run with a 6:05 flat. We kept playing until the release, but the record was not beaten again. Ringrush's run came out. It wasn't quite a real task. He called it a low optimization tool-assisted demonstration, a LOTAD. And his final time would shock the whole community. 4 hours, 42 minutes, and 8 seconds. Of course though, that's to be expected. Tool-assisted runs save time in ways and amounts that are so unrealistic that you can never expect a real-time run to even begin to think about matching them. But what about the combined sum of best between the top 3 runners? That would be an actually reasonable ideal run. Well, that turned out to be 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 31 seconds. Comfortably under 6
auto
hours.
saving packages, you're wasting my time.
We all knew what to do. I knew what to do. I had to be the first person to finish 101% in under 6 hours.
Okay. That's good enough for me. Okay. Last thing I want to do before we're calling it here. Let's do interp so that it becomes like a more smooth transition. Current, target, delta, no, delta world, there we go, and then 5. This way. Bye. Okay. I want to figure this out just a little bit. It's almost perfect. I think I need that delay to be longer. The retriggable delay. Let's make that a second long, so you actually have to wait. Here, attack scale. Let's make this 3 instead of 4. I think 4 is too much. Okay, almost there. We'll change this one to be where's it? Here. We'll change this one to be 10. think we are at a point where this is as good as we can get it. I love it. Real quick test here though. Let's just make sure this is not hit testable. Good. I think we are finally ready to do. Oh yeah, this feels a lot better. There's a bug. Hopefully we can fix that. I don't know why that happened, honestly. But I am going overtime and I don't want to do that. I'm going to hide this in game. Let's see if we can just get that happening one more time. What seemed to happen was that I was too close to the edge. I see what happened. Okay. That's an easy fix, honestly. I just have to move those things back a bit. That's the last thing we do officially, and then we're done. Actor leaves ground. We go ahead and make these be 300 instead. There we go. Let's try this out now. Well, am I able to change direction with this new version? Why is it saying I'm... Well, I am. Okay. Well, we gotta fix that issue later. No, it's still happening. Why? You should only be triggering the event once. Let's do a print string. So we can check what's going on here. It seems like what's happening is the event being triggered over and over again. There we go. Why? I don't get why it's happening. Like, this was working earlier. Hmm. Let's only have the one that checks behind you. Oh wait, no, it's the wrong one. Let's see what happens. Okay. Even though that is not the location. Okay. Let me monitor this whole thing. Put this over here. The first one is triggered. One of the later ones is triggered. Are they being reset? Okay. First, I need to actually not fall until we get to the corner. That was working fine. If this wasn't what was the problem, I'm just gonna put them back to where they were because I don't want these to hit test too far away. I don't have time for this. Let me move the character over here so it's easier to just test this on the go. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's do that again, but in slow-mo. No. That's the worst test I could have done. And of course it's broken. Let's get that out of the way. Okay. Let's do a proper test this time. What I assume is happening is that one of the faulty ones gets set. That one worked just fine, so let's do the corner over here. Why does it feel random? Oh my god, this is annoying. Time is it's way past the deadline. Last test I'm doing. We're gonna try some different values here. I'm gonna try making like a shape of a diamond. See how that works. Okay. It is definitely not the one. Oh, wait. If that's the case, what if I just skip these? That's not what I meant to do. I meant to connect it like that and then connect this. Then this to that, and then this to that. What happens now? Now it only checks corners. I don't get it. I don't get it. Set no location plus 100. Let's just do that, see what happens. Because then the actor will be in the air for a bit. Okay, seem to be working. Let's get our hitbox back together the way it was. Let's try the corner. Well, this is the one that's gonna kill me, but it looks like it worked. So I don't have to sit here for longer than I wanted, just because I can't grasp the concept of doing something the next day. Right. I forgot that to set it on rolling. I set the jump handle this as well. We can't set it there. Here's where I set it. How many things? It's only this that can stop it. Only that's connected. Wait, did I? I fucked up. No wonder this didn't work. Wait, what am I doing? See here. This is the way to land. It checks if you're falling. That goes to there. Wait, no. No, I did have it at the right spot. I don't think I need this anymore. I'll have to remember that I did that. Alright, let's see if it sets. Alright, that seems to work. Alright. With all that figured out, I gotta change the walking animation for the slime, or how the movement of it works. I think what I'm gonna do instead of what I'm currently doing is just have that movement always happen. Okay, let's do that then. Is that looking good? If it equals, what did I do here? If equals true, set turn animation. Let's have the movement always happen. This just makes it so that it turns after 3 steps. No? Sorry. Make it steps taken 5. Let me see the slime's animation again. How many frames does it actually have? Here. It's 6.7 again. It's always 6.7. There we go. It's good enough for me. So, we went overtime. We ended up doing more than 8 hours, and this is usually the time where I am supposed to sleep. So we're gonna have to. So I'm gonna save here. No more work is gonna get done. Let me turn off that in-flight movie there. It was mostly just bug fixing, but we also finally finished the slime enemy. We got a little bit of a better control system for the game. I think this works much better than what we had before. But yeah, the slime is fully done now. It can hurt you. You can hurt it. It has an animation for it. You can, well, if I can time it. Okay, that's the one thing I gotta change. But we can parry it. So I gotta fix this. But you can kill it as well. Your sword or your weapon, whatever it's gonna be, has a limit on how much you can use it. I gotta fix the position of the swipe. That's about it. It refills every second. I'm gonna wait for it to go to full. You can use a super attack, which also needs to refill after using it. There's a much better, hopefully. Yeah, okay, it seems to be working so far. I gotta fix this. I don't know why that's happening. When you're at 0 health, it should kill you. I guess it's just not exactly at 0, but whatever. And then we have the funny death animation. You have perished. And with that, I'm gonna head to bed. Tomorrow will be a shorter stream, but hopefully that won't be too much trouble because all we should need to do there, aside from fixing that one bug with the slime, is we need to. And I think I know how to fix that bug actually. Either way, we need to. We're gonna need to. Or brain function. We need to follow the prompt that was given. By the way, I will be making this game black and white. Every single prompt has been written down, so I remember them. I'm gonna go through all of them to make sure I don't forget anything at a point where I can actually make it. But yeah, so tomorrow's prompt is that we finally get a weapon or tool for the main character. So we'll see what they will actually fight with, and we'll make it make sense somehow. And then hopefully, if things go to plan, we can finally get started on making the dungeon. And at this point, I'm just gonna focus on getting the dungeon done. I don't care about any hub world or anything like that. Like I'm gonna have to start cutting corners. The important part is to get the dungeon done. Maybe I can get like a very simple town done as well, but we'll see. With all that said, I'll see you all tomorrow.